IMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning and happy Thursday, NBA trade deadline day. I am Jay Mars with your Sactown Sports headlines. It was not the prettiest game in Houston last night, but in a weird, wacky way, the Kings come away with victory.
The lefty, now in his sixth season with the Kings, delivers the second one, and the Kings have the lead. It's 129-128. Fox now has a 30-point ball game for the 15th time this season. Awarded 3 free throws with 0.3 of a second remaining. Here's the third one. He's got all 3 of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
Don't know why it was legitimately a foul. De'Aaron Fox finished the game with 31 points and 11 assists, including 13 points in the fourth quarter. Kings back in action tomorrow night at home against Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. Okay, so we're going to try to get through some trades right now that just, seem to happen. Kevin Durant, you may have heard of him, traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected future first-round picks going back to the Brooklyn Nets. In other news, the Lakers have agreed to trade Russell Westbrook, easy for me to say, to the Utah Jazz, and they reacquire former draft pick D'Angelo Russell from the Minnesota Timberwolves in this 3-team trade. The Lakers also get Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt, while the Timberwolves receive guards Mike Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and picks. This ends the tumultuous relationship between Russell Westbrook and the Los Angeles Lakers. More to talk about with all this coming up right now with the Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Yes, I love it, Jay. Well done. It's a special trade deadline show.
And the evils have made their presence felt. The force has been shaken by the dark side.
Good morning, everyone, on the morning after a Kings win, which, do you have the breaking news sounder? This is no trade. I just feel like this is worth breaking news, but
when it breaks,
everyone's
We
stressed.
have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
I do think this is worth breaking news. The Kings got a call. They got a call last night.
It was weird.
At the end of a game, I didn't know what to do.
Especially after they've been called for defensive 3 seconds 3 times, which legitimately never happens in a basketball game.
Yeah.
Too bad it's trade deadline day because some great audio from Roger Goodell yesterday saying officiating's never been better.
Yeah.
I feel like you could apply that to the NBA.
Also, they're making progress with hirings as well.
That's good. It's real good.
You know what? I just realized with the breaking news thing, I messed up the
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean I wanted to go.
Well, hold on. I might be able
to do the thing with the thing and all that. Jason Ross will join us at 7. There we go. In honor of John Williams, by the way, who turned 91 yesterday. Yeah.
Wanted to get John on with his thoughts about the Suns-Nets trade, but he's unavailable this morning.
I saw a clip. It was AFI honoring John Williams. This is from a few years back, I think. And John Williams and Steven Spielberg are at the same table. Harrison Ford comes up as one of the presenters. And he's walking on stage. He's playing the Hindi theme and all that. Harrison comes up in full Richard Kimball beard. It might have even been that long ago. I don't think so, but full beard. Everyone, the clapping dies down. He goes, I hate that song. Follows me everywhere. I was getting a colonoscopy, and they were playing that thing. Harrison Ford is a character.
Also, I wonder if they were playing it during his colonoscopy.
Probably.
Now, I'd really like to know the backstory of that one.
Speaking of backstory, before we get into leading
The
off,
NBA got to a colonoscopy last night. Am I right?
so I'm always, and I recognize I'm weird about this stuff. I recognize I'm in the minority of people that are fascinated by this. I really, and for years have said, I think this is one of the most underreported, underlooked at stories when it comes to sports and media. But times like this, every year, I find myself fascinated with the inner workings of the phones of Adrian Wojnarowski and Shams Charania.
I'd really like to see their text.
Dude, I just someday want the curtain peeled back. And it's amazing how not just fans, I don't expect fans to really care who don't work in the business. Why would you? You get your news and who cares? And as long as it's accurate, who cares? But from a media standpoint, like, how does it work? They almost always tweet out deals within literal seconds of each other. Sometimes it's Shams first, sometimes it's Woj first.
You've been first once or twice.
I've been first once or twice.
So you know how it works then.
Well, I can tell you, I don't think it works the same way for me as it does for them.
I've always just been under the impression that either the agent or the GM that they're connected with in any deal will basically, here are the parameters of the deal. When I say go, hit send.
But doesn't it really have to be like, this is,
it has to be, hey, it has to be at the 1 yard line.
First and goal. I see what you did. I think my first question would be, are the two of them on the same group text? Like, really, isn't that probably how it works? If you're,
I wouldn't be shocked.
If you're an agent or a GM or whatever their contacts are, in order to prevent wars, you say to them, look, you guys are the two most powerful people in breaking basketball news. I'm going to send you the text at the same time, and it's up to you guys as to who prints it out first.
Yeah, I think that's plausible, given how you will see them literally seconds apart tweet, like, basically the same information.
And the documentary I'd love to see. How did Woj build that system? He really did build the system when he was at Yahoo Sports.
At some point, Woj, just the human in general, will make for, I think, arguably the most fascinating 30 for 30 all time.
I don't think you're overstating it. Because then at Yahoo, remember, many forget, he took on this guy, Shams, as kind of his protege. And Shams was in college at the time. In his early 20s. He was a student.
It was literally an algebra class. Tweeting NBA breaking news.
So Shams rises up to be arguably the second most powerful newsbreaker in the sport, then splits off to The Athletic. Woj goes to the big ESPN. Now they are really competitors.
But are they?
But beyond the breaking of the news and all that, what I think fans would care about, and I've tried, man, I can't get anybody in the media. Nobody will come on and talk about this.
Really?
Yes, really. But the thing that's actually fascinating and what 99% of the basketball public do not understand is the absolute power that Adrian Wojnarowski wields over franchises, and front offices, and agents. You look at his tweets.
All because of this little device.
All because of that.
Called a phone.
Yes. He literally can make or break deals, make or break jobs. He's gotten probably half of the NBA's front office guys their jobs, or at least is assisted in it. It's very mafia-esque. I will help you. But if you cross me, that's where you start seeing tweets like X team after Y manager was left in a tough position and looks to hire somebody else to did it.
Player X was over the instability of franchise Y.
That's right.
And the continued instability.
And are they doing it to help agents? Are they doing it to help the individuals or the franchises? And however it works, he runs this chessboard.
I think it all depends on player, agent, franchise.
I completely agree.
Because I'm sure there are certain franchises he wouldn't cross, and I'm sure there's certain agents he wouldn't cross.
MC says, I bet Katie would talk about it. You should have her on again. First
Well
off,
done,
I
MC.
see you working.
Well done.
Secondly, Katie's response would be something like, I don't know. I don't care. I don't have time for that. That would be Katie.
But it would be a lot longer of an answer than that. But same.
Wow.
You're the one who told me to say that joke we said in the pre-show meeting.
My
And now you're
God.
calling me out.
Leading off.
You're the bad person, not me.
number one.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
The lefty, now in his 6th season with the Kings, delivers the second one, and the Kings have the lead. It's 129-128. Fox now has a 30-point ball game for the 15th time this season. Awarded 3 free throws with 0.3 of a second remaining. Here's the third one. He's got all 3 of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged the bullet. They
Shade.
get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston.
Okay.
Okay, what were they booing for? Were they booing the Rockets?
They were booing the call.
The one that was correct? It's the correct call.
It's 100% the correct call.
Good.
And had you reversed that exact same situation and it happened at Golden One Center against the Kings, we would have been booing our faces.
No, we
off.
wouldn't have. You always say how smart Kings fans
They are, but angles, this, that, whatever. By the way, I watched the Houston broadcast. They showed every angle but the right one. It's funny
course
how
they
that
did.
works. One note here, and then we'll break.
I bet you they said it wasn't a foul either.
They did. Oh, in fact, if you go to Rob Perez, I'll go to Rob Perez's Twitter account for when we come back, and actually he does have the audio. So I was on the phone with Katie last night, speaking of her, on the way back from San Francisco, talking about that call. And I completely forgot what I was going to say.
She said it was the right call.
No, she did
That
say
Houston's are all stupid.
She did say it was the right call, and Houston's wrong. Wow, trade deadline. I completely have a blank.
It's okay. It's 6:11.
I'll remember something. All right, Sam Amick's going to join us at 9 a.m. Not 8 a.m. He's going to join us at 9 a.m. We're doing a special trade deadline special. We're going to have him for an extended segment via video. We'll have him on, and rules apply as they do every year. If news breaks, he's going to step away, which I think is wonderful radio, and then come back and let us know what's going on.
Or if he's really cool, he'll break it on the show.
That would be
Probably won't
amazing.
do
Or
that.
what I'd like is he actually types it out.
Oh, yeah.
And reads it out loud while he's typing out the tweet.
And reads his
itself.
response like, this is really stupid for 2X, Y, and Z.
When we come back, the Kings win in Houston. It was a crazy finish, and the road trip is over. How did they do? We'll get into that on a trade deadline Thursday. Next.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
It's Carmichael Dave here telling you now is the time to replace your system. Get $2,500 off on a new HVAC whole home system installation with 0% financing and payment plan options available. There's no reason to keep putting off making your home a place of comfort for you and your family. Plus, get a free whole home air purification option on select systems. Limited time only. Call today, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990, or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Carmichael Dave. Weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Well, that was nice of Jason. You just tweeted out, I love Carmichael Dave. Just want to say that. Have a great day.
Jason who?
Ross. Oh, it's nice of him. Wow.
Jason never tweets anything personal.
I know.
I need to confirm
Out of
this.
the blue.
Oh.
That was sweet of him. What a good way to start the day.
Super sweet of him.
Jason will join us in 45 minutes, and I'm going to thank him personally for that.
Oh, let me check. Oh, you're right. He did. Let me give that old retweet.
Yeah, would you please?
Yeah, no
I mean,
problem.
you know what? You win in the hallways is what you say. And that's just good chemistry. Much like the Kings had last night against the Rockets.
Or did they?
I mean,
Ugliest win of the season, right?
Yeah.
That game was a turd.
That was, ugly, not in the sense of gameplay. I mean, it was not the best gameplay, but the fact that they, pretty much had beaten Houston by combined, I don't know, the average of about 20 points a game in the previous 3 meetings. It really did look like towards the end, Houston went on this run. Jalen Green was, you really see, it's nice to see that's a young budding star right there, scoring wise.
I think that's a young Kings killer. I think he's starting to make his way in the conversation. He puts up lots of buckets against Sacramento.
He does. And honestly, I think the easiest comparison there would be that he looks, it's very D'Angelo Russell-esque. And this young guard.
That's actually a good comp.
Yeah, that you see kind of doing all of that. I want to point out the end of the play or the end of the game last night, because this is something that in the years past Kings fans have been on the other side of. The inbounds play at the end of the game. Inbounds play, it happens. Kings foul, they had a foul to give. If you go back and watch the end of the game, which I ended up going back and watching this a few times just to make sure, we played a clip of Steven Silas a couple of days ago being very upset about the Rockets' lack of defense.
Very animated.
I would really like to know, because it's very easy to put this on Steven, and we'll never hear about it publicly. But I'd really like to know who the following should take blame for. Which of the following should take blame for this?
Just to be clear, are we talking about the inbounds with Malik Monk stole?
We're talking about the end of the game, the very first inbounds. They had a foul to give.
Okay.
And they fouled.
Gotcha.
Seconds go from like 2.3 to 1.7.
Okay,
now they're inbounding again, and Malik Monk steals the ball. If you go back and watch those 2 consecutive plays, the Rockets ran the exact same play both times. The exact same play. And Fox calls it out. Fox knows it, they slip a screen, which Houston had set up on the previous play, telegraphed the whole thing. They did not adjust the inbounds play from the first to the second, knowing in the previous stoppage that the Kings had a foul to give, that this was going to happen. It's either a monumental coaching failure, or, and this is believable, they covered that and the team either didn't listen or forgot. Now,
I kind of lean towards the latter.
I kind of lean towards the former. That's
interesting.
Here's why. Because as they're going to inbounds, if it was a switched or different play, the staff would be able to recognize that as they're lining up and would yell out, 2, 2, 3, 3, Oscar, whatever the word is. If they had called a different inbounds play, the staff would have recognized that as the ball was being prepared to be inbounded.
Or it was already, because they knew they had a foul to give. It's like, hey, guys, run play 1, foul happened, go to this play, and they brain farted. With a young team and watching how many mistakes that Rockets team just makes on the court, I think that's very believable that I guess then you can kind of shift some blame to Steven Silas for not maybe reminding.
Yeah, or they would have, I think they would have seen the lineup as they were coming in for the second time. And I know we're nerding out here, but somebody or some people dropped.
Someone's getting fired today.
Right. I mean, that should have never happened in an NBA game.
This is what I mean by you win ugly games because they're ugly. And that was ugly last night. That was an ugly, ugly scenario for the Rockets, amongst many that happened during the game for both teams. But listen, these are the type of mistakes you have to capitalize on, right?
Sure.
And granted, this is what good teams do. And I know it still sounds super weird to use the Kings in that vein as good teams. This is a good team. They took advantage. They played smart. Then the very next play on their own inbounds play, they did something smart. You got the ball to your guy at the top. Let him go to work. Eric Gordon does foul him, but let's be very honest here. De'Aaron Fox did a terrific job selling that.
He sure did. And Monk slipped through. It was completely telegraphed. That's just good vet plays. By the way, speaking of Fox, and somebody mentioned, I was waiting for somebody to mention it on the text line. There's a nice little triple bunny hop earlier by Fox that should have the Fox triple bunny hop should have been called there. Also, people forget there was remember that play? I want to say it was about a minute left, maybe less. And the Kings they had, I think, 3 or 4 shots at the basket.
Oh, the offensive rebounds to Bonus and Keegan.
Yeah,
Keegan traveled.
Keegan traveled, and they did not call that either. Yeah, Kings got a little bit lucky. I think this is the clip I'm looking for. I apologize if it's not. Craig Ackerman and former Sacramento King Ryan Hollins on the call.
1.7 now to go. Şengün looking. Oh, Lord. Threw it away.
Okay, so that's the Monk steal.
2 to go. Kingstown wanted a chance to win it into Fox. Fox got it off a 3. Oh, he got fouled. Are you kidding me? He just got fouled by Eric Gordon. Oh, no.
Can't look at it. Can't challenge.
Are you kidding?
You can't challenge this. That's a horrific call, man. You got to be kidding me, dude. You can't challenge it.
Well, I guess
you can't challenge it.
Well, you can't challenge it because you're out of timeouts. You already used your challenge.
You can't challenge it. That's a bad call, man. This ain't right, dude.
We're going to review whether the foul occurred prior to the expiration of time.
Now they're just looking at it to determine.
Well, they're going to see. It's going to count. They're going to see it wasn't a foul.
Well,
that's what they're going to see.
Unfortunately, that's not up for debate.
No.
Right now, what they're looking at is to see whether or not
you got to be kidding me,
the foul occurred before the game clock expired.
Eric is a veteran. He knows. Maybe you can say he's too close for comfort. So the question is, does he get the shot off? And the ball's out of his hands. That's not the question. Eric doesn't touch him, and they're going to see that if he gets 2.
I'm going to stand in front of Ackerman and Hollins because you guys
Hollins.
You don't have the benefit that I do of watching the video. The Houston broadcast team showed 3 angles on that replay. All 3 of those angles. If those were the angles we had, there's no way that's a foul. There's no way in hell that's a foul from those angles. They showed every angle.
Sure, but
the one where Eric Gordon, the one angle where you can see he's humping Fox's hip.
Hey,
just
family show,
thrust
sir.
the hip. And it was a clear foul. But
it was a clear foul. I'll stand in front of Ackerman. That's fine. Ryan Hollins, no.
Why?
Ryan Hollins is a little hot takey and a little homery, and you know he is.
You think Katie in that situation, or Jerry before, or Doug Christie before?
Jerry absolutely would have said if it was or wasn't a foul. Jerry was as unbiased as any announcer.
But I think from those angles, I'm going to retweet that. From those angles, I can't.
Like I said, I'll stand in front of Ackerman. I think had Hollins been shown the correct angle, he still would have threw a fit.
You hate Ryan Hollins.
I don't hate Ryan Hollins.
I
just wish he would have tipped the ball in Memphis a little more so that it was obvious and that season doesn't go the way it would.
Well, I'll tell you this. I hate all the influxing of talent into the Western Conference, the Pacific Division specifically, and we had a bomb drop last night after this result that
after a missile drop before it.
I was in bed. I was in bed when it happened. We'll get to the big trade. Kevin Durant goes west next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Thursday. You're out the door to a cool start, so grab those layers. Expect to see some patchy areas of fog around the valley, but into the afternoon, bright and sunny with highs today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Make your New Year's resolutions yet? Let me help. Trade out of that old car and into something safe and reliable, like a new Folsom Lake Kia with a low payment. Shop Folsom Lake Kia. Family owned for over 20 years.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Folks, there's a fast break with the game on the line. He dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
Kevin James live, the Irregardless Tour.
I was in Atlanta at the airport waiting for my bag, and this woman asked to take a picture, and I was like, sure, no problem. And she takes out her iPhone, and she just holds it on me. She just holds it on me right there, and I'm just standing there. She's video recording me from a foot away, like I'm a panda at the zoo.
Friday, March 31st, the venue at Thunder Valley. All new and all incredible. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit thundervalleyresort.com.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores. Get in the zone, AutoZone. See details at AutoZone.com.
Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of our everyday low prices, pros can save big when buying in bulk. Or if your purchase is over $1,500, ask about our volume savings program. A pro associate can provide a customized quote. Ask about our volume savings programs today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required. Selection varies by location. Lowe's reserves the right to limit quantities. Volume discount pricing quotes are valid up to 7 days. Visit your local pro desk to learn more and start saving. Offers subject to change and may not be available in all Lowe's stores.
The clock is ticking. Get off the bench and head down to Fasteners Tool Outlet, where you'll find the lowest prices on Milwaukee power tools and so much more. Why pay more at a big box store? Get a triple-double at Fasteners Tool Outlet with weekly and monthly offers, including up to 50% off select hand tools, batteries, power tools, and fasteners. Whether you're looking for a Festool sander, a Saw's top table saw, or a Milwaukee impact driver, Fasteners Tool Outlet has the tools you need to do the job. Make a slam dunk with Fasteners Tool Outlet, 6701 Power Inn Road, or on the web at Fasteners fastenersinc.net.
Hey guys, it's Valentine's Day. No pressure, but what are you going to get her? Remember, this gift isn't just for her. It's for her parents, her friends, her barista, her personal trainer, her followers on TikTok, her sister, but mostly it's for her. Don't worry, Sharif Jewelers has you covered. Diamond studs, tennis bracelets, solitaire pieces, and so much more. With our huge selection, unbeatable warranty, and amazing trade-in policy, Sharif Jewelers will make this Valentine's Day memorable for years to come. Who needs a friend in the business when you have family at Sharif?
Remember, you don't have to be rich and famous to shop at Sharif's.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was not the prettiest game last night in Houston, but in the end, it was the Kings who came out victorious.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged the bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
On top of those 3 clutch free throws to win the game, De'Aaron Fox finished with 31 and 11 assists. The Kings are back in action tomorrow night against the new-look Mavericks with Kyrie Irving. Trades. That's all we're talking about today in the NBA. And the biggest one happened last night as the Nets sent All-NBA forward Kevin Durant to from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, and 2029. Durant wasn't the only big name to be dealt, though, as the Los Angeles Lakers have agreed to trade Russell Westbrook to the Utah Jazz and have reacquired point guard D'Angelo Russell from the Minnesota Timberwolves in a three-team trade. The Lakers also got Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt. Timberwolves will receive guards Mike Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Also, in addition to Westbrook, the Jazz will get Juan Toscano-Anderson, Damian Jones, and a top 4 protected first-round pick from the Lakers in 2027. Boy, that is a lot to read, and golly.
First round what?
I think it's a pick.
Yeah,
that's what they call it. It's top 4 protected.
Hey, pick.
What did I call it?
I can't say it on the air.
Okay, bye.
Carmichael Dave
on Sactown Sports.
If you're watching,
well, I mean, depending on the context.
What does it say? There's an old radio saying that involves that, but I won't say it.
Good idea.
Welcome back, trade deadline edition. If you're watching on YouTube, Sactown Sports, watch that, like, subscribe, and all that. I threw a little picture up there. Want to let you know tomorrow on the show, Josh Emmett, who is fighting for the interim title against Yair Rodriguez this Saturday from Australia. And I don't know what I think it's 14 hours is the difference down there.
Not bad.
So he's going to be coming on he will be entering the octagon. God, you got me infected. He'll be entering the octagon in Perth somewhere around 9 p.m.-ish. You never know, depending on KOs and decision fights and all that. But somewhere around 9, he's the co-main event. Which would then be, I think, somewhere around 1 p.m. Sunday.
Nice.
Australia time.
Oh.
So we'll talk about the time change. I spoke to him last night from Australia. We'll have that for you tomorrow. And if you're watching, you can see the picture I put up off of my Twitter, which is the robe that he got. And it is on the right shoulder. There is a picture of the beam on the back, the Kings logo. He's an El Camino High School grad, local kid, obviously Team Alpha male. Great chance to bring home some nice belt action.
They call that hardware.
Yes. So and one way or the other, he'll be back. He'll be at the Kings Clippers game, I believe, March 3rd. He gets back to the United States around March 1st, and we will have him in studio one way or the other. Josh is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful guy, and I couldn't be happier for his opportunity. What are you laughing at?
In the YouTube chat, Russell's checked it. I don't know how old you are, but I really hope my thinking doesn't regress as I get older. Your thoughts?
Well, what they're arguing, I think they're arguing with Mikal Zebra, whom I love, but I haven't caught up on this yet.
Let's do that during the break.
Yeah,
There's a trade that happened last night.
Yeah, it happened as I was going to sleep. A lot of you may have already been sleeping. Matt Ishbia is the brand new owner of the Phoenix Suns. We talked a bit about him yesterday in Wine Wednesday. He paid $2 billion for the Phoenix Suns, and about 12 hours after the deal closed and became official, he and his cohorts pulled off a massive, massive trade.
Which I'll say, if he wanted to make a splash, is much better than hiring Isaiah Thomas.
Yes, which, by the way, to be fair, we should follow up on that. He came out in a press conference yesterday and said, yeah, I haven't hired anybody.
Yet.
I have a feeling that that's not going to go through. Anyways, Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant goes to Phoenix for Cam, what's his name? Cam
Johnson?
Johnson, thank you. Mikal Bridges.
That's a nice pickup.
Jake Crowder, 4 first-round picks unprotected.
23, 25, 27, 29. Boy.
Yeah.
I do want to remind Kevin Durant is 34 years old and Chris Paul is 37.
Yes. That is a massive, massive, massive move. And listen,
So just to be clear here real quick before you get into that. So between Durant and Irving, the Nets netted 5 unprotected first-round picks.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Danny Ainge is applauding them right now.
Well, Sean Marks is smart. And what Sean Marks is able to do, Sean was able to do, remember that the Nets really set up, and you could give them a lot of credit. Speaking of a Danny Ainge effect, you remember the Celtics are where they are right now largely because the Nets traded with the Celtics for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce. And the backflow that came to the Celtics pretty much included Jaylen Brown. And then the Jason Tatum thing was a stroke of brilliance because Danny Ainge, in effect, traded Markelle Fultz for Jason Tatum, and I forget what the other part of that deal was.
It was that first-round pick the Sixers had that belonged to the Kings.
That's right, the number 14 pick, which turned out to be
Romeo Langford, which did not work out. But hey,
whatever. Anyways,
in the moment, it was brilliant.
An absolute stroke of genius. And look, a lot of Kings fans were gripping about this trade. A lot of Kings fans right now, we've gone from oh my God, I just want to get in the playoffs, to, oh my God, if we don't make a serious move here, we're not winning the title.
We have to counter.
And I think it's important and I tweeted this out last night, and I wasn't really thinking, I wasn't thinking about salaries or the Herder pick. Just, I wanted to give everybody a visualization of, you want Kevin Durant, you want to make that move? Okay, because here's what it would have taken. And for salaries to match up, and for this to even be realistic, in my opinion, the Kings would have had to have traded, and you can move somebody in and out of here, but most likely, Jay, you tell me if you think this is about in that ballpark. Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell, and 4 first-round picks that obviously would have had to have been staggered around the Herder thing, or they would have had to resolve that with Atlanta.
Yeah, you would have probably had to give Atlanta just that pick unprotected next year.
Right.
And you're assuming they'd want it.
That's exactly
so it'd have
right.
been, you'd had to do first in 26, 28, 30, and 32.
And I think, by the way, you probably could have pulled that off with Atlanta, even though it wouldn't be a lottery, but it's a lot better than waiting down the road anyways for them. That's what it would have taken. And by the way, I don't know that Brooklyn takes that deal over the Phoenix deal.
It's hard to say. I think the Phoenix deal would probably be more intriguing simply because Phoenix's core of Paul and Durant now, and I know they have Booker and Ayton, obviously. I don't want to discount that, is going to get old very fast. Again, you're talking about a 37, 34-year-old. When you look down the line at those picks probably look very intriguing in 27 and 29, especially because they're unprotected.
I completely agree. So in return, you would have gotten 33-year-old Kevin Durant, who is fantastic. And if you win a title, who cares?
Oh, yeah, you win a title, you win the trade.
But I have a feeling...
At least from your angle, I should say.
I'm going to screenshot this trade.
Oh.
I'm going to put it out on Twitter today, and we're going to make that our Twitter poll. Because I have a feeling Kings fans would vote this down. But guess what? That's what it would take. You want to make moves like that? You're Alex Len and Rashawn Holmes and Terrence Davis plus a cup. That's not getting that done.
I know we got a few of those trades sent to us yesterday. I appreciate trying to wheel and deal, but again, there are other teams that are making offers too, as you saw. That's why deals like that never happen.
We'll continue on the trade deadline. By the way, the Kings play the Dallas Mavericks twice this weekend. Friday will be the debut of Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, as we understand it. And then their final game before the All-Star break in Phoenix against the Suns. By the way, no Kevin Durant for that, though. He's not expected till after the All-Star break.
Which makes that game a lot more winnable than it was.
Yes, it does, because they're going to be short a little bit. We'll take a break. When we come back, more trades happened, including the rest of the league apparently needing to help the Lakers get better.
Yeah, appreciate it, league.
Yeah, thanks. We'll get into that next.
It's been 5 years, but the Sacramento Kings finally have an all-star. Sactown Sports congratulates Domantas Sabonis on receiving the nod for the all-star game February 19th in Salt Lake City.
Here's Sabonis inside. He scores again and he's fouled. Sabonis rebound, rips it back down with the left-hand spike. Sabonis with a swat and a block on Turner.
Get all your coverage of the Kings at All-Star Weekend on Sactown Sports, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com. O'Reilly.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $6.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly.
Limits apply. See store for details.
Oh, from the darker side. Disturbed live. You're not among it down with the sickness. Take back your life tour. July 18th. Toyota Amphitheater. New album, Divisive. Available now. With special guest, Breaking Benjamin. And Ginger. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Don't miss Disturbed as part of the Hard Rock Sacramento concert series.
At Ashton & Price, we get injury victims to yes. Experience, yes. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years. No more insurance companies? Yes. Our clients focus on getting better and we handle all the rest. Results? Yes. We've collected over $100 million for injury victims. No fee until we win? Yes. Our clients pay nothing until we win. Ashton & Price, the best at getting to yes. Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Live and local.
Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
All right, that poll is up now. Would you take that trade? The fake trade.
I haven't voted yet.
You haven't voted yet? You're still thinking about it?
Yeah, I'm wrestling with it.
Wrestling with it?
Yeah.
I see the lead in there. By the way, the trade again. Barnes, Holmes, Keegan, Davion. plus 4 unprotected first-round picks for Kevin Durant, would you have done that? There were more moves yesterday, and somebody's helping Rob Pelinka. That's Jay's and my hypotheses.
There is a ghost GM in the Lakers front office.
Yeah, something happened here. Russell Westbrook goes to Utah. They also get the Lakers. They get D'Angelo Russell from the Timberwolves. 3 teams, 8 players. The Lakers get D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt, which are all 3 either starter or rotation, probably starters on that team. The Wolves get Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. The Jazz get Westbrook, Juan Toscano Anderson, Damian Jones, and a 2027 first-round pick that is top 4 protected. If the pick to the Jazz is not conveyed in 27, if it's in the top 4, it goes to a second-round pick. I was just talking to somebody on Twitter who said, Ainge kind of got hosed on that. I disagree.
I don't think he got hosed, but I don't think he got the best end of that deal.
Yeah, I think he did, and I'll tell you why. But he got the best end of the deal for what he's trying to do. Now, he didn't get the best end talent-wise. He didn't at all. But there's a couple things at play here. The Jazz have, and Danny Ainge has turned Mitchell and Gobert, plus a few other pieces like Conley, who was aging anyways, and has no place on that team. It's a good move for him to get him out of there and put him somewhere where he can be semi-relevant before he retires either this year or next. What Ainge did, he gets the pick, which is also a possible trade chip in future deals. I don't necessarily think that pick will convey. But he also gets a massive amount of cap space for this summer in the Westbrook deal expiring. And on top of that, we need to also remember this is part of the tank job. He also now has better odds at a better pick of his own this summer. And I think it's important to include that when you understand what they're trying to do. These players had no value to the Jazz. In fact, you could argue because they're good players, they have negative value for the Jazz. The work, and I think it's important to point out, and I am an absolute Danny Ainge stan, the work that he's done. I'll read what Wojnarowski wrote yesterday. They've assembled a massive package of assets. 15 unprotected or lightly protected first-round picks between now and 2029. They have a young core of Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, Colin Sexton, and Ochai Agbaji, and they're going to have over $60 million in cap space this summer. He's already done it before in Boston. He's doing it again in Utah. And the fact that he's able to trade this, and when you look at Walker Kessler compared to Rudy Gobert this year, and Kessler's a rookie, Gobert ain't even close to 4 first-round picks in a difference.
Now, that was the biggest hustle, I'm not going to say in NBA history, but boy, it didn't take long for that trade to not work out well for Minnesota and look great if you are the Utah Jazz. Especially because I believe they got Vanderbilt and Beasley in that deal, and now they've shipped out for another first.
And not only that, to your point, but when we talk about cap room as well, Walker Kessler makes significantly less than Rudy Gobert and will for the next 4 years.
No, he's a bargain.
So you have that core. You have those picks to work with. You have over $60 million in cap space either to sign.
That's where I'm going to call BS on everybody.
Okay.
Who have the Utah Jazz signed in their history with cap space?
That's where I was going to finish because I agree with you. They have $60 million in cap space to either sign free agents this summer,
which they won't,
or do what they almost certainly will do to absorb money in.
But that means, but here's where everyone forgets about Mr. Ainge. Danny is a master in acquiring draft capital, no doubt. And I'm not looking for ways to poo-poo Danny Ainge here.
Fine.
I'm with you. I think Danny Ainge, top 3, you can make an argument who's the best GM. He's one of the guys you can make an argument for. Top 3, not
He's
even
the closest thing I think we have to Jerry West when Jerry was in
He's been great.
Yeah.
He's also super picky about trading his draft capital.
Patient.
Well, there's patience, and then there's never moving it.
I was a big proponent of what you're saying, and this was a major talking point for me for a long time about Danny Ainge. Every trade deadline, it was, what's Danny Ainge going to do?
And he'd do nothing.
He'd be like, the Celtics trade 3 seconds for Fred Smith. But this Celtics team is almost entirely based on what Danny Ainge built and drafted.
100%.
And in the end, he was able to use that war chest in minor and major ways to amass what is right now, record-wise, not only the best team in the NBA, record-wise, a young team for the most part. And oh, by the way, they already made the finals last year. Like, they are a sustained talent.
I want to point out that they didn't make the finals with Danny Ainge as their GM.
No, but they made that. No,
the core was built. I get
this is
what
a
you're
George
saying.
Seifert, Barry Switzer situation. Like, this is Danny's team.
I think that's taking a little too much away from Brad Stevens. I agree with you. The core is Danny's. I'm not going to argue that. But I think Brad has also actually done a phenomenal job of putting other pieces around.
I don't disagree with who, by the way, Danny Ainge hired.
Yes, again, this is not a Danny Ainge is not the guy.
So I think what he's doing in Utah is not only is he setting up Utah for a dynastic run here shortly, and I don't necessarily mean a dynastic. You don't know if they're going to win any titles, but when I say dynastic run, I mean they're going to be a sustained playoff team and possible sustained title contender if
all the pieces fall into place. I 100% agree with you. I need to see the pieces fall into place, though, because there's a difference between doing it in Boston and Utah. Two completely different markets and organizations.
I agree, which is why I think which is why I think in Danny's war chest, he's kind of sliding it towards Utah based on what you just said, which is correct. He's got cap space and he has picks, which means he's going to look for any old distressed superstar, somebody who wants out, somebody the team's tired of. By the way, the Jazz 100% could have had Kevin Durant if they wanted yesterday.
Of course they
have that war chest.
But that would have made no sense.
It would have made no sense whatsoever. But you give Walker Kessler, Colin Sexton, you give that core another year, plus whoever they get in the draft this year, blah, blah, blah. Now you had somebody in to fit and take them over.
I will say this. And this will be very sneaky, and people will laugh at it right now. But given the war chest and the cap space, I think he has his eye on a potentially disgruntled Luka Doncic.
I agree with you.
And I think he could put together a package that Dallas would have absolutely no way to say no to.
I think the only issue I have there is, number one, would Luka Doncic freak out going to Salt Lake City? You feel like if he's going to go somewhere, he's going to go to a big market, or he's going to whine about it.
You're going to have to import his beer there, put it that way.
Number two, I don't know that Luka is a Danny Ainge player. Because I think, and this has been my theory, I think Luka Doncic is the natural progression. He's better than, but I will say it again. I think he's the natural progression of Russell Westbrook and James Harden. I think the three of them fill a lot of the same Venn diagram.
I just have a hard time going with that one, especially because he has already made a conference finals in his 4th season at 22 years old last year.
Didn't Harden?
Yeah, but Harden had Katie and Russ.
He did, and you're right, and
Dallas
that's fair.
had nothing of equivalent
fair.
talent
and
like
that's
that.
fair. And that's fair.
My whole thing is like, man, where's Luka going to be less distracted? The city of Dallas or the city of Salt Lake?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't know that Luka and his people are going to go for it. But Danny
if Danny has constructed it, like, let's put it this way. If they luck in and get number 1 and get Victor Wembanyama, there's no way Luka's saying no.
No, I agree with you there.
And they have marketing, you would have, oh my God.
I think the other thing I would throw out there too is, throughout history, we have to remember one thing. How often do superstars get traded within conference?
That's true, but again, that's what I mean. But look at what Danny has to work with.
I hear you.
I don't know if Dallas could say no to 46 first-round picks.
This almost never, ever happens. We'll take a break when we come back. Wow, are you serious? The hour's up?
Yes, Jason Ross time.
Dear goodness. All right. Jason Ross joins us. Don't forget, this is a trade deadline special with a sprinkling of 4-3 road trip. We'll go over the Kings last night, and right here it says on the sheet, was. I don't know what that means, but was. We're going to talk about was. We'll welcome in Jason Ross. We'll keep you updated on the trade. Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sactown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hands up, watch out for the screen. Okay, take 5. Hello, Sacramento and everyone out there in radio land, because I'm talking to you. Doug Christie here for the Good Feet store. Sound like I'm in a good mood? You bet I am. It's been a long time to turn things around, so excuse me if I savor the moment a bit. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about another turnaround that's just waiting to happen. It's that awful foot and foot-related pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back, even dreaded plantar fasciitis. Let me guess, you've probably tried drugstore remedies and even seen someone for it. I know I did, but nothing's working. The pain's not about to stop. So you get bummed and pretty much resigned to live with it. Well, speaking from experience, I can tell you that arch supports from the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet arch supports for back pain? Absolutely. We think it's time you felt good again. So come to the Good Feet store and get a free fitting and test walk. Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online, goodfeet.com.
In today's economy, buying a car can be scary. Dealers charging thousands more than sticker price, financing terms that crunch the family's budget, all on a vehicle with short manufacturer's warranties. Well, let Elk Grove Kia put you at ease. Elk Grove Kia says no dealer markup on select models. The folks at Elk Grove Kia have over 100 years of combined experience. We approve everyone. No credit, little credit, bad credit, no problem. Bankruptcies, foreclosures, no problem. Charge-offs, late payments, repos, no problem. Elk Grove Kia is home to the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Talk about peace of mind. Nothing to worry about for 20 years or 200,000 miles guaranteed. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone would do that? But not everyone does. Only Elk Grove Kia. Why would you buy anywhere else? If you've been holding off on buying a new car, now is the time. Check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. It's all going on at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Don't wait. Your new car is waiting for you here at Elk Grove Kia today.
It was 1879 when the first President's Day was established, and it's been a holiday ever since. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. I'm guessing when the Keys family opened the first Naturewood Home Furnishing store in 1948, a President's Day sale was not top of the mind. But the family probably celebrated the holiday with a picnic and a big slice of cherry pie. The store name Naturewood was selected to reflect the quality of the wood furniture for sale. And that focus on quality continues today with brands like FlexSteel, Trailway, Stickley, Fusion Designs, Stanton, and many, many more. The Naturewood Home Furnishings President's Day sale is the perfect time for you to find the right accent piece for your living room, a new bed for your bedroom, or to completely refurnish your entire home. See all the fine furniture and accessories on sale with Naturewood's President's Day sale. Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with memories for tomorrow. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Samsung laundry set with extra large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 28 minutes, making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Samsung. Ends March 1st. Pricing valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. Gas Dry Extra, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Every piece of land has a story. Some right there is behind the wheel of a John Deere 1 Series tractor, like the Upshaws.
This is my tractor Penny. It's all about attention to detail.
But the Nelsons love cruising around their expansive Montana ranch in their John Deere Gator UV.
We've been here since 1868.
While the Caggianos drive a John Deere zero-turn mower to keep their Long Island brewery looking sharp.
Don't call me, don't bother me. I'm going out to mow for a couple hours.
Run with us and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your local sports leader in the 916. This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning. Happy NBA trade deadline Thursday with your Sactown Sports headlines. I'm Jay Mars. It was an ugly game last night in Houston, but hey, it's all good when Sacramento comes out on top.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
De'Aaron Fox finished that fourth quarter with 13 points to go for his game high. Almost said season high. That's not season high. 31 points go along with 11 assists. Kings back in action tomorrow night against Kyrie Irving and the Mavericks. More NBA trade deadline news. Kevin Durant is heading from Brooklyn to Phoenix in a huge three-way deal. We'll get into that more with Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Trade deadline special. We got you covered till 10 with both of us, till 11 with Jason. Then we got you covered all the way till 6 p.m. when it happens, if it happens. We got you. We will break in. Also, Sam Amick, not at 8. Sam Amick at 9 today for a special double segment, video and everything, we're told, as the trade deadline is upon us. Jason Ross, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you.
Yeah.
That was nice of you.
It was nice.
That was sweet.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, actually. I should thank you.
I mean,
I meant it.
I know you did. Yeah. It was very nice. It was a nice trade deadline thing. Well, you know.
It could have been a gift that there was some return.
It could have been a gift. What?
There could have been a gift that I returned.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I didn't.
You didn't?
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I posed before. We're going to get into the Kings game here in a second, but we were talking right before you got here about the trade yesterday, the big Kevin Durant trade. And today's poll question, the best I could think of is, and obviously there'd have to be some maneuverations here on the picks, but in order to get the Nets to listen to the Kings, I think, about Kevin Durant yesterday, because I think, I heard a lot of, we got to do something. We got to make a move. Everyone's getting better. Okay. All right. So Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell, and 4 unprotected firsts. That's my best guess as to the ballpark of what the Suns offered. And I don't even know if that's a better offer to the Nets than what the Suns offered. But I think that's about what it would take to get in the game on Kevin Durant. And by the way, assuming he would come here and be fine with that. Mm-hmm. We're not even talking about that. I put the poll up. Would you take that deal as a Kings fan? Yes, let's win now. Nope, it's too much. We already have, in 20 minutes, we have 500 votes. 78% say that's too much.
They love their players.
Every fan base is the same. We got to get better. But we are going to give you either the players that aren't contributing, that are extra, that we're down on, we're going to give you all of them because, hey, they'll do better with the other team. And, and it's like the rule you always have to remember around this time is other general managers get paid to do a job too. So I don't know. If you want to get in that game, it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
It's going to be painful. And you're going to say goodbye to some players that you're going to be sitting there having Luka Doncic PTSD or whatever saying, did we just give up, Tyrese Halliburton?
Right.
That hurt a lot. But you got some bonus.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we get to last night because there was actual basketball.
Yes, there a version of it.
A version of it as the Sacramento Kings, I think it's safe to say, escaped
100%
with the victory.
Yeah, it was a weird journey because they're the way the game now playing it back in my head. I remember when Keegan Murray hit the three that gave him a 5-point lead, which 5 is nothing, and there was plenty of time left.
Right.
It felt like, okay, good. Whew, finally, here we go.
Yeah.
Like, just get this thing up to about 10 or 11, and it was a struggle, but a win. And then I thought they were done. Absolutely done. And they found a way. They played all 48 minutes and snuck out of there with a W.
And props to them.
Yeah.
You could argue they shouldn't have been in that position, but we knew this. End of a 7-game trip. You're tired. You're ready to go. This was such a long trip. Somebody actually had a baby on the trip.
Yes.
And now everybody comes back home. And, oh, by the way, welcome back. You're now going to play a game in which most likely the debut of Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and you're going to play them 2 nights in a row.
Correct.
And we'll get into this at some point later. It's almost like we don't have enough time, even though we're on for 5 hours, but talking about tomorrow's game, and we'll preview that a lot Friday. I'm just telling you right now, and I've been thinking about it since that trade happened. Friday's game is scaring the crap out of me. Because not only are you dealing with all of that, and we don't know what Luka and Kyrie are going to do, you can't scout it. It's the first time they're ever going to be on the floor together. Also, notoriously, throughout the years, first home game after a long road trip. How does that usually go for the Sacramento Kings? Yeah. But last night we pointed out before you got here, and I know you saw this watching the game and doing the post game last night. I will put a little of the onus on the Rockets here because that inbounds play, they run the first one, the foul, you go down to, I think, 1.7 seconds. Then they run the second inbounds play. Malik flips it, gets the steal. It was the same inbounds play.
Right.
They ran it twice in a row, and Fox recognized it, called it out. I don't know if that's on Silas or the players ignored him, but somewhere along the line, that is a bad team doing bad team things.
Yeah, I think I'm looking back in the last minute of the way the Kings won the game. There's a couple things the Rockets will kick themselves for.
Yeah.
That play specifically, even the play after, let's see, I think Fox finally scored when they were down 5 to cut. It was the steal. Fox picks Jalen Green, steals. And for whatever reason, Houston was in a hurry.
Right.
And they go down to the other end, and Keegan Murray takes a charge. Imagine if they take 20 seconds off the clock, 22 seconds off the clock, and miss. They took about 3 and gave a charge and gave the ball right back to the Kings.
It's a great
and you
point.
just go, well, it's a heck of a charge taken. Kings go down and score. Now it's a 1-point game. They even get one more stop, and that's the sequence where the Kings had about 4 looks at the rim and couldn't score. But I think Houston, the inexperienced part, really showed in the last minute.
Yes, it did. And, it's interesting as we hopefully are at the beginning of a long and sustained road of success for this Kings team. One of the things that I think a lot of people are kind of smiling to themselves, I know I am noticing, is these are mistakes the Kings made many times in the past. It's interesting to be on the other side where you're the high IQ, talented, veteranish team that takes advantage of these things late in games and winning time. And on Houston radio today, if they're even talking about it, it's all about, the Rockets pried a loss from the jaws of victory yesterday. The foul call at the end of the game, we played earlier, Craig Ackerman and former King Ryan Hollins on the call. And Hollins especially, they both were incredulous. But if you go back and you look at the Houston broadcast, they showed 3 angles. And I don't blame Ackerman or Hollins one bit. From those 3 angles, it looked like the Rockets got completely hosed. They missed the one angle. The referees pulled after the game. They were asked about that call. They said, we had no doubt it was a foul on the floor. And then after looking at the replay after the game, no doubt that it was a foul. And it was a foul.
Yeah.
It was, and that may sound Sacramento and homeristic, but I think if you look at the play, Bledsoe clearly bumped De'Aaron Fox, Gordon, excuse me, clearly bumped De'Aaron Fox on the hip. The ball bounces off the side of the backboard. It was a clear foul that it's also a play too, Jason, that I could have also seen them earlier this season not calling and then us freaking out about that. I don't think that was any more. Let me ask you this, Jason. That call last night or the Klay Thompson foul on Kevin Huerter, which to you was more obvious and was a bigger foul?
Probably last night, I guess.
I think it's really close.
Yeah.
And I think you may
I'd have to see the Klay foul again, but
right.
I mean, I did think it was a foul last night.
It was a foul last night, as was the Huerter foul against Klay Thompson. They didn't call one, they called the other, and guess what? The Kings actually got a call, but they didn't get the better. This is not going to show up on the last 2 minutes today as a bad call. It was the correct call, but Houston's going to think they got screwed.
Yeah, the one I wonder, because there was a non-call, did you think De'Aaron fouled Gordon?
I did.
Going over now they ended up being Rockets ball.
Correct.
But I wasn't certain it was off Gordon either. I know they were saying that it was clearly off Gordon. I couldn't tell 100%.
It looked like it went off his fingertips, but I agree with you.
It wasn't clear to me.
But Fox fouled him. I think it was a moot point.
Which might be in the last 2-minute report.
I also think, and I forget exactly how late this was, but I also think Fox did the triple bunny hop. And at some point during the game, I think they missed a call there for traveling. And I really think the one that I think really got away with was late in the game. You'll remember the play. It was Keegan on one side, Sabonis on the other. It was about 3 offensive rebounds, tip. And at one point, Keegan goes back. He comes down.
Yeah, I think he traveled.
That was a travel.
Yeah.
So the Kings, that last call with Gordon was, I always mix that up too, was a correct call. But I do think Rockets fans have something to talk about today, and it's very fair that there were also some calls missed as well earlier in the game that benefited the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, and like we always say, you'd like to put yourself in a position where none of that will matter. The Kings were in that position where it did matter. It was a big call. And then De'Aaron still has to make the free throws. Another reason why they won the game, they missed 2 free throws all night.
Yes.
They were great.
They were great. And De'Aaron Fox couldn't even miss a free throw when he tried.
Exactly.
That was
the last one.
That third free throw.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about with Katie. Earlier today, I was talking to Jay. I said, I was on the phone with Katie last night. She was driving back, and then I forgot what I was going to bring up. I want to ask you this. I know you're not superstitiously like me, but I was giving her crap because I said, listen, you got dangerously close to an announcer jinx last night where De'Aaron stepped up and he made that first free throw. And then Katie says, the first one's always the toughest one. And as soon as she said that, I went, oh, God. If this bounces off the rim next, everyone's going to blame you for this. And so we had a little bit of that's not as egregious as him going to the line before the first free throw saying, De'Aaron Fox, 8 of 8 tonight.
Right. He never misses in these situations.
There's no chance. Yeah, that's an announcer jinx. And, of course, Katie does not believe in announcer jinxes, shockingly. All turned out well. They're 4-3 on the road trip, and now they come back. And Jason Ross, don't know why I used your first and last name there, but, hey, I'm setting the stage. We now begin the gauntlet. The Sacramento Kings have the 3rd most difficult schedule remaining in the NBA, as you and I know. This will go up and down, but it wasn't that long ago. They were in the, I think, mid-20s. Now they're all the way up to the 3rd most difficult schedule. Only the Clippers and the Philadelphia 76ers at this point have a tougher schedule, and the West got better.
Yeah, and what else is going to happen in the next few hours? I mean, last night, obviously, you've already talked about KD, but with 3 games left with Phoenix, that changed drastically.
Yeah.
Now, on the positive, you're done with the Lakers. I think they got better.
Yes.
Now you're a team that's played them all 4 times. Maybe the Lakers beat up on some teams to help the Kings. But in the end, it's about what the Kings do, how they play, how they feel, how they stay healthy. And things are still pretty good going right now with the Sacramento Kings.
We will take a break. When we come back, and it's just a 60-second break here, don't forget Sam Amick, a special trade deadline edition of Sam, a double dose of him. And YouTube folks will have that on video for you. 3 for Madness. We got a lot to talk about, including this second, right now, where do you have the Kings finishing the regular season? That and more on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Are you staying warm and comfortable this winter? It's Carmichael Dave. I want you to take advantage of American Energy's $49 furnace tune-up today. Make sure your furnace is running efficiently and safely with their 30-point tune-up that will save you money in the long run and help prevent major repairs or replacement down the road. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right, Rocco on the YouTube chat says, let's talk facts, Dave and Jason.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what you got to help me out with more. What other facts? What are we? I'm curious. I want to know what Rocco wants us to talk about.
Well, I don't understand. What are the 2 emojis attached to that?
That is, I believe that's the beam.
Oh.
So does he want us to talk facts? 3 is one. 3 is a prime number.
Yeah.
Daniel Day-Lewis, excellent actor.
Kings 4-3 on the roadie. Cannot dispute that.
And Jay Mars about to do 3 for Madness. All facts.
All facts.
Question 1.
As it stands this second, so at 7:15 a.m. in 10 seconds.
Before any other moves are made.
Where do you have the Kings finishing the regular season?
God, I don't know, Jay.
Oh gosh, darn it.
Back to you.
Either 6 or 7.
Whoa.
And I'm really waffling on that.
Whoa.
For them to be 7, that means this. I do believe the Suns and Clippers will pass the Kings.
Okay.
As it is right now, both the Suns, the Clippers actually, and the Dallas Mavericks are all 3 games back of Sacramento. Sacramento has 28, I believe, games left. They're all 2 games back. By the end of the weekend, the Sacramento Kings conceivably, very conceivably, could be tied for the 2 seed because the Grizzlies host Minnesota and then go to Boston.
Okay.
Or they could be tied with the Dallas Mavericks for the 4 seed. I do think the Suns and Clippers will end up passing the Kings. I don't know about the Mavericks. My instinct tells me no. I'm going to be a homer, and I'm going to say 6.
Okay. I'm going to drop 1 spot to 4.
Okay.
Just 100% guess. We're dwindling on number of games. Teams got better.
Yeah.
I would really be worried about Phoenix. Really worried about Phoenix.
Sure. There's a lot of health there, though, too.
There is.
I mean, we
Or
can't.
lack thereof.
We just can't control for that. I feel like it's going to be better from here on out as we get closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, if somehow Kevin Durant didn't come back, I still think Chris Paul, Booker, Ayton, health, like those 3, it's a really good team.
I am curious how much.
They just fell when Booker went away.
Right. I really love Mikal Bridges.
That's part, like when you're asking about that Kings trade, it sounds like what the Nets wanted was Bridges, a 2-way player, a young 2-way player that has star potential. I think that was what they were really coveting there.
By the way, Phoenix has the 6th toughest schedule remaining. The Clippers.
Yeah, because they play the Kings 3 times.
Yes, they do.
Bring it.
And Dallas, the 24th most difficult schedule remaining. By the way, Dallas has 3 games remaining with the Kings. Phoenix has 3 games remaining with the Kings. The Clippers have 2 remaining with the Kings. So the Kings control their destiny a little bit here, too. Number 2.
Question 2.
After acquiring Kevin Durant in the early morning, are the Suns the new team to beat in the West?
So we're talking title, not 1 seed, obviously, I think. So if that's how we interpret the conversation. On paper, they are. On paper, they are. You've got Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton, and Kevin Durant. On paper, I believe that is the best healthy team in the Western Conference. With apologies, we're focusing on the Kings right now. How do you think the Grizz and Nuggets feel?
Right. What do they do? Warriors, the defending champs.
Right.
What are they? I feel like the move or the counter is on some of these teams that also feel like they're championship caliber.
I agree with you too. And with apologies to the Clippers as well, who I think are, if they're healthy, made for the playoffs. But I do think Phoenix is now the team to beat. That is a solid team, and what's shaping up here in a perfect scenario for the Suns is, despite the fact that Chris Paul and Devin Booker and Kevin Durant have all missed significant time this year, if they get right, that's a lot of load management on them that they've saved up throughout the year.
TJ Warren's a nice piece too that they added in there. So I think I like what Phoenix did. I like their star power. I like they kept the core of what got them to where they are. I mean, Bridges was a big part of what they did, but to keep Ayton, Paul, and Booker. Actually, when I first saw that the Suns were getting Kevin Durant, I thought they were losing one of those three.
That's what I thought too.
And
I thought it would be Ayton, to be honest.
Yeah, the fact that they kept all of that, I think they're win right. I think, to me, honestly, the overall bigger picture, and this, I know we're going to talk about the immediacy, where I'm more concerned for the Kings is next year.
Yeah.
Because I think the Lakers got better. I don't think it's going to matter this year.
Sure.
The Clippers still have 2 studs. The Mavericks have 2 studs. The Suns will be awesome.
With the Suns, though, just question 2B.
Oh, Denver.
Do you all worry? There are some very big personalities on that team. All 4 of those guys you mentioned in that starting lineup have their own personality quirks. Do you see that becoming an issue, possibly?
I think it would be irresponsible not to acknowledge that, especially in light of the fact that we have probably seen that. Well, we have seen the death of what was probably the worst super team ever created. When you think about how good those players were, we went from Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden to Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and Ben Simmons to Kevin Durant and Ben Simmons. And now it's Ben Simmons' team.
Nah, it's more Mikal Bridges' team, if you ask me.
So, yeah, there's a lot of personalities there, but I also think there's a lot of people there. Never underestimate the need to prove yourself.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of chips on a lot of shoulders.
Jason, you think it could be an issue with the personalities on that team?
I think, no. I think they're going to win enough. I think Ayton won't be hurt.
Right.
I think it's Booker, Paul, and Durant's
But
team.
that's just the thing. If Ayton's not hurt, Ayton's already shown he doesn't exactly have a lot of love for the org.
Yeah.
Oof.
He'll play.
Question 3.
Jason, you brought up the Lakers, so I'm going to bring them up. Do you think they did enough to make the play-in this season?
They're 2 games out right now. They'd have to pass the Thunder, pass the Jazz, and then either catch the Blazers or Warriors, assumedly. Jason, what do you think?
They got a lot of work to do. This team is broken. I would have done what they did. They got better.
Yeah.
They certainly got better. It made sense what they did as far as improving the team. But LeBron is having as good of a season as ever. AD at one point, we were talking, man, if he's healthy, he's playing like an MVP. Well, he had played. Westbrook was actually adjusting to his role off the bench. They're broken. They're 5 games below 500. They adjusted and added things that will make them better. But there's not a lot of time. And I think Jay and I talked about this yesterday. Like when trade deadline things happen and we get all excited, the quick fix in the last 25 games doesn't always happen.
No.
And when you're 5 below 500, you start talking about they have 27 games left. Let's give them 17 and 10 would be nice. That's 42 wins. That's probably in.
Jason, did we say yesterday we thought 37 would be the 10th seed in the play-in this year?
Roughly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now you're going 12 and 15. Okay, that seems doable, but that's above the pace they've been playing.
D'Angelo Russell, Patrick Beverly, LeBron James, Rui Hachimura, and Anthony Davis, with Schroeder, Beasley, Reeves, and Vanderbilt, your main guys off the bench. I think that's good enough to get in the play.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to make noise. But I think a lot of that too is addition by subtraction, and I think there's going to be a lot of, with Russ out, there's going to be a lot of deep breathing, and also, by the way, I don't know what the hell's wrong with Anthony Davis.
Right,
that whole thing there, I don't know what that was.
Sure looked like a thing.
He's got poo-poo face.
We will take a break. I've got I have a homework assignment for y'all during the break because. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to lead off with a bonus 3 for Madness question based upon some info on Twitter. We might be on the same page.
We might be, and if not, then we'll have a 5 for Madness. So let's do it that way. Let's do
trade deadline related.
Agreed.
Sacramento Kings related.
Agreed.
Awesome. I guarantee you we're on the same train.
Do you think we're on the same
I
train?
do.
Okay, we'll do that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Quick Quack Car Wash.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Thursday. You're out the door to a cool start, so grab those layers. Expect to see some patchy areas of fog around the valley, but into the afternoon, bright and sunny with highs today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The great outdoors, exciting and beautiful, but they're also dusty and muddy. So after every adventure, I head to Quick Quack Car Wash. No one would expect I spent more of my weekend parked on a trail than in my garage. Head to Quick Quack for a shine that lets you defy expectations.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobbit, Hobbit Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What are you doing for Chrysler's President's Day sale?
We have some great deals on America's favorite adventure vehicle. Right now, you can lease a brand new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited Sahara 4xe at $439 per month for 39 months with $39.95 due at signing. Or get a 2022 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe for $569 per month for 24 months with $39.95 due at signing.
You won't find another dealership who's looking to take care of you like Hobbit. No dealer markups, big savings, and a great selection. Why go anywhere else? Stop by today for a test drive or see our full selection at hobbitdodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
Total net savings calculated with all rebates and dealer discounts. This offers for well-qualified buyers based on MSRP, less applicable rebates and offers. Lease based on 10,000 miles annually. Must finance through Chrysler Capital Ally. Residency restrictions may apply. Must take retail delivery by 2/28/23 and pay $395 disposition fee at the end of the lease. Rebates may include $3,000 California BC Carb State Regional Lease Bonus Cash and 7,500 CCRA tax credit. Not all lessees will qualify. Consult a tax professional for details and restrictions. Subject to change in eligibility. Payments include Hobbit dealer discount rebates and $39.95 due at signing. All payments are calculated before tax, title, and license. Wrangler example VIN PW505170. Grand Cherokee example VIN N8747663.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Your Sacramento Kings are back at Golden One Center this weekend for a back-to-back showdown against Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks. Enjoy special entertainment on Friday as the Kings celebrate Black History Month, and again Saturday when the team hosts a pride party. Limited seats remain to see De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and the Beam Team live this weekend taking on the Mavs. So visit kings.com/tickets now to get your seats. That's kings.com/tickets.
We hear you. Light the beam.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
The other workers' comp insurance company, they were going to reclassify our business, and then they were going to charge me $50,000.
Meet Natalie, owner of the carpentry shop. Shocked by an unexpected bill, she knew it was time to switch her workers' comp provider. That's when she found Pi Insurance.
When we got the quote back from Pi, it was a sigh of relief. They put us in a policy where we fit.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
I'm grateful that there's a company out there that's willing to insure us little guys, because every dollar counts.
With Pi Insurance, you get pricing and coverage made for small businesses. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Come join Nick Cattles and the Sactown Sports finalists competing for a chance at $50,000 in a football toss on Saturday, February 11th, starting at 11 a.m., courtesy of Elk Grove Dodge and the Hard Rock.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was not the prettiest game last night in Houston, but in the end, the Kings come away victorious.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged the bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
Not sure why it was legitimately a foul, but hey, can't fault the fans for being a little angry that their team lost last night. On top of those 3 free throws, De'Aaron finished the game with 31 total points and 11 assists. The Kings are back in action tomorrow night against Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. We had some big trades happen yesterday in the NBA, the biggest of all of them. All-star forward Kevin Durant was traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that included Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, and 2029, and a 2028 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Today's poll, would you give up, because, we're having fun, would you have given up Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, Keegan Murray, Davion Mitchell, and 4 first-round draft picks, obviously with Atlanta taken care of, for Kevin Durant? 700 of you have voted. We don't have much of a change. 79% say no. We have an extra overtime 3 for Madness question from Jay.
Yes, in honor of De'Aaron Fox not sending the game into OT yesterday, we had to send this into OT.
Yeah.
Today. That's how it works. That's contractual obligations. Our colleague in Arizona from 98.7 FM out there, John Gambador, just threw out, and for context, Gambo is probably the most locked in Phoenix Suns guy as far as intel from their front office. Like, he knows what's going on. He's put it out there that Mikal Bridges, if the Nets want to acquire more draft capital, could net them an additional 3 first-round picks.
Net them.
See what I did there? I'm super smart.
You are.
So let me be very clear here, because I'm going to bring the Kings into this. They would have to be worked in as a third team in that Nets Suns trade.
Yeah.
But let's say they get Atlanta to agree to just take next year's first-round pick, take the protections off. Would you be willing to deal salary filler, which would look like, I have it pulled up on the trade machine, Terrence Davis, Alex Lynn, and Rashawn Holmes, and 3 firsts, so 26, 28, and 30 for Mikal Bridges. And now you have a core of Bridges, Fox, Sabonis moving forward.
God, I love Mikal Bridges. And he's also under team control for an additional 3 years after this at a very, getting Mikal Bridges for 21, 23, and 25 million over the next 3 years.
But it's going to cost you 3 firsts, and like I said, salary filler, so you don't have to worry about losing anyone from the core this year. You're adding to the core, if anything, for guys that don't play or play sparingly, I should say.
No.
Wow. All right.
It's an overpay.
I just keep thinking
I'm struggling. Jason, I hear you. I think it's an overpay too, but I'm like, man, that guy, when you talk about a missing piece, whew.
I mean, it feels like if you're giving up, you should get Kevin Durant. You should
Yeah.
get a known quantity. Like, not that Bridges isn't a known quantity, but I don't know. I wouldn't.
I'm trying to make sure that I'm not penalizing the King. When I hear a Kings first round draft pick, I shudder because, lottery pick.
Mm-hmm.
But under what I think is...
Well, you could also lightly protect the picks, probably.
I would imagine so. And I also think it's a fairly safe assumption they re-sign or extend Sabonis.
Yeah, so your core moving forward for quite some time would be Fox, Sabonis, and Bridges.
And so the idea there would be that those first round picks, at least the first couple, and maybe you put some light protections on the third, you're talking about mid-range picks.
Fingers crossed.
Right, exactly. Is 6'6" sustainable at the 3?
Yeah, because his arms are as long as
It's
the
a
floor to the
smaller
ceiling.
3.
But his arms are his length is crazy.
Okay, so I'm going to give you that. Actually ties into what I wanted to ask, so we can actually do these together. I'm going to give you a choice between doing that and making a trade. That trade would be with the Brooklyn Nets. and it would be Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes for Ben Simmons. Straight up, no picks.
So it's, again, what is it?
Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes for Ben Simmons. So you're losing Barnes.
No.
That's
Jason?
the difference.
Nope. I feel like Jason's on. Can it be? Yes.
But you're keeping your draft capital.
Mm-mm.
You're getting a better defender.
You have to play to defend. That's where that comes in.
I mean, that's that. I hear you. And I know
What's the best ability?
The ability to play defense.
Defendability.
It's availability. You
I'm
know
not-
what's the twin sibling of availability? Reliability. And Ben Simmons is neither.
And I'm not, by the way, pushing that. This isn't me saying you should do that. I want to look at the two lined up. I
love the trade deadline. So fun.
I know.
Can I give you a player I want the Kings to get?
I would love you to do that because I'm stressing out right now.
I think he is along the same lines. I don't think he's available. I haven't heard him in one trade rumor. I would love the Kings to get DeAndre Hunter from the Hawks.
Oh, I wouldn't mind
6'8", two-way player, offense, defense, probably less expensive.
Just signed a new deal, right? So he's
Yeah.
under team control.
I think he's 25.
I'm a big DeAndre Hunter proponent.
And when everybody talks about John Collins, I'm like, I would go after DeAndre Hunter.
If he was available and you have the assets, I agree with Jason. I think DeAndre Hunter would be fantastic on this team.
One of the things that I like about that, beyond the obvious. So DeAndre Hunter is making 9.8,
But I think he jumps, right?
9.8.
It does.
Yeah, let me.
So now would be the perfect time to acquire him.
Then he's like 20.
Yeah.
I mean, he's getting paid going forward, but you would think he's one of your core pieces.
Put it this way, Atlanta wanted to hold on to him more than Kevin Huerter.
DeAndre Hunter jumps next year to 20, then 22, 23, and 25. So he signed for 4
Reasonable.
years.
Yeah.
He's on a similar deal to Bridges then.
Very, very reasonable. So
I think he's a year younger, maybe. I mean, they're basically the same age. Both two-way guys. He's a little taller, but both are great.
But if I'm the Atlanta Hawks, I'm trying to think. If I'm the Atlanta Hawks, I'm also probably, because right as you said, Hunter is being paid $10 million this year. Easy acquire, money-wise. But if I'm the Hawks, I there's nothing the Kings can really give me unless, of course, again, we're talking about a Keegan Murray type of thing. Like Rashawn Holmes' salary, by the way, it matches up. The Hawks will never, ever do that in a million years. So,
unless they want to do some redirection that gets expirings.
What I'm wondering is who on the Hawks is money they'd like to get rid of.
Yeah.
Capella signed for another 3 years at 18.7.
I feel like Capella's the guy, right? Because I feel like Capella, especially in that offense with Trae Young throwing lobs, like I feel like Rashawn Holmes could excel in Atlanta. Like I feel like Capella has excelled in two systems where, like, put him on Sacramento, for instance, I don't think he's great. I think he's pretty overpaid. That's my take.
That's God, you got me, Jason. Dang it. I'm looking at this right now. Because I think the Hawks would make you take some stuff back. The other thing I'm looking at too is what I would really enjoy about that trade is it gives you an opportunity to do something with that pick you owe Atlanta. You can adjust that somehow and maybe free yourself.
Would we all agree it's actually probably best for the Kings at this point to ask Atlanta in some sort of, I don't know where, to like, hey, let's take all the protections off and just convey them the pick unprotected next year? I know that's like scary to think about, but given your trajectory, and it'd free you up to, again, move off of picks in 26, 28, and 30 if you wanted to.
Sure. I don't know why I'm putting in this trade, and the Hawks are acquiring $33.5 million in salary. The Kings are giving up $33.3 million in salary and saying the trade's failed. So
which trade machine are you on?
I'm on the ESPN trade machine,
which is a failure in itself. You need to use the FanSpo one.
So here's my question for you guys, and this is under the assumption that the Hawks are playing a smoke screen, and they really want to get rid of this guy. If the Hawks said to you, "Yeah, but you got to make it bigger," we're gonna need Barnes, Holmes, and Davis,
Magic City.
And you can have Hunter, but you have to take Collins.
You're saying yes.
For Barnes, Holmes, and Davis.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's a salary move, obviously, with Collins, and that's the assumption that they're a little more off of Collins than we're thinking.
Yeah, you probably also have to give another pick there, I think, or at least a couple seconds. You're going to have to give some draft capital
agree
for
with
that
you,
one.
But do you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That might be one worth because, again, I think John Collins in Atlanta, I think he'd be better off somewhere. And, again, I really like Hunter.
I really like Hunter, too.
It would be crazy then because a big part of your core is 3 former Atlanta Hawks core members.
Well, we're talking about all these packages, too. And one thing we're not talking about, which makes all the sense in the world because this person is on the block, assumedly, is in the Eastern Conference. And we were talking earlier, generally, you don't see a lot of interconferences. But if we're talking about this big pick package and going out and getting guys, are you in on OG Anunoby?
That's another one.
Yeah,
intrigued. Very intriguing. And I think he will net 3 first-round picks.
I think so, too.
Oof. Man.
Yeah.
The market has changed.
Blame Tim Connolly. He screwed it up with that Gobert trade.
You know what, though? As we go to break, I do think it's important to keep in mind for us in these conversations when we're talking especially about the Kings sending out all these first-round picks.
That Monty's texting all this to us right now?
Confirmed. The way the market has changed, that also doesn't mean the Kings down the road, if something didn't work out, couldn't reacquire first-round picks.
Sure.
You telling me?
You look what the Nets have done.
Yeah. What would De'Aaron or what would? And again, I'm talking about an emergency situation. What would Sabonis if they can't resign him? What?
Yeah.
How many picks do you get back for Sabonis in any sort of a deal? So, point being, that just because you trade him doesn't mean you don't ever get him. We're going to take a very quick break, literally 60 seconds. Jason's going to talk about our friends at ACR Solar. When we come back, don't call now. When we come back, we got a pair of Disturbed tickets for you to go see Disturbed and Breaking Benjamin, Toyota Amphitheater, July 19th. We'll take those callers, so hold through the break, and let's talk about how all this trade deadline movement affects your Sacramento Kings. Right back on Sactown Sports.
It's been 5 years, but the Sacramento Kings finally have an all-star. Sactown Sports congratulates Domantas Sabonis on receiving the nod for the all-star game February 19th in Salt Lake City.
Here's Sabonis inside. He scores again and he's fouled. Sabonis rebound, rips it back down with the left-hand spike. Sabonis with a swat and a block on Turner.
Get all your coverage of the Kings at All-Star Weekend on Sactown Sports, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
Hello. Hi. Jason Ross here. Let me tell you about our friends at ACR Solar and Home Services. They have been absolutely fantastic. We needed to get a brand new roof, a big task, a project never been a part of, but so thankful that ACR Solar and Home Services was there for us. We talked to a couple different companies that that are experts in roofing, and you should get that. You should get multiple estimates. And when we got to ACR Solar and Home Services, we felt right about the pairing and the connection and the communication they shared with us, obviously their work. And then when we went through the process, we were validated because they were absolutely fantastic. The communication was really what was important to us. When you ever have any kind of home project and you ask someone to come by and do something, and it's obviously important time. There's the inconvenience of people being at your home, but they were great. The communication when they would arrive, how long their day would go, what they were going to get done on each day, and the follow through and the support of what they did all held true. So that was really, really important to us. And then, of course, the end product. It looks great. We got a brand new roof, peace of mind, improving our home value. And we had all those storms a few weeks back, and we made it through just fine. And we are so thankful to ACR Solar and Home Services. Of course, they do solar. They do many other things. Check them out at acrsolar.com.
For a precision-crafted performance, the decision is easy. A new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Get the driving experience you've been waiting for in a new Acura. Get the best selection and customer service you deserve from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or use our online express store at AcuraofStockton.com. Acura of Stockton will buy your trade, even if you don't buy from us. Don't settle for less than precision-crafted performance of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton and AcuraofStockton.com.
The Beach Boys. Live in concert. Saturday, March 18th. All new and all incredible. The venue at Thunder Valley. The Beach Boys return to the stage. Buy your tickets now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the Beach Boys live.
the only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
I want to make sure nobody was cheating. Trying to call in early. In honor of the Sacramento Kings road trip. We'll take caller 4 as in how many wins they had at 1-800-920-1140. 1-800-920-1140. A pair of tickets to go see Disturbed with Breaking Benjamin at the Toyota Amphitheater July 19th. Let's set the stage here. Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave, Jay Mars. It is a trade deadline special. Sam Amick will join us at 9 a.m. Special time for Sam today, and he will be with us pretty much that entire half hour via video. If news breaks during his conversation, we'll have it with him, or he'll pause. And
you'll want to see his reaction.
Yes, you absolutely will.
And also hear us recklessly speculate about what is breaking on his end.
Pretty much what we're here to do with all of you today. We're all in this together. We all have our fingers crossed. We're all waiting to see if something happens or if, it doesn't happen. But want to take a moment and acknowledge all of you on the YouTube chat. We have a ton of you in there. Obviously, it's a big, big day. We're all in this together. I don't have time to name everybody, but you know who you are. I'm just going to, on this page, Philip, Russell, Bradley, AA. Hey, Jason Ross, Chuck, Earl. Okay, not so much Earl. Francisco, Rocco, Philip, all of you. And, of course, all the regulars from MC to Zeebs to everyone else. Thank you so much. We got people checking in from Australia. And
wow.
You know what? Do me a favor, would you? I always like seeing this. We used to do a roll call on my old night show.
Yeah.
We should start something like that again here.
Yeah.
Let me know where you're listening from, even if it's Alberta or Elk Grove or whatever. In fact, I will.
I am too.
You are? Okay. I'm just going to put here Sacramento off 160. There you go. That's where I'm listening from. Portland, Chula Vista. Hey, Danny. Edward in South Korea, is that right? Wow. Look at that. Oh, never mind.
What?
Oh, no, he did say, okay, Oregon. He said
Aren't
Portland,
you
Oregon. You're listening and watching from the studio. The call is coming from within the house. All right, so we do have a winner there. Thank you so much if you made that attempt to call.
Philippines.
Fiji.
Oaktown.
Wow, look at these. Look at where everybody's at. Rockland, Redwood City, Oceanside. Nice. Katy, Texas.
How about that?
Katy, Texas. Oh, do you see who
I
that
know
is?
who that is.
I believe, let me just say this. I believe that is a brand new grandma.
Yes.
Brand new addition.
Congrats.
Hello, and lots of love to Mrs. Fox.
Yeah.
As well, listening as well. And she called in last week with Deuce.
Mhm.
Always open on any of our show. We always have a chair for her, and I absolutely, I think, speak for all Kings fans. Love her to death. Well, look at all you guys checking in. That is fantastic. We're all in this together. And Jason, with all those moves happening yesterday.
Yeah.
We asked this earlier. Did any of those moves, in your best guess, point to you and say, okay, because of this move, I'm moving the Kings down a spot?
I think it was the last one of the night, Phoenix, because they're behind the Kings. I think they're a good team. They were the 1 seed at one point. Booker goes out. Remember, their season goes so fast, but there was a time where, and when we had Sam Amick on several weeks ago, maybe closer to a couple months ago, he was early talk with Booker about MVP candidacy.
Yeah.
That's long gone now, but they were playing that well, and they were highly thought of. And now you had Kevin Durant, and it didn't compromise Booker or Paul or Ayton. So I think they're going to be tremendous when all is right and all is healthy. But honestly, right now, I think it's harder to totally change your team in the final 25 games.
Yes.
Where I think the Suns were already good, and now they're just getting people back and adding Durant. My example is the Lakers. They got better.
Yes.
But they're broken, and they got a lot of fixing up to do. Where I'm concerned for the Kings is less about this year. I just think about going into next year, just the template that, let's just pick a team. Clippers already know going into the year, as of now, they've got Kawhi and Paul George. Feels like you got a chance. The Lakers know they've got AD and LeBron. Feels like you got, we know it didn't work this year and the last year, but they won a championship a couple years ago. The Joker's still in Denver. And maybe they need to make more moves. Obviously, Phoenix, with what they've got, they don't have a large window, a long time at this, but they've got that Kyrie and Luka. The Kings could be as high as a 3 seed this year. And may come back with a lot of the same team and may be worse off next year, if that makes sense. Because of injuries and different things that happened this year. They were healthy. They took advantage of it. They played great. And they should be happy about bragging, look, we got Fox and Sabonis going forward. But it feels like they need more going forward to me. And that could be development of Keegan Murray.
Yes.
And Herter and Monk and everybody else getting better. But it feels like the moves they've made have made them better. They need to make more moves like that.
Well, it's also to you. We've had this conversation, I know you and I, for years now, which is one of the things, because when you're a bad team, that means that you have to constantly work to try to get away from being bad.
Right.
You're signing people, you're trading people, you're drafting people. And you're drafting people that ideally are going to have a big usage rate on your team, meaning they're going to come in and the team is going to be a little bit different. And sometimes, especially when you're on a younger trajectory, and the Kings aren't as young as the Rockets, but they're certainly one of the younger contending teams in the conference. Some of the best moves are no moves. Yeah. Some of the best moves are, you know what? Next year, Fox and Sabonis. That's another year. Kevin Herter will have a second year. Malik, Keegan Murray will develop a little bit more. Maybe they bring in with their 22 pick a good bench piece, sign a couple of guys. It's that cohesion and chemistry and culture that you continue to build that just by itself will almost certainly add a few wins to the table.
Yeah. And I guess my example too is why the Kings made a big move last year to get Sabonis.
Yes.
The goal was to get in. They didn't make it.
Right.
They weren't far out of it. They didn't make it. They're better this year. Right? They're a lot better this year. And it's Sabonis and Fox. And yeah, you drafted Keegan Murray, but Barnes is still here. There's still a lot of the same pieces that finished the year with some subtle tweaks around that. So I think they've got to get a lot of those other moves right going forward. But I think these other teams that made the moves now might be better in next year's full season and also be able to see where they're weak in certain areas. But I'm glad the Kings are where they are now. They've got other people making moves to try to be in their same company.
Are we in agreement that the Kings are not in a situation, for example, Dallas, Phoenix, the Lakers, they're all win now teams.
Correct.
These are
win now and win a championship.
Exactly.
Right? Phoenix is chasing that. Dallas had one. Lakers, that's all they're worried about.
That's all they're ever worried about.
Which is a good spot to be in.
Sure
but
is.
There's some curse to that too.
I guess where I'm going is the Kings aren't.
This isn't a finished product. And I'm meaning like they might make 10 trades today.
Yeah.
The goal is to get into the playoffs and to be sustainable and be a playoff team and then figure out, look, if you're in the playoffs, you have a chance at the championship. The chances are small, but you have a chance. You're in the field. So you try for it this year. But I don't think this is the last best chance at it.
For sure. But I think when we're talking about what Monty's looking for, let's say he did have let's say the Nets did. For all we know, the Nets did call him about Kevin Durant.
Okay.
And let's say that the trade I put out there, the sample trade, was actually on the table. Does it be, are the Kings too early in their progress to make that big of a swing for more than likely a 2-year window? Because now the window really moves up.
Right.
Big time.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. That's like inside of it. I feel like if you got Durant and it compromised some of your youth, but you kept Fox and Sabonis, I think you instantly become very relevant. But is that window now you're talking about winning a title, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
But you kind of have to do it. Look at the teams that have tried to win a title behind Durant.
Yeah.
The Warriors got a couple.
They did.
The Nets went for it. It didn't work. And that may cost them. It may turn out in years to come with the picks they're getting back as something, but they went for it and it didn't work.
To me, that would be very similar because of the timelines as when Phoenix acquired Chris Paul. Chris Paul was 34 when they acquired him. I believe Kevin Durant's 34 now. They had the two young pieces in Booker, 8, and you're kind of, the Kings have Fox Sabonis. It would have felt like that. And I mean, it damn near worked for Phoenix.
I think to your point, it's a really good example. You have to take De'Aaron Fox out of this equation. But that Chris Paul trade when he was 34, this is a perfect Kings team for it. What I mean is, if instead of having De'Aaron Fox at the point guard, let's say it was Davion Mitchell and whatever Fox was, let's say in this weird world they'd have traded him last year too for whatever. That talent is somewhere else. Bringing in a Chris Paul to a team that I like that bringing in that vet star that pushes him over the top. And I don't know that there's a Chris Paul equivalent.
Yeah.
At the 2, 3, 4.
It's harder to have that impact as a non-point.
No, exactly. Yeah. And that's actually kind of now an interesting thought exercise. Is you're right. There is no Chris Paul equivalent really that at a non-point. Not for what he did for them culturally, leadership-wise, etc.
He did that to OKC. Remember that was a throw-in year? He's going to get traded. And he took that team to the playoffs. That was a young OKC team that had no business making it, but Chris Paul kind of kept that all together.
I'm old enough to remember when Chris Paul went to OKC. Most of us, me included, were like, "Wow, he's washed."
Yeah, and or when's he going to Miami? That was the talk. Like he's leaving there, but
he's had a whole second career.
Yes,
post. We go back to Houston, Golden State and Houston,
right?
Conference Finals when they went 0 for whatever from 3 in the fourth, and that hamstring. And I still believe this. And I think Monty McNair would agree, he was in that front office at the time, that the Houston Rockets were a Chris Paul hamstring pull away from probably a championship.
Yeah.
I think they were the best team in the NBA that year, and they would have knocked off the Warriors. All right, we will take a break. Don't forget, Sam Amick coming up. Not next. Coming up in an hour, we're going to have him for a special trade deadline double segment. Love seeing all of you at YouTube, and I apologize. 916-339-1140 is the text line. We'll knock out a roll call there as well. I want to be cool to those people. And please hit that like button if you're in the chat. Helps us and our good friend Albert go rhythm.
Almost at 100, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, come on. We gotta do better than that. When we come back, let's go back to last night real quick. We'll take a deep breath from the trade deadline stuff. Malik Monk with G-Man. We'll talk about the game after this.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Thursday. You're out the door to a cool start, so grab those layers. Expect to see some patchy areas of fog around the valley, but into the afternoon, bright and sunny with highs today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Hands up, watch out for the screen. Okay, take 5. Hello, Sacramento and everyone out there in radio land, because I'm talking to you. Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store. Sound like I'm in a good mood? You bet I am. It's been a long time to turn things around, so excuse me if I savor the moment a bit. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about another turnaround that's just waiting to happen. It's that awful foot and foot-related pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back, even dreaded plantar fasciitis. Let me guess, you've probably tried drugstore remedies and even seen someone for it. I know I did, but nothing's working. The pain's not about to stop. So you get bummed and pretty much resigned to live with it. Well, speaking from experience, I can tell you that arch supports from the Good Feet Store can help. Good Feet arch supports for back pain? Absolutely. We think it's time you felt good again. So come to the Good Feet Store and get a free fitting and test walk. Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online, goodfeet.com.
Lots of dealers will say they'll stand behind their vehicles, but only one Kia dealer puts their money where their mouth is with an exclusive 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on all new Kias at no additional cost to you. And that's Elk Grove Kia. Talk about peace of mind. Nothing to worry about for 20 years or 200,000 miles guaranteed. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone would do that? Elk Grove Kia is also the leader in best deals, like no dealer markup on the popular Kia Soul or the sporty Kia Forte. Best prices and best warranty in the land at Elk Grove Kia. Interested in Kia's EVs like the all-new Sportage Hybrid? We got them. The redesigned Sorento Hybrid? We got them. The most popular EV6? Yep, we got them. And don't worry about credit, low credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Elk Grove Kia says you're approved. If you've been holding off on buying a new car, now is the time. Check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. It's all going on at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Don't wait. Your new car is waiting for you here at Elk Grove Kia today.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Not the prettiest game in Houston last night, but in the end, the Sacramento Kings went 4-3 on their 7-game road trip.
Here's the third one. He's got all 3 of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
Yeah, they were. On top of hitting those 3 game-winning free throws, De'Aaron Fox had quite the game with 31 points and 11 assists. The Kings back in action tomorrow against the new-look Mavericks with Kyrie Irving. We've had a lot of fireworks as the NBA trade deadline approaches. No bigger than early this morning as 13-time All-Star Kevin Durant was traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that included Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks in 23, 25, 27, and 29, and a 2028 pick swap. More on the Kings and the trade deadline coming up with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Ball is grabbed by Malik Monk. Eludes one defender. Races up the floor. Sets up the alley-oop. Fox throws it down coming from the right baseline. The former Wildcat teammates from the University of Kentucky hooking up once again. Fox on the receiving end of the Malik Monk assist. Şengün has it behind the back, attempted a pass, broken up by the Kings. Herter tips it over to Sabonis. Into the front court, shovels to a trailing Keegan Murray. Feet set, 3 on the way. He's got the bucket. And the Kings have their biggest lead of the night. It's a modest 4 points. Keegan Murray, who missed his first 2 from downtown, has just tied Bogdan Bogdanović for the Sacramento Kings rookie record. Tate wiggles his way inside. Ball knocked out of his hands by Keegan Murray. It's on the floor and grabbed by Fox. Fox leads to Keegan. Front court, left side, stops, transition 3. He's got the bucket. And the Kings have their biggest lead of the ball game. It's only 5 points, but they're on top 121-116.
And I am excited to report on a trade deadline that the Sacramento Kings have acquired another win as they beat the Houston Rockets yesterday. What? They now go to
Tease
4
everybody.
They're
just a tease. That's all I'm saying.
No, they go to 4-3, and they have surpassed.
Jason, punch him.
Have surpassed. Oh, he tweeted he loved me earlier. They have surpassed their entire win total from last year. By the way, little bone to pick about last night's game. So Keegan Murray, you heard there in the last G-Man call, he surpassed Bogdan Bogdanovic's sort of a rookie record for 3-pointers. Where was Adam Silver?
Oh.
They didn't stop the game.
I thought you had a different bone to pick.
Oh, what was that?
Why is Buddy not on the list?
He wasn't a rookie. What? Was Buddy a rookie?
Didn't we trade for him in his rookie year?
So does the total count then with New Orleans and Sac, or are we just counting made threes with Sacramento as a rookie?
Oh, maybe that's what it is. But didn't Buddy hit a? Well, I guess it wouldn't have been enough time.
You know what also is weird too is that I actually
I'll check up on that. To see
I'm
what his
looking
total
at it right now.
Well,
and you know that as great as Keegan Murray's doing, he's still behind Kevin Huerter for total 3-pointers made. That surprised me a little bit with Kevin's struggles as of late, but he's just kind of chugging along. I want to say he's 20th in the NBA in the NBA WNBA right now. Thank you to everybody in the YouTube chat again. Please hit like. We will have you for our trade deadline special. We'll take it all the way to 11. Do some Mo takeover followed by Cattles and Rami. Please hit that like and hello. And then also on the text line, 916-339-1140, Roseville, Chico, Wheatland, Springfield, Missouri via Odyssey. We appreciate that. Stockton and Fruit Ridge and Florin Perkins. I'll tell you this much. Say what you want about our text line. They would probably beat anybody else up on any other text line.
I agree. Toughest text line out there. Buddy made 59 in his rookie year as a King, but 89 with the Pelicans. Overall, that's more. But that's why he could pass him in the rookie rankings. But as a King, Keegan's hit more.
I'm tripping. I thought we acquired, and obviously
This
I'm
is
wrong.
rookie
I
year.
thought we acquired him in his second year. Okay, well, that's why I don't make the big bucks. So yesterday, the Kings get the win, and they escaped.
Yeah, they did.
We know they did.
But what a difference. Honestly, I know it didn't seem like a lot, but 4-3 versus 3-4. We'd be pretty sour on the Kings if they had lost that game.
I think we'd be very sour. And I think
a lot of people had already given him the loss on Twitter. Terrible loss. This is a bad loss. It's over.
Your guy Matt in the 916. He had the loss in the second quarter.
Well, don't they lose every night after the opening tip?
Yes, they do. And I think he guaranteed we wouldn't make the playoffs, and probably should fire Monty McNair at that point. Yeah, Matt needs to go touch some grass.
He loves to watch games, doesn't he?
Yeah. If I was him, I've told him before, dude, go play some trumpet or I don't know, find a hobby. Anyways, after the game last night, Malik Monk visited with our very own Gary Gerald.
We meet again.
Hey.
Oh my goodness. We've seen strange things over the years in NBA basketball. And the last couple of minutes of this one was just absolutely nail-biting.
Yeah,
what was it like being out there in the middle of all this uncertainty and craziness?
Oh, yeah, man. It's exciting, man. This is why we play the game, man, because you never know what's going to happen next. And this is what we prepare for, man. The moments like this, the tough moments like this, the games when we 1 point down, that's what we practice for, man. So it was fun to be out there.
I got to ask you, was De'Aaron having words? Was he jawing with Steven Silas there from long distance?
Yeah, he was just saying he was fouled. He fouled him.
Okay.
Yeah, yep.
I didn't know if they were taunting each other or what was going on from way up here, but it was interesting to see. And I saw the smile on De'Aaron's face afterwards, but my goodness. Have you ever been in a situation where a game has gone to review to determine whether or not there was time to shoot free throws or not?
Yes, sir. I won a game. Well, I was on the team in Charlotte, man. Jeremy Lamb hit a crazy half-court shot, past half-court in Toronto. They put time on the clock for that one, and he made it, and we won.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Well, how important is this win?
Oh, yeah, it's great, man, because coming up after this All-Star break, we got Dallas, 2 hard teams. Then we go to Phoenix. Then we come back for All-Star, man, and we got a lot of tough games ahead, man. So finishing this road trip with a win is big for us, so we can go home with momentum.
Have you found a new gear on this road trip?
Yes, sir, definitely. I had to turn it up, man. I was missing too many shots, so I had to change my little routine, and it worked for me.
And what kind of changes did you make?
Yes, sir. Eating a little better, going to sleep a little earlier, and getting way more shots than I normally do.
Well, you've averaged 17 a game on this road trip, and you had 17 tonight. And I like the fact that you're walking out of here and finishing the longest trip of the year with a 4-3 record.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Malik.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll see you on the airplane.
Yes, sir.
That is Malik Monk. If you don't like Malik Monk, then there's a problem. He's just so fun
just
to listen
super
to.
optimistic, happy, fun.
He has that joy of life, man.
Yes, he does.
He's fun
Appreciate
to talk
that.
to. And really, honestly, I think his best interactions, no offense to anyone else, but I think he really likes talking to G-Man.
I do too.
It's a
Call
cool,
me the G-Man.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a cool little back and forth. Yeah. So that was Malik Monk last night with the Kings. The Kings now heading into this weekend against what we assume is going to be, what it sounds like will be the Dallas Mavericks, or excuse me, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving for the first time.
Yeah, and that's always an adjustment too. We think about we brought it up earlier. Last year, the Kings get Domantas Sabonis. First game, they win.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be so great. Look at this pairing. Kings didn't play amazingly well for a while there. And really, it started to reap its full benefits this year with Sabonis. They didn't thrive the back half of last season. Plus, there was injuries to him and to Fox. Fox really at the back end of the year. So, and then the other part, since it's truly a back-to-back, I don't know if Luka will play both. Maybe he will. He's coming off injury, though.
There are different. Somebody had mentioned, I think Yahoo, it might have been Chris Haynes, I'm not sure who, said that Luka would probably play one of the two games as well. Either way, you're going to get, it sounds like Kyrie Irving for both, unless he, is out there. I wonder if he's saged yet.
I don't
know. Maybe he's waiting to get back home.
When he goes to Barclays for the first time, he is definitely saging. Just funny little side note, Brian Windhorst just put it out there that
boy.
Kyrie was really interested in going to Phoenix, so don't be surprised with KD there now if Kyrie doesn't find his way there.
Oh, that's a perfect Chris Paul replacement. What are you looking at me like that for? You just
it's absolutely perfect.
You
didn't hurt my feelings.
Okay, I just want to make sure. And it's important to note that on this trade deadline Thursday, the Sacramento Kings have agreed to play the Mavericks tomorrow, 7:00. We'll have all of your coverage right here on Sactown Sports pregame at 6:30. Jason Ross. Okay. So also last night, in addition to that, De'Aaron Fox made his first real extended comments in an interview. He talked to the NBC folks, I believe Morgan and Matt.
Yes.
Okay, right after the game.
I feel like I'm a better free throw shooter than I was in the past, and I feel like I've proven it this year. But going to the line with the game on the line, especially with 0.3 seconds left, I knew I really just needed two, and they wouldn't be able to get a catch and shoot off. So,
De'Aaron, congratulations on the win tonight.
I actually tried to miss the third one. I wanted it to bounce up.
Hi, Arthur. Yes.
Congrats on the win tonight, and congrats on the little one. Tell us what your last 3 to 4 days have been like. Obviously, family first, basketball is a huge priority, but what has your last 3 to 4 days been like?
Oh man, before the team got here, I was on a hospital couch, little pull-out bed for 3 days straight, 3 nights. So even the first game here, I was a bit tired. I was only able to work out one time because I had one night outside of the hospital before they got here. So it's been a long week for me.
Man, in this win too, you guys really had to grind that one out. What does this type of win mean for your squad?
Yeah, man. One, I think it's hard to beat a team, 4 times, especially when you're playing back-to-back twice. So, kudos to them. They had a long talk, after the last time we beat them, and they came out ready to play. Jalen Green had a big game, but for us, man, it's obviously. I don't think we play the way that we wanted to play. You don't want the game being that high scoring for both teams, but for us to be able to grind it out and get a win is still good.
De'Aaron, I think you've made so many leaps in your game this year. I think the coaches got it wrong by not naming you an all-star initially. Steph Curry goes down, unfortunately. What would it mean to you to be named an all-star for the first time this year?
I think it's big, but for me personally, everybody knows me. I don't really – it doesn't matter. Regardless, for me, I just want to win games, man. If I wasn't an all-star and we won a championship, I'd be the happiest person in the world. So that is what it is. If I get it, I do. If I don't, I get to be at home with the newborn. So, yeah, it's a win-win for me.
One last one for you. Being on that side of the call at the end of the game, how did that feel?
I told all of them. Obviously, I'm from here, and I know a lot of those guys on the other side of the bench. And I said, "Yo, EG hit me. He definitely hit me. He knew he hit me." So I was like, "Yo, I put that on everything he got me." And we didn't have a challenge. They didn't have a challenge. So at the end of the day, there was nothing could change. So I knew once they called it, I just had to knock it down the free throws.
I love it. Thanks so much for joining us, De'Aaron. Go enjoy the win. Go enjoy the newborn. Have a good one.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
All right, that's De'Aaron Fox. We got to take a break. One thing as we go to break, Jason, and this is from Tim Maxwell over at Kings Herald. This is interesting. The Kings could call conceivably and offer ATL a deal. When we come back, I'm going to tell you what that deal is, because it's nothing that we've thought of yet. I can promise you that,
Okay.
but might actually put a smile on a lot of our faces if it's part of something else. We'll do that. We'll recap the rest of these trade deadline moves. It is a trade deadline special. We got you covered all day long. Sam Amick in 45 minutes for a full half hour. Don't go away, Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So what do you provide? Cookie cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say. He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
All right, a couple of things to update you on. One, a question I posed sort of before the break. We'll get into that right now. Also, Sactown Sports has learned that Monty McNair in the front office has agreed to continue to talk about trades all the way up to noon. Today is the noon deadline, 3 p.m. Eastern. So we will have all that coverage for you, not just of that till noon, but also all the aftermath, whether it's the Kings or others, throughout the day. Jason Ross. All right, so my guy over at Tim Maxwell over at
I'm anxious for this. What do you got?
So this is interesting, Jason. He said the Kings could call and offer Atlanta their 2023 pick unprotected in exchange for their 2024 pick back, perhaps even throw in a pair of second rounders, which would then free them up potentially, for example, to call up Brooklyn and maybe look at something like Mitchell Barnes in an unprotected for Mikal Bridges. That's what he threw out. They're not Mitchell Barnes, but Davion Mitchell, perhaps Harrison Barnes. I never really gave it much thought. We had talked earlier about doing something to free up that pick situation. Right. And that actually might be something I could see Atlanta. If you're the GM over there, no longer Travis Schlenk, but whoever the owner's kid is or whoever's running things over there, you go, okay, well, 2024, they might even be better than they are right now. They're on the upswing. So we'll take your unprotected right now for funsies, especially with everybody in the West trying to get better. Maybe that pick now for the Kings, I'm talking about this summer's pick, becomes a little bit more valuable, a little bit more.
Yeah, it's tough to say because right now the Kings pick is pretty late because they're the 3 seed and I don't know overall record where they are, but yeah, things could adjust in the last 28 games or so. But yeah, I don't know. It would also make it easier for the Kings to do future moves.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now there's a little bit of what we like to call the J.J. Hickson, a little bit of encumbrance on them moving their picks. And obviously, Monty and friends know what they're doing enough to know if they needed to pull something off, they could probably adjust that situation. Let's get back to what's actually already happened. And, one thing I'd like to talk about that we have yet to mention on this show, Jakob Poeltl.
That's right. That's a big trade.
That is a big trade over to the Raptors from the Spurs. Jakob Poeltl was part of the Kawhi Leonard trade that was sent off. This is a guy that was drafted by Masai Ujiri and friends. Khem Birch comes back along with a protected 2024 first-round draft pick and 2 future second-round picks. No offense to Khem Birch at all, but that protected 2024 first, I honestly thought Poeltl would get more.
I did too, based on what a lot of others have fetched so far since last summer. So that's a smart move there.
It is a smart maneuver.
Also, is it a sign the Spurs are giving up on the season?
I think they already had.
I think the Spurs are prepping, obviously, to get Victor Wembanyama next year, and Pirtle would have taken up some room there. It does make me wonder, though, these trades happen, and as a Kings fan, I try to, and I think a lot of us try to go, okay, what's the Kings equivalent to that? So, for example, I don't know. I'm looking at Kem Birch here. He's 2 points and a rebound, and he's 30 years old. Kem Birch is whatever. So if you're Sacramento, do you offer Terrence Davis? I don't know. What pick your poison. Alex Len, Terrence Davis, whatever. And you'd have to make the numbers work. Obviously, the Spurs had some, or the Raptors had some money they could work with, but do you offer, a Len Davis type and then one of those staggered unprotected, let's say, firsts after the Atlanta Hawks deal for Pirtle? And I think I probably would.
Yeah, and then where do you go with Pirtle? Is that immediately into the starting lineup? Is he in the bench as a backup? He's been a good player. He's been both in his career. He's had to be a starter for the Spurs. Yeah. He's been backups in other places. I think he'd be a good fit here, or would have been a good fit here.
I think so too. The Los Angeles Lakers have agreed to trade Russell Westbrook to the Jazz. They reacquire D'Angelo Russell from the Timberwolves. Jay, if you would pull up those salaries when you get a second, because I want to ask you about that. The Jazz, Russell goes from the Timberwolves. It was a 3-team, 8-player trade. The Lakers also get Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt. So they get off of Russell Westbrook. That's a huge. By the way, I think Russ did about as good as he could there, as well as he could both on and off the floor. I don't hate Russell for what he did in LA. He's just not the same guy. It's not the same situation. The Lakers now replace Russell Westbrook with Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt, and D'Angelo Russell.
Yes.
I don't think they're a championship team. I do think they're significant. I think that's a really savvy move by Rob Pelinka, and I don't think I've ever said that sentence before.
Yeah, I mean, this made a lot of sense. I think they got more than what a lot of people thought they would, at least pieces that will fill areas of need for the Lakers. But again, it's a team that's 5 games below 500 that has struggled to even do that. That has been bad in a lot of departments. So this will make them better. I don't know how much. And I think I'm going to stick with I like them better in 2023-24 than I do this season. And this season, they got to sprint to the finish. Like tonight, they already play Milwaukee. They won't have some of those guys. I mean, I'm not giving them a loss for certain, but if it is another one, that's their 31st loss, and it's just you're losing games, losing time, and they're really going to have to play at a clip that they haven't played at anywhere near so far this year.
Minnesota gets Mike Conley and Nickeil Alexander-Walker along with picks. Interesting about Minnesota. We talked earlier about what Danny Ainge has done and the war chest he's acquired. And here's a little compare and contrast for you. The Timberwolves have, and there's a little bit of stretching here, but not much. It's pretty factual. The Timberwolves have effectively turned Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, Walker Kessler, Jared Vanderbilt, Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverley, and 4 first-round draft picks along with a pick swap. They've traded that for Rudy Gobert, Mike Conley, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and a second-round pick. That's not good, dude.
Nope. And you did the Gobert trade thinking that's a difference maker. We're going to be a team to watch out for. And
that's
now,
a win now.
Yeah, and every trade since now is trying to get picks back because they gave up entirely too much.
I have those contracts for you.
Yes,
so
please.
The Lakers are acquiring D'Angelo Russell, who's on a $31 million expiring, and he will be a free agent. There's no options or anything there. Jared Vanderbilt is on a $4.6 million option next year. That's not fully guaranteed. I'd imagine the Lakers are going to pick that up. I can't understand a world where they wouldn't. And Malik Beasley has a team option for $16.5 million next year.
It's good contracts for them.
It is good contracts for them. And
especially the Vanderbilt one.
Right.
When you're talking about the moves, not just these win now teams are making, but like we've talked about, the war chests that have been assembled, in contrast to what Minnesota's done. Danny Ainge, one of the, if not the best GM in the league, depending on how you feel, 15 unprotected or lightly protected first-round picks through 2029, and a young core of Lauri Markkanen, Walker Kessler, Colin Sexton, Ochai Agbaji, and $60 million in potential cap space. R.C. Buford hasn't done much worse, as the Spurs have also acquired a fine little war chest. And by the way, as I've said before, they're 100% getting Victor Wembanyama just because of the Tim Duncan rule. With the Spurs now, they have 13 first-round picks secured through 2029, and they're probably going to gather, at least Woj says, a couple more between now and the trade deadline. So it's a very interesting contrast between teams positioning for now and teams positioning for the distant future. And to be honest with you, the Kings, I think, are kind of right in the middle.
I agree. And another thing we need to throw in for the future is OKC. Remember, they've got control of so many draft picks over the next several years.
Yeah. Utah, San Antonio, and Oklahoma City
are all going to be on the clock.
Yeah, they all have 94% of the draft picks. By the way, are you ready to admit, I don't want to put you on the spot here, you love that Rudy Gobert trade. We have a lot of new people, by the way. Jason was against that from day one. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to continue to follow everything that's going on. Obviously, if something happens, we will have that for you immediately. Sam Amick is going to join us at 9 a.m. via video for all you YouTubers. We'll have him on for 2 full segments. When we return, though, how did the Kings win last night? How the heck did they escape? We'll hear from Coach Mike Brown after this.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Thursday. You're out the door to a cool start, so grab those layers. Expect to see some patchy areas of fog around the valley, but into the afternoon, bright and sunny with highs today in the mid-60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
When it comes to your sewer, what goes down must come out. Get a detailed video inspection absolutely free with any sewer drain cleaning and keep life flowing in the right direction. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com.
Hey, what's up? We're joined by Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What are you doing for Chrysler's President's Day sale?
This month, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. Plus, you save thousands more with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Or you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs.
And I assume as California's #1 Ram truck dealer, that's not it.
We also have up to $7,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 2500 Heavy Duty Crew Cab Bighorns. The work truck you've been looking for is at Hoblet, and with some great savings you won't find anywhere else. Plus, with hundreds available, we have NorCal's best selection, so you can find your perfect truck and take it home today.
Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period. 15,000 total net savings on 1,500 Bighorn Crew 4x2 after 9,500 factory rebates and 5,500 dealer discount. 10,500 total net savings on 1,500 Laramie Crew Cab 4x4 after 4,500 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discount. 7,000 total net savings on 2,500 Bighorns after 2,500 factory rebate and 4,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 on the job bonus cash. Must show proof of business ownership to qualify. 0% APR for 72 months and $2,000 rebate on approved credit. Reprice for capital must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. $1,389 per $1,000 private each net savings. See dealer for details.
He's older, he's wiser, and he is back! Talking Money with Jeff Tarbell returns to Sactown Sports, Saturdays at 10 a.m.
Talking Money!
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Maida Chevy has exclusive all-in-stock pricing on a huge selection of new 2022 and 23 half-ton Silverados in stock, ready to go. See all the President's Day savings at MaidaChevy.com. Find new roads.
2823.
Hagen Oaks is introducing the next generation of speed with the long-awaited Ping G430 line of clubs. With more ball speed, improved sound, and movable weights, the Max Driver is something special. You'll find distance with forgiveness in the fairways, carbon fly wrap in the hybrids, and 7 to 10 yards more in the irons. G430 was worth the wait. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at HagenOaks.com.
It's hard to find a better selection of 4x4s in stock and ready to drive home today than you'll find at M&S Auto on El Camino right off the Cap City Freeway. New truck prices keep rising. M&S invites you to tour their selection of super clean 4x4s and trucks and save thousands. Tacomas, F-150s, Jeeps, Rams, Silverados. Great deals today on hundreds of 4x4s, SUVs, and muscle cars. First-time buyers are welcome. M&S Auto Sales, El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. MSAutogroup.com.
Kenny and Jerry here from Bell Brothers, and people always ask us, why does a heating and air conditioning company also sell replacement windows? Simple. We're all about lowering your energy bills and keeping your home comfortable. And for a lot of homes in the area, old, outdated windows are a major problem. If your home is more than 10 years old, you should at least get your windows inspected. Chances are high that new, ultra-efficient windows from Bell Brothers will make a world of difference, both in energy bills and the comfort of your home. And right now, when you buy 8 or more windows, we'll give you 50% off any sliding glass door or a free pet door. So, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, good morning and happy trade deadline Thursday. I am Jay Mars. The Sacramento Kings played, not the prettiest game in Houston last night, but in the end, they leave their road trip 4-3.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
It's almost like Houston had a problem. I know. I'll be here all day. De'Aaron Fox finished the game with 31 points and 11 assists. The Kings are back in action tomorrow night against the Dallas Mavericks and their new star, Kyrie Irving. It is NBA trade deadline Thursday, and we've already had some blockbusters, but none bigger than 13-time All-Star Kevin Durant being traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round draft picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, 2029, and a 2028 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
A lot of high blood pressures going on in the YouTube chat. Just want to say love each and every one of you as we are all in this together as a special trade deadline program. Jason Ross, Jay Mars, Carmichael, Dave, all of you in the YouTube chat. My goodness. And look at these likes. Let's get it up and above 200 to help grow that channel. And
they're from everywhere.
Everywhere. We did that check-in earlier.
That was kind of cool.
Philippines. I think there was in Australia, South
Dixon.
Korea, Dixon. Absolutely. Florida and Fruit Ridge.
Yes.
Always.
Studio.
Always. Yes, the
Fiji.
studio. Always appreciate that. Look at that. Mike Brown in there.
Mike Brown was in there. Francisco Garcia was in earlier.
Definite celebrity sightings
Yes.
there. We did have De'Aaron's mom in there, though, for real,
That
which is
is
great.
factual.
We appreciate she checked in from Katy, Texas. So a lot of you listening, we would appreciate it if you hit the like button. It helps out our friend Albert Algorithm, which is very important. That's a big corporate initiative right there.
I did go to school with him.
Help Algorithm. Yeah, Algorithm.
I won't say it, but had to spend a second year English.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
you know.
Sorry, Al.
Also, 9 o'clock. That's in just 29 minutes. Sam Amick of The Athletic. I would say on the Mount Rushmore of plugged-in NBA journalists. Sam's going to join us for a full 2 segments at a special time so we can break all of this stuff down.
Love
with
it.
him. In the meantime, even aside from the trade at deadline, there was actual basketball last night.
Ball is grabbed by Malik Monk. Eludes one defender. Races up the floor. Sets up the alley-oop. Fox throws it down coming from the right baseline. The former Wildcat teammates from the University of Kentucky hooking up once again. Fox on the receiving end of the Malik Monk assist. That puts an end to the 11-0 Houston run.
Let's go, Rockets. All 8 people were like, yeah.
There's like one guy with a microphone. Hey, Let's go.
Let's go, Rockets.
Oh, boy. De'Aaron Fox, the hoop and the harm.
Quickly into the front court, shakes at the right elbow, draws a foul, continuation, score the basket, and the Kings have taken the lead at 69-68. And look at that smile on the face of the new Papa. De'Aaron liked that one.
Youngster Jalen Green. He had the green light last night.
Here's Green now. He's been the man tonight for Houston. 37 points. Using the off-arm to fend off De'Aaron Fox. Drives it. Trying to sell the call. Scores off the dribble. He didn't get a whistle for a foul, but it was a great play. He's got 39. Rockets lead by 3. Minute 45 and counting. 126-123.
Here's a play that I think Kings fans, we got a little bit lucky on late in the game.
Here comes Jalen Green on the run. He spins, he pivots, he falls away. He comes up short, scramble for the rebound, and it's Keegan Murray in the far corner who has it. 25 seconds to go. Kings don't call a timeout. Fox takes the dribble into the front court. Kings down by 1. Fox mishandles it, controls it. 14 in the clock, 16 in the game clock. Out to Malik Monk. He drives it. He goes inside. He twists. He misses it. Rebound. Sabonis puts it up. Comes off the iron. No good. Tip inside. No good. Keegan Murray has it. The Sabonis leans in. We had a whistle. And a jump ball is the call.
Keegan went up, came down. There's a... You can squint and tilt your head and think, oh, maybe they dislodged the... I think that was a travel. That was up and down right there. By the way, just I thought this was kind of interesting while that highlight was playing. So I just, I've, like many of you, I have Woj and Shams, both on alerts today, and neither of them have tweeted in almost 10 hours.
Yeah, I saw that Woj is on live TV. Otherwise, is he sleeping? Because he was up late last night with the Durant news.
It's sleeping that night time. Yeah. And I know that every front office, they're all getting up at 4 or 5 a.m. their time, especially on the West Coast. You have to be up on East Coast time. So everything's hammering right now. And and looking at Shams Charania, speak of the devil right now, nothing to report. Nothing yet to report. So speaking of Shams, it's still been 10 hours since he has reported anything. And of course, if he does report something, we will bring it to you right here live on Sactown Sports, complete with analysis, much like we're going to analyze this Fox hoop and harm.
Sabonis straddles the three-point line. Keegan Murray 2 strides away from him. Meanwhile, Fox above the foul line near the top of the foul circle, and Monk in three-point play. Here's Harrison, handed the ball. He looks. He finds Fox. He steps right. He launches for the win. Way off target. Not close. But a foul was called. A foul was called on the release. I think that's why that shot was so far off target.
Kyle Lewis, by the way, on the chat. This is what I want to see here from Kings fans. Kyle Lewis has offered his kidney in a deal for Mikal Bridges. He's got 2 of them. His thought is he can survive with 1 kidney and it'll be a much better life knowing that his Kings will actually win more games.
But how functioning is that kidney, Kyle?
Yeah, we're going to need a scouting report of the kidney.
Yes.
What
kind of life have you been living?
Yeah, are we talking about, have you been lighting the Jim Beam?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great point right there. Kings win, Kings escape. The Houston Rockets, I think at one point had a 99.8% chance of winning this ball game. That did not happen.
Yeah, 2 steals and a charge. Hey, how about that Kings defense, right? Well, in the final minute, at least, they made it when they needed it most. And Fox was a great finisher again. Huge fourth quarter for De'Aaron, which that's the norm now. I mean, he's just been so good this year. And again, we need to get the good news about him being in the All-Star game. I know we heard the clip from him earlier. It was like, either way, it's a win-win, which is right. But I mean, reward the guy. He's been so good.
I really, truly hope, now that we know Zion and Steph will not be in the game. The only other thing I can think of is if we really get screwed with Anthony Davis and Anthony Edwards, and they can't put that many Anthonys in the game. I believe that's a bylaw.
Then let's call him DeAnthony Fox.
That's right. If, in fact, it's announced.
Right.
Can we please announce it after, can we announce it after noon, please? Because if it got announced in an hour, seriously, all jokes aside, if Woj tweeted out breaking news, the Sacramento Kings, De'Aaron Fox, has been named as an all-star replacement. We're all going to be excited, but also
yeah.
There's
a lot going on today.
Yeah, a lot going on. Let's save that announcement until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let's give the trade deadline its due. Also want to point out before we move on to Coach Brown here, I think it's important to point out what we've talked about earlier. Whether it was a failure on the Rockets coaching staff, whether it was a failure on the players, or a combination of both, I think it's important to point out that the Houston Rockets ran the same exact inbounds play both times at the end of the game. And on the second one, the first one, Kings fouled. They had a foul give. 1.7 seconds left. You see De'Aaron Fox calling it out. Malik Monk slipped the screen, get in there for the steal. And by the way, heads up by Mike Brown and friends, because Monk fell to the ground, calling that timeout instantly before there was a chance at a jump ball. Everything went right on the Kings end. And every low IQ thing that could have happened happened on the Rockets end.
From an inexperienced team. But the other thing I wanted to point out about yesterday's game, it feels like the Kings have probably had this happen, Dave, maybe 3 or 4 times this year, where they quote unquote won a challenge, but it didn't feel like they won.
Right.
And I get what I thought when they challenged it, it made sense to me because, hey, look, if you can take those 3 points off the board, and if this is a foul on Jalen Green, that's going to be a huge turnaround. Instead, it's like, well, it's really not a foul on Harrison Barnes, but the 3-pointer counts. Like, by letter of the law, they won the challenge. It sure didn't feel like it.
No. And by the way, if they don't win that challenge, that's your ball game. They don't have the timeout, the extra free throw.
Yeah.
Pretty sure
the way he was going, he's making that.
I'm going to go ahead and say that directly and indirectly, Mike Brown won the game for the Kings last night, and he should have gotten the defensive player of the game.
Okay. And I was going to say, had they lost?
Yeah.
I honestly think he made a big mistake by having Sabonis in with 4 fouls. And then he got his 5th, and then he had to sit for a long portion of the game.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say that the Kings won despite Mike Brown last night and his coaching issues. Here's Mike Brown.
Yeah, I thought it was our ball because Fox went to get it, but Eric Gordon came and tipped it this way. And, we obviously – I felt that happen. We obviously have the benefit of replay, and that's what I told the guys. I mean, we saw it. We saw it. We knew it was our ball, but in that situation, there's nothing you can do about it. And, our guys responded.
What about everything Fox did for you there in that last minute? Scoring, getting fouled there, and just kind of leading the team?
Well, it's I don't want to belittle it because he was amazing, but at the end of the day, that's what he's supposed to do. He gets paid to do that. He's an all-star. He's one of our best players, and he's got to be able to make plays for us when we need him to, especially on the road, and that's what he did. He made some huge, huge, huge plays for us, especially down the stretch.
Mike, have you heard anything from the league regarding him as an all-star replacement?
I have not. Yeah.
Anything else with other guys maybe being selected for other things that you're aware of?
No, I mean, I'm sure it may happen. I don't know, but I have not heard anything.
Quick note for you, Kevin Herter will join us tomorrow. We also have Josh Emmett, who is fighting for the UFC title. He joined us last night. We recorded that from Australia. He'll join us tomorrow. El Camino High School graduate, so local ties there. We will take a break. Sam Amick will be on with us 20 minutes from now for a special extended version of the Sam Amick Show for today's trade deadline. When we come back, let's take a breath. I need one. Let's take a breath. Let's get to who's hot, who's not, and also recap last night's 3 in the key. Don't go away. We're right back on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Hands up. Watch out for the screen. Okay, take 5. Hello, Sacramento and everyone out there in radio land, because I'm talking to you. Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store. Sound like I'm in a good mood? You bet I am. It's been a long time to turn things around, so excuse me if I savor the moment a bit. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about another turnaround that's just waiting to happen. It's that awful foot and foot-related pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back, even dreaded plantar fasciitis. Let me guess, you've probably tried drugstore remedies and even seen someone for it. I know I did, but nothing's working. The pain's not about to stop. So you get bum and pretty much resign to live with it. Well, speaking from experience, I can tell you that arch supports from the Good Feet Store can help. Good Feet arch supports for back pain? Absolutely. We think it's time you felt good again. So come to the Good Feet Store and get a free fitting and test walk. Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online, goodfeet.com.
Folks, there's a fast break with the game on the line. He dribbles dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
In today's economy, buying a car can be scary. Dealers charging thousands more than sticker price, financing terms that crunch the family's budget, all on a vehicle with short manufacturer's warranties. Well, let Elk Grove Kia put you at ease. Elk Grove Kia says no dealer markup on select models. The folks at Elk Grove Kia have over 100 years of combined experience. We approve everyone. No credit, little credit, bad credit, no problem. Bankruptcies, foreclosures, no problem. Charge-offs, late payments, repos, no problem. Elk Grove Kia is home to the 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Talk about peace of mind. Nothing to worry about for 20 years or 200,000 miles guaranteed. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone would do that? But not everyone does. Only Elk Grove Kia. Why would you buy anywhere else? If you've been holding off on buying a new car, now is the time. Check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. It's all going on at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Don't wait. Your new car is waiting for you here at Elk Grove Kia today.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The greatest R&B group of all time is back. Boys to Men in concert. With special guest, Troop and Soul For Real. Friday, April 7th at the all-new and all-incredible The Venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Boys to Men.
Every piece of land has a story. The Upshaw's right there is with a John Deere 1 Series tractor they call Penny. And this is Shaw.
Shaw stands for skilled hands at work.
When he's not cutting grass, he's cutting hair.
So every person is different from hair tight to head shape. And I feel like it's the same way in a yard.
From front loader to backhoe, the Upshaws have the tools to DIY all day long. Run with us on a 1 Series tractor and start telling your story. Learn more at johndeere.com/radio.
Dell Technologies President's Day event is here with deals to power all your passions. The savings start now on select sleek XPS laptops and more powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget, special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Just call 877-ASK-DELL for these limited time President's Day deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who? What? Who?
Sacramento Kings.
Who's hot?
Said them. Sacramento Kings.
Oh, why is that?
The Kings swept the Rockets this season while scoring 130-plus points in each of their 4 matchups. It's the third time in NBA history that a team has scored 130-plus points in every game of a series sweep. That is a minimum of 4 games played.
Wow.
The last instance came in 1989-1990 when the Celtics swept the Magic in their inaugural season.
Interesting. That means our offense is really good.
Yeah, and the Rockets are really bad.
Who's not?
The Nets.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, with the Nets trading both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, this marks the first time a team had 2 All-Stars on their roster to start a season, and both players changed teams later in the season, according to Elias and his bureau.
Wow. Love me some Elias. Rudy Gay made a point last night, and I know that
like a point.
That Rudy Gay?
That Rudy Gay.
Like a basketball point?
Sort of. I'm going to play a little bit of the sound, but it's too long of a clip. And I'm going to play a little bit of the sound. Here's Rudy Gay's reaction after the Jazz sent Mike Conley to the Timberwolves yesterday. Here's our old friend Rudy.
Might be somebody I've known for 20 years. Mm-hmm. And that's not going to go anywhere. But, even more than that, he's a competitor. kid. He was, basically got everything together, put everything together out there. I understand the business. I think probably more than anybody in this locker room, so I get it. But we hate to see Mike go.
Rudy went on to say, and this is just something just to keep in mind. I get it. We all work our jobs. Everyone listening and watching right now, we all have jobs, and I'm willing to guess most, if not everyone, including ourselves, are making millions of dollars a year to work half the year playing basketball. But Rudy was talking about Mike Conley. He said, imagine if there was a trade deadline day for us and for everyone out there, and you could find out on Twitter or get a call from your boss. Hey, you've been traded for these two. You've been traded for Drill and whoever in Jacksonville. You're going to that show, and you've got
and no choice in it.
No choice. And what Rudy said is, hey, listen, we're all real people. And Mike Conley, I think he said he has a wife and 3 sons, and we're in February. So either he uproots his whole family and moves to Minnesota,
right,
where it's chilly.
Yeah.
And the kids are the new kids in school, all that stuff. Or what usually happens at this point, Mike goes to Minnesota and is living out of a hotel room for the next couple of months. And he doesn't see his wife and kids pretty much for the next 2-3 months. So there's, it's just worth taking a thought. Again, I know nobody wants to feel bad for these folks, but it's worth taking a thought that it's more than just fantasy numbers.
Absolutely.
That these are real people, and it's a tough time for them too.
Well, and you hope, I've seen a lot of people here. We got a ton on our YouTube today, which is great. But where are the trades? I want the trades. Kings need to make a trade.
Need to.
Sometimes I feel like people just want to hear that your team is involved. What if the trade was bad? Universally thought of as bad.
Yeah.
Do you want that? Just to say you made a trade, or do you want a trade that makes this team better? I'm sure they're talking to all the people that need to, and trades just to make trades aren't the way to do things. So, but you're right. The human element of that, just these guys have no say in the matter. They get moved, and you might even have the pettiness that we heard from the Brooklyn Nets, like, oh, Kyrie wants to go to LA. All right, let's send him anywhere but LA.
Right.
I mean, that's a real thing too.
That is a real thing. That's Josiah, the owner of the Nets, saying, nope. According to Jake Fisher, by the way, this is just a little bit of news that's important based on what we've been talking about. Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports. Brooklyn's trade with Phoenix is not yet official. We're talking about the Kevin Durant trade, which we do have a trade. If you want to hit the breaking news here, and I am not joking, we do have a trade here.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
The Boston Celtics have made a trade. They're acquiring Mike Muscala from the Oklahoma City Thunder. We don't yet know who they are acquiring him for.
Okay.
That may actually change the landscape of the East.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, Boston loading up for their title run with Mike Muscala. Does Muscala get a video when he returns to Oklahoma City?
Do they have any highlights to support that?
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, speaking of, that trade involves old friend Justin Jackson. Now is more of the news, more of the details of that are coming out. I'm reading this as it goes. Justin Jackson and 2 second-round picks to Oklahoma City for Mike Muscala. I think that was worth breaking news simply because I believe that's the first trade we've had yet today.
But I mean, come on, we had this week already. Kyrie Irving's been dealt in Kevin Durant.
But haven't we also been waiting for that domino to fall? And the Mike Muscala domino has now fallen. Floodgates open. I want to finish that thought. The KD trade is not official. That would allow the Nets to expand the deal. This is according to Yahoo Sports. They also add, despite a wealth of interest, Brooklyn intends to keep Mikal Bridges beyond the noon Pacific deadline.
Okay.
That being said, you could call them the Brooklyn Hooters because they have so many wings. So obviously,
I told you I had something for that.
Did you? I didn't know that. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. That being said, they've got a lot of
No. I told you I have something if you make a bad joke.
Oh, but yeah, right. But no need to use that yet. Okay, but that was a good joke. Okay.
We all needed some normalcy after that.
485 people listening. This is what you do.
This is what you do.
Okay. On the heels of my good joke, I would like to do 3 in the key now, please. No, just gonna get a timeout. Okay. Josh Emmett joins us tomorrow. The boss is listening right now.
I hope you learned your lesson.
I hate you with the passion of 10 fiery sons, not including Kevin Durant. Thank you, IPH. It was a good joke. Appreciate you. Jason Ross.
All right, let's recap our predictions from yesterday. I'm going to try this again. We started, Dave, with points for Keegan
Murray.
Hold on a second. Let me see. What did he do yesterday? Because when we did Murray, he had 30, and now I got to remember, what did he finish with? I know he broke the record, which is great, but overall,
he only had 10 points.
Yeah, he had 10 points. So do it again.
Really?
Murray.
You predicted 19.
Murray. Yes.
I predicted 21.
Yeah.
J. Mars predicted 24. So, Dave,
yeah,
you won that one.
Big winner, baby.
Feels great, baby.
Feels good, baby.
We also asked 3-pointers for the Kings team as a collective.
We did. Yes, we did.
Dave, you also said the number 19.
Yeah, I did.
I said 15. J. Mars said 18.
What?
Kings only made 10.
Oh.
So I guess that one's I'm closer, but none of us were very good.
But I won.
Okay. And the call your shot, the ever popular call your shot. You can predict anything that could happen in the game. Dave, you said Keon Ellis would get his career high with 11 points.
Just a little bit off.
He did not play.
I did.
I said a King will have the best dunk of the season. I don't think so.
I mean, the Fox Monk dunk was pretty good.
Yeah, but I'm not saying. Do we agree that they had the best dunk of the season?
No.
I don't think so. And Jay said that Herder would end with 6+ 3-pointers. He had 1.
Wow.
Oh, so I needed 5 more.
Yeah.
So nobody really wins, but as a consolation prize, I do have something for the 3 of you. There you go.
There we go. We all win with G-Man.
We all win with G-Man. All right. So listen, we are going to have Sam Amick join us in 7 minutes.
He has confirmed he has the video stuff. We are good.
So no Sleepy Sam this morning. I do believe he'll be coming to us live from Los Angeles. He was there for the Clippers-Mavs game last night. I got to assume he is still there. We're going to keep Sam on for a double segment as we go over what has happened on the trade deadline and hopefully what will be happening at the trade deadline, and specifically with your Sacramento Kings. Want to once again thank everybody in the YouTube chat, everybody watching on YouTube, even if you're not chatting. And in some cases, I like you even more. Go ahead and join, say hello. Please hit the like button, subscribe, do all that stuff. And everybody on the text line too, the old school text line, 916-339-1140. And last but not least, how about our terrestrial listeners that listen on the old radio?
Yeah.
The Odyssey app.
By the way, we are on YouTube right now, 487 watching live.
Wow.
Something tells me when Sam gets here, it'll be over 500.
If Sam comes on and it goes down, we know. Then we know what the issue is. Again, tomorrow on the show, Josh Emmett will join us, amongst others. Kevin Herder will join us for the Red Velvet program.
Old friend Matt George in the chat this morning. Love this.
Matt George, look at that.
That's not him.
Is that fake Matt George?
That's Kevin Durant.
Because so far we've had Matt George, Coach Mike Brown, Francisco Garcia, De'Aaron Fox's mom, and we've only confirmed one of those.
Yes.
And that's Mrs. Fox. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Sam Amick of The Athletic joins us for trade deadline special right here on Sactown Sports.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Rock from the darker side. Disturbed live. Take Back Your Life Tour, July 18th, Toyota Amphitheater. New album, Divisive, available now. With special guest, Breaking Benjamin. And Ginger. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Don't miss Disturbed as part of the Hard Rock Sacramento concert series.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning and happy trade deadline Thursday with your Sactown Sports headlines. I'm Jay Mars. It was an ugly game last night, but in the end, the Kings leave their 7-game road trip 4-3.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
On top of those 3 game-winning free throws, De'Aaron Fox finished the game with 31 points and 11 assists. Kings back in action tomorrow night at home against the Dallas Mavericks and their new star, Kyrie Irving. The NBA trade deadline is already wild, but let's get to the wildest of all the trades as Kevin Durant, the 13-time All-Star, was traded from the Brooklyn Nets to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, and 2029, and an additional 2028 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
There are a few people in this world I love more than Matt George.
Wow.
It's important that that's known. He left
Clearly.
himself wide open for that one.
Wow.
Maddie in the chatty, along with so many of you. Love you, Matthew. The pride of William Jessup University, by the way, Matt George.
Yeah.
Doing wonderful things on television now. Always nice to see.
Do they claim him?
You mean there's like a charitable write-off?
As someone they acknowledge as one of their proud alum.
Thanks to all of you. Oh my goodness, we are 2 away from 500 in the chat. It must be because the Kings won last night. That's got to be why everybody's here.
And 2 away from 200 likes.
It's also a trade deadline special. Yes, please hit the like button so we can help out algorithm and do all those things that we are supposed to do. Now, let me just, as we get ready for Sam, let me just set everything up. Sam's going to join us from The Athletic via the wonderful internet from Los Angeles here any second. So we're going to go all the way, or I am going to go this is one of those days where, honestly, I'm kind of jealous of you being on till 11.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be here till 10. Jason takes over solo till 11. I know there'll be a crosstalk with Deuce and Mo. But is by the way, do you know, is Mo back?
Yeah.
I saw you guys do the 3-way with her in San Francisco.
Yeah, she was in San Francisco doing the TV stuff, but yeah.
And
Mo back.
And so you'll have that closer to 11. Then they'll take you all the way up to Cattles and Rami, who will drive it home. As a matter of fact, the trade deadline will actually end during Deuce and Mo's show, and then so Cattles and Rami will have all the cleanup from that. And
big day.
I think the big question here is this: will we, will we have something to talk about when it comes to the Sacramento Kings, or will we be talking about everybody else? As joining us right now, not quite because he's adjusting the light in his hotel room. I believe he is, if I remember correctly, live from Los Angeles. He was down there covering the Clippers and Mavs last night. The one, the only, and hold on before he comes on here. I'm sorry, Sam. The Milwaukee Bucks are acquiring Jay Crowder in a trade with the Brooklyn Nets for 5 second-round picks. Now the second domino has fallen, and Sam's on with us live. Good morning, Samuel.
Good morning, gentlemen. Getting all fancy with the video action here. Nice to be with you. See faces for once.
You know what? I don't often see you in your glasses. I'm just gonna. There's just a personal note here. When you have your glasses on, you and your boy look a lot alike. Like for real, because he's usually got the new glasses on. I see.
The older one?
Huh? Say that again. I missed you because you were drinking coffee.
Hey, you know what? When I wasn't on video, you didn't see this stuff.
We're all exposed now.
Actually, is the audio okay? I can throw AirPods on. Is it coming through?
Audio is great. And before we get into the trade deadline and everything, just since you were down there, Sam, quick thoughts on what you saw out of Kyrie Irving and those Mavs and their loss to another contender, the Clippers.
To be totally honest with you, I mean, they won the game. They look good. I didn't see a ton because it is that time of year where I go to the game and I'm sitting on press row and the game's right in front of me, but we have a Russell Westbrook story that we've been working on that's going to be out later today that I was chipping away at. And you know, I mean, it was honestly kind of a fun night because you had the game itself, which, yeah, you get glimpses of Kyrie. And I think my quick take there is basketball wise, it's going to be obviously just, you know, electric offensively and they're going to be dangerous. We'll see what they do defensively and big picture is a bigger conversation. But, you know, then I had the Westbrook story and then I get back to the hotel and I was going to focus on that a little more. And then the Durant trade happened. So, you know, fireworks all over the place. The league never disappoints when it comes to this kind of stuff. So a lot going on, of course.
Well, Sam, without giving up all the details of your story, obviously, if you're trying to figure out the next step for Westbrook, where's that likely buyout going to end for him?
To be honest, yeah, I don't have. I mean, other than what's been reported, you know, Chicago Clippers. The Clippers thing is interesting because you get the sense that, you know, ownership, front office might not be that much into it, but they are, like a lot of teams. You know, the star players have a voice. Paul George very close with Russell Westbrook. And you know, and that could be a driving force. We'll see what happens with Russ. Our piece is honestly kind of looking backwards a little more, trying to tie a bow on his, you know, kind of ill-fated Lakers tenure and get into the fact that in the last couple of weeks, you know, I wrote in, I think, mid-December that it was looking unlikely that they would trade him because it was going much, much better than it had before. And then from there, you know, Anthony Davis gets hurt, they struggle, and it got more and more tense near the end, and it really reached a point where they felt like, for the sake of the locker room, partly, they had to move on.
Sam Amick of The Athletic joining us. Sam, is there any more clarity on Anthony Davis? A lot of people looking into, which is always accurate, looking into his body language. Obviously, after LeBron broke the record, his press conference, he was obviously down from the loss. Any clarity on that and where his head's at right now?
Yeah, the sense that I got is that honestly, some of the Westbrook stuff that unfolded that night, you know, specifically at halftime of the game against the Thunder, the Lakers give up 76 points. And, you know, and ESPN had reported this part of the situation first. You know, they had a locker room situation where Darvin Ham was getting into the team, you know, basically, lack of a better way of putting it, really pissed off about the defense, made that clear, but then kind of diverted his attention to Russ, and Russ got defensive. And one of the things that was kind of a hallmark of Russ's Lakers tenure was people being frustrated around him at his inability to kind of just, you know, it's not as simple as being coachable, but like that mentality of like, I'm future Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook, and that he would be defensive to criticism, that he wouldn't be self-aware, and he would be, you know, even what one person said, delusional to me in terms of the way he saw his game. I think it was challenging for people around him.
Sam, so you're there, and we're talking about the Lakers a little bit. The move they actually did make, I mean, to move off of Westbrook and adding what they did to get Hachimura recently, and you get Vanderbilt, D'Angelo Russell back, Beasley. They got a short runway here to get to where they want to go, but how much better do you think the Lakers got?
I like it. I mean, it's crazy, first of all, that like that trade, I mean, we didn't even get our story out yet, and that trade is now feels like it was a week ago, right?
You're right.
But I mean, I give the Lakers credit. You're talking about getting 3 rotation players, and you can argue the individual merits of each guy. We can do that a little bit, but for 1 first-round pick and then the expiring contract of Russell Westbrook, who, like I just kind of laid out, is a guy they were more than happy to move on from at the end. So Vanderbilt and Beasley are generally seen as respected players who are going to help. D'Angelo Russell, it cracks me up because when I was at the Clippers-Mavs game yesterday and talking to different people around the league about that trade, it was universally the same reaction, which was D'Angelo. Like, people just are not convinced that he can play winning basketball. He's one of those guys that might play really well against bad teams, struggle against good teams. And he's been really good for Minnesota the last couple of months. So we'll see, a big question mark there. But, 3 guys who help them and only giving up 1 first. And I'm sure right now they're burning those phones to try to do something with their other assets.
The Los Angeles Lakers have traded Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks.
I told you they were burning phones.
Yes, you were right.
I've been really hard on Rob Pelinka in the past. I am not impressed with his GMing, but in your mind, just quick reaction, is this the best trade deadline he's had by far? Seems like it.
I mean, it's tough to kind of, I can't recall, I don't have that LeBron memory recall to bring up every other one, but this is a good one. Yeah. I also think, honestly, guys, I mean, the Lakers it's just crazy, like how they function, like sure, Rob's had bad deadlines before, but we never know who's making decisions, like the Westbrook thing, and to remind people in Sacramento who already know this, and it's salt in the wound, I think, is that the Buddy Hield trade was done with the Kings and Lakers. Like, it was done, with Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell coming back to the Kings. And then guess what happened? LeBron and AD and the guys on the team, preferred Russell Westbrook. And so then that trade was undone. And so that, if you're Rob Pelinka, is the tricky environment that you've been working in. And then, the flip side of that is that, Rob, as far as his front office, has spent a lot of his time being, pretty, not isolated is a little extreme, but like not necessarily the most collaborative guy who, as far as how he functions. So, I mean, I'm rambling a little bit. That's a good trade. Maybe they traded Thomas Bryant here because he had the nerve to call for the ball down in the post.
That'll live in infamy.
Booted him.
Sam, you mentioned it is perfectly stated too, because I mean the Lakers, that's a pretty significant trade. We got a Kyrie trade a couple days before. These are all big, but then bam, last night, Kevin Durant to Phoenix feels like a landscape changer in a lot of different areas. It's the full teardown of what the Nets were trying to do before. Your immediate reaction when you heard that KD was going to Phoenix?
Super quickly, just to get it out of my system, because we never talk about the Denver Nuggets, who are leading the West. I like that move for the Nuggets. Thomas Bryant's got some potential. Right. They need a big. I mean, I didn't see what's going back yet. Oh, there it is, Devon Reed in 3 seconds. No, that's pretty good. Now the KD thing, I'm actually kind of fired up about it, to be honest with you. Partly selfishly, because I'm a self-serving West Coast-based national NBA writer who will now cover the Phoenix Suns more extensively. But, Kevin in particular, I've enjoyed covering his career. And I'll never forget talking to Kevin in the Seattle Sonics locker room in his rookie year, a very long time ago. I remember this quick side story, talking to Kevin when the plus minus stat had literally just become a thing. And I remember, getting Kevin's opinion on the plus minus stat. And I just have this vision in my head of this baby-faced, just kind of slender, incredible player back then. And so all these chapters, ups and downs, pros and cons, all that stuff. I think this could be a really, really good stop for Kevin, where it feels like, at least for a time, it's going to be about the basketball again and not all the nonsense. And, his going from the Warriors to the Nets to the Suns, that middle chapter, the Nets chapter feels almost to me like the classic rebound relationship where you didn't necessarily leave the Warriors for all the right reasons. You didn't necessarily join the Nets for all the right reasons, and maybe this is the recalibration where we get the best of Kevin Durant. And I wrote it today. I think that when a guy is that great, the fans, who get caught up in a lot of the drama and pick sides, fans should want guys like Kevin and LeBron to be featured on the biggest stages, not stuck in dysfunctional situations.
No, 100% agree. Sam Amick joins us from LA on the trade deadline, special trade deadline special. We'll have Sam for a few extra minutes than we normally do. Sam, when you look at Brooklyn, just back to them now, all the wings they have, safe to say, and I know that trade, we read that earlier, is not completely official, meaning that they've got room to bring in another team. Do you fully expect them to be at least a little bit more active today to balance out that roster?
You talking about Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was reported that they intend on keeping Mikal Bridges. That's significant because certainly his market would be at a very high level. I don't know what they're going to do. They are I mean, you're talking about a GM and Sean Marks who I think is on somewhat thin ice out there, and that was the case before. He had the everything is fine meme behind him with the fire, and I mean, it's not good out there. Joe Tsai, their owner, was, I'm sure, on cloud nine when they got the superstar trio together, and to see it go from 3 all-time greats in Kyrie and James Harden and Kevin Durant to this, where they have a bunch of good players and they have a ton of picks now. They have flexibility galore, but they have just lost a lot of relevance and are not going to be contenders in the East. It'll probably be a middling team. So we'll see what they do. What are we at now? We're at less than 3 hours before the deadline.
Yeah, I'm thinking about other teams in that same scenario, Sam, because, I mean, if you think about it, 2 MVPs have been traded. All-Star, I mean, Westbrook, Durant, Kyrie. This is amazing, the activity that's happened. But teams that have been quiet so far, let's say, Memphis, Philly, Cleveland, teams that think maybe they've got a shot. Do you think this is a snowball effect and we're getting a bunch more moves over the next couple hours?
Maybe. The one, and I'm looking at text on my phone as we speak about this topic, is the Raptors continue to be front and center right now. And, I love the poker game aspect of trade deadline day, where you got an executive like Masai Ujiri, who's one of the best in the business, might actually be the highest paid guy in the business for what it's worth. And now, he's got this roster full of guys whose market is incredibly high. And like one agent had just said to me, like, you've got to imagine that he has crazy offers across the board, and specifically for OG Anunoby and even more specifically teams in the West, because what Phoenix just did, and go ahead and take a big gulp, Kings fans, because your next couple of months just got a whole lot harder. Like what Phoenix just did, what the Lakers just did, obviously makes things tougher in the West. And Dave, I saw some of your tweets about this topic earlier. So if you're looking at a guy like OG Anunoby, a two-way talent that you're Memphis, or the Clippers, you got to really get aggressive. And I think it would surprise me if something like that didn't happen.
Well, and switching now, fully to the Kings, let me ask you first, just in this front office is so buttoned up, and as a fan, I appreciate that, but it does make a lot of guesswork for us. What is your overall?
Back,
say that again.
I said you want Vladdy back.
From the league standpoint, yes. As a Kings fan, I'm good, but yeah, with Vlade, you had a little bit more inside intel from 50,000 feet for you. What are you seeing out of this front office philosophically as we head down towards noon and towards the deadline?
50,000. I can't even get the 30,000 foot frequency.
I want you way up there, dude.
All right. They you guys know this already. They, as of yesterday, I haven't connected on them today at all, but the word protective remains kind of the key word, protective of their core, protective of what they have. They like what they have. They value the elite offense that is a huge part of their identity. They recognize that they need to get better defensively, but they don't want to, do that at the expense of the offense. One guy that, it wouldn't surprise me to see on the move is a little superfluous from an offensive standpoint is Terrence Davis. So is there something you can do there? I was kind of told that in those Matisse Thybulle possibilities with Philly, that would be the guy the Sixers would want. But I'll quickly qualify and say that, the Thybulle stuff has kind of, I would probably be surprised to see that happen. And even partly, again, never say never, but like he's got, such an extreme offensive limitation to his game that is a consideration for this Kings team. So they, they've been tied to Jared Vanderbilt, who, I think that was active as of yesterday, where they were, it seems and feels like they were hoping to, pluck him from Utah for, however many second round picks. And then ultimately, he goes to the Lakers in that deal. So that gives you some idea of the type of things they're looking at. Mason Plumlee, Nerlens Noel, two other guys who have been tied to the Kings. So, they're looking, and, that's what's crazy about their jobs, executives in general, is like, man, you can't have any tunnel vision and just, look at certain possible trades. You have to have intel about the context of what everybody else is doing and look for opportunities within that to maybe, like you mentioned, Brooklyn, pick up quote unquote scraps, or truly find out what Masai Ujiri is doing in Toronto. Just a massive part of their job is having clarity about the market and trying to make the most of that.
I also wonder too, Sam, just the difference, we alluded to a couple different front offices. I mean, what Phoenix did feels like a championship caliber type of move. What the Lakers are always trying to be championship contenders. I don't know if what they did gets them there. Dallas is trying to do that. The Kings made it clear they want to make the postseason. They're still tracking all that, but without mortgaging any future, seemingly, is what you're kind of talking about. But also, it feels like they still need to make another jump to that other tier. But that doesn't have to be done now. That could still be done in this offseason or another time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, in real time to what degree something like the Kevin Durant trade might have changed their calculus. For all I know, just being, excuse me, transparent, like for all I know this morning, because I haven't gotten any information on that side, is, they could have pivoted and Harrison Barnes could be out there right now as a piece. Who knows? And I'm speculating. I have no idea. I don't think that's the case at all. But the West is brutal. It's funny because this long playoff streak, not to go down that road too far, but the playoff drought, one thing that strikes me about it, you go back and look at the standings of all those years the Kings missed the playoffs. Like, it's pretty damn hard to make the playoffs. There were years where, you had to win 48 games to get in there. And so, that's where their jobs are tough right now because, you have a very kind of lovable, enjoyable core right now that has resonated with the fans. But then you look up and you study the schedule down the stretch of the season and you realize that all that goodwill and kind of, positivity could go away quickly if you struggle too much. So they got a lot to chew on right now for sure.
Sam Amick of The Athletic with us, and not to go all Windhorst or anything here, but I do find it interesting with less than 3 hours left. I'm looking at like the Thomas Bryant move, and obviously that would be an interdivision move, which is rare. But we are seeing some interconference moves, and you're seeing a lot of these wings. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are obviously aware that this team needs to improve defensively. They really need something down low to help out behind Domantas Sabonis. They have second rounders. They have Len Holmes, Terrence Davis, etc. to work with. The fact that they have been almost completely inactive makes me wonder if they're holding out and working on something else as we get closer. It's just tough for me, Sam, to imagine they're just going to roll through the deadline with Kessler Edwards.
I would agree, but I think it's more, we joked about 50,000 feet. They're hovering, with their King's drone, if you will, at 10,000 feet over all these situations. And, you would hope and think that they have something in front of them offer wise that they can go back to at the very last minute. If it's like worst case scenario that they might think helps their team. And that a lot of times is the case. Honestly, one of my least favorite parts of my job in terms of not having my curiosity ever like properly satiated, if that makes sense, is like it would all the years we've done this, it would blow our minds to be in the room, I think, and truly see like what was available. and we just never get all of that information. I think sometimes when we get 10% of that information, it's like, the endorphins go off for basketball fans. So, who knows? I don't know what they have in front of them. But again, they're protective. They like this group, and we'll see what they do.
All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Sam, Dave brought up Holmes. What's the market for him? Is there interest anymore around the league for Richaun Holmes?
I don't think so. In a vacuum, just talent-wise, sure. But $25 million, 25 million reasons, that's just not good value on a contract. And there's just not a lot of – he's not, I don't think, perceived as, an impact player in the kind of way that is going to compel a team to take on that kind of a deal, unless there's some other angle that I'm missing where it might help them. And then the flip side of that is obviously the Kings being, or even Richaun more so, in a tricky spot because I don't think he's much of a buyout candidate because they're not going to want to give, that back. And even though that had kind of been floated. So yeah, I'd be surprised if something happens with Richaun. It's a tricky spot there.
If you want your trade deadline needs satiated, I love that word, Sam Amick on Twitter, Sam Amick on The Athletic. Make sure you check out The Athletic, subscribe and save. As a matter of fact, I think they had a $19 special going yesterday. I think slams into today, which is always good when I get
again?
Dude. I believe I'm on the special plan, 2 subscriptions for $800, and I just keep rolling it over. So everybody else save because it's worth it at my price. It's twice as worth it at yours. Sam, you got a long day, a lot of stuff to do, and to give us a half an hour out of your schedule, we really appreciate it. Thank you, brother.
You got it, guys. Enjoy today. See you.
All right.
Thanks, Sam.
Take care. That is Sam Amick of The Athletic. And we got a lot coming up. I know that a lot of energy expanded today and everything that's going on. And we've got your coverage all the way till 6 p.m. nonstop. And really, that $49 tune-up from American Energy can really make sure that your needs are met with that tune-up. Stay safe. Stay smooth. Make sure that bill is as low as it can possibly be. And my friends at American Energy, they're locally owned, locally operated. They want to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with that $49 furnace tune-up to ensure your system's running safely and efficiently. And if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. When you purchase a whole home HVAC system, you get your furnace half off. 0% financing. That's pretty good. Can't do better than that. Payment plan options available. Yeah, there is no reason at all to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. It's the trade deadline. What better time than to trade in your old AC, your old furnace for a brand new one? Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. American Energy Air.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. We'll take a look at tonight in the NBA. It is a trade deadline special. We will keep you up to date on anything and everything going on around the NBA and specifically with your Sacramento Kings. Don't go away. We're right back on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Hands up, watch out for the screen. Okay, take 5. Hello, Sacramento and everyone out there in radio land, because I'm talking to you. Doug Christie here for the Good Feet store. Sound like I'm in a good mood? You bet I am. It's been a long time to turn things around, so excuse me if I savor the moment a bit. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about another turnaround that's just waiting to happen. It's that awful foot and foot-related pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back, even dreaded plantar fasciitis. Let me guess, you've probably tried drugstore remedies and even seen someone for it. I know I did, but nothing's working. The pain's not about to stop. So you get bum and pretty much resign to live with it. Well, speaking from experience, I can tell you that arch supports from the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet arch supports for back pain? Absolutely. We think it's time you felt good again. So come to the Good Feet store and get a free fitting and test walk. Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online, goodfeet.com.
Kansas. A night to remember. Kansas live. with special guest Blue Oyster Cult. Saturday, April 1st, 7:30 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. All new and all incredible, the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Still overpaying for a razor? In this economy? Gross. At Dollar Shave Club, you can get a top shelf shave at a regular shelf price. We've been hawking shaving products for years online, and we're excited to bring you the same great quality and low prices at a store near you. From high-quality stainless steel blades to super smooth shave creams, Dollar Shave Club's in the business of making your shave easier. Find Dollar Shave Club in the men's razor aisle. Getting your Dollar Shave Club razor wherever you want. Isn't that great?
This message brought to you by Discover. Did you know you could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection? It's the latest innovation from Discover. Discover will help regularly remove your personal information, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And they'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
The wait is over. Folsom Lake Honda is loaded with new Hondas ready to sell now. Over 35 Civics, over 30 Accords, over 50 trucks and SUVs, Ridgelines, Pilot, CRVs, including hybrids, and low interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. CLR specials, apply for financing, and value your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was a not so pretty game last night in Houston, but at the end, the Kings come out of their 7-game road trip 4-3.
Here's the third one. He's got all 3 of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
On top of hitting those 3 game-winning free throws, De'Aaron Fox finished with 31 points and 11 assists. The Kings are back in action against Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks Friday at the Golden One Center. It's been a wild NBA trade deadline so far, but the wildest trade still is with the Brooklyn Nets moving 13-time All-Star Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes dynamic forward Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks in 23, 25, 27, and 29, as well as a 2028 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back, Trade Deadline Special. Hello to everybody listening on the radio, on the apps, watching on Sactown Sports' YouTube page. Please hit those likes. Hello to each and every one of you as we're reading as much as we can on the chat. Currently, Johnny, Matt, Primo, MC, Ryan, Kyle, Chuck. I don't understand much of what Chuck's saying, but I'm trying to follow along. And, of course, MC running the show down there is our de facto moderator. It is a trade deadline special. We are going all the way, you and I, till 10. I depart. You take the baton. You go 10 to 11. Crosstalk with Deuce and Mo. They take you all the way until 2. And then Cattles and Rami take over for the cleanup on everything that is going on. And while we were at break, the Sacramento Kings agreed to send not 1 but 2 fans to a future game, and I'm sure we're going to have those tickets to give away right here on Sactown Sports. So good luck to everyone. What?
I'm going to mute you in the radio for 5 minutes.
Find the lie. I'm just letting everybody know we're going to have tickets at some point the rest of the year.
It's all how you say things.
You're going to have the opportunity to go. Now, let's, while we were on with Sam, by the way, hey guys, while we had Sam on, am I the only one that because I think, was it 2 trades that broke? They were tiny. Am I the only one that felt like a tiny bit bad about announcing trades while Sam was with us?
No, I'm sure he wanted to know him too.
But I'm saying,
what was it, Crowder and then the Laker one, right?
Yeah, were we keeping him from,
the Laker and Crowder? I think he'll be okay.
Those pale in comparison to what's happened already in the deadline.
The Athletic can sacrifice the 4 clicks they would have got from those deals.
The Lakers have traded Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets for Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks. So, again, everything through a Kings lens. First off, the Nuggets get a quality backup center to Nikola Jokic. I mean, that's just to be able to pull Thomas Bryant off the bench, a guy who dropped 30-plus or whatever it was on the Kings earlier. But I also find myself looking at a deal like that and going, why couldn't we offer, whoever and 30 second-round picks? Thomas Bryant would be a great backup for Sabonis.
Yeah, actually, why did the Lakers move him for the picks?
I don't know, unless they've got something else coming. That's what I always think about. That's why it's always difficult today, before the deadline's over, to really have a strong take. I can sit here and be like, come on, Monty. Why wouldn't you get in on that? Number 1, maybe he was, and the Lakers didn't want to deal with him. Number 2, maybe he's working on something else bigger and better, and
who knows?
That's how you look dumb. So Lakers get Denver second and 25, 26, and 29. Woj notes moving Bryant opens up minutes for Jared Vanderbilt and old friend Wenyen Gabriel. There was another trade out here, too. I think Shams has it, though. I should have written down the notes. Another trade while we were talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic. Jay Crowder, I know, was, in fact, traded earlier today. Oh, we talked about Justin Jackson and 2 second-round picks to Oklahoma City for Mike Muscala. Our friend Andy Bailey, who's big on numbers, he loves this move. The Suns traded Jay Crowder to the Nets. That's right, as part of that Kevin Durant deal. Indiana is acquiring the Bucks as Jordan Nwora and 2 second-rounders as part of that Nets-Bucks deal as well. And the Pacers are waving. Oh, no. They say he's got to go. Go, Batate. Okay, I got him. Thank you. They are waving him. Sources say that might have been.
I think Gogo, famous for getting into a fight with his assistant coach, Greg Foster during a Kings Pacers game.
Yes.
Fantastic.
One of the highlights.
Ward in the chat wants an Earth is round chant for Kyrie tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm against that. The whole thing. Kyrie Irving.
I think it'd go viral on the internet.
100% do.
A couple people have talked about the Kings being interested in Derrick Rose. That's been put out there, too.
I like Derrick Rose a lot. If you can bring Derrick Rose in for nothing, and by nothing, I mean a second rounder, salary match, I wouldn't mind that, because I think with Davion, who is still trying to figure it out, obviously that's your defense. That's what you're getting out of him.
Yeah.
But Derrick Rose, and please understand, I mean, Derrick Rose, I wouldn't say he's washed, but he's definitely stepping into the shower.
Yeah.
But I do think, as a guy who can give you limited minutes as a backup, the other guy I'm actually kind of curious about too is John Wall, because it looks like John Wall is going to get a buyout, be waived, whatever it is. You've got that Kentucky connection with De'Aaron Fox. Again, somebody that can give you spot minutes, handle the ball, and score a couple times.
Yeah, the more you watch the Kings play, Davion, when he's playing, is off the ball a lot, especially when he's on the floor with Malik Monk. They put the ball in Malik Monk's hands a lot more. So Davion's become a guy you could use off the bench, but he's just so good defensively. Derrick Rose would be another playmaker if they added him. Now, that's an if. It hasn't happened. We'll see.
According to Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, Detroit and the Golden State Warriors are in conversations to trade Sadiq Bey. The Warriors have shown an increased willingness to move James Wiseman before this afternoon's trade deadline. You know, it's kind of a little bit surprising to me that Sadiq Bey's name has not been mentioned with the Sacramento Kings whatsoever. Because remember, Sadiq Bey is a guy that we know Monty has kicked the tires on in the past, as soon as last year. Now, with everything going on in Detroit, he's kind of been in and out of the starting lineup. 15 points, 5 boards, a little over an assist a game, plays a little bit of defense, 23 years old, 6'7" wing. It would not surprise if at the end of the day you told me the Kings acquired Sadiq Bey, or at least were deep in conversations with it. Would not shock me at all. That's a name Monty's liked in the past.
Right. Makes a lot of sense.
Also, I'd imagine if that some sort of trade with the Pistons and Warriors comes to fruition with Bey, right?
Yeah.
One or both of Wiseman and Moody's on the move.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of speculation whether or not Bob Myers. Can I hit the button?
Yeah, go ahead.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
The Portland Trailblazers have acquired Matisse Thybulle as part of a 3-way trade with Charlotte. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to knock 2 birds with 1 stone out.
What are the pieces?
Oh, and who's the other team, by the way? Because it is known Charlotte had possibly been shopping Mason Plumlee. I think it's
the Sixers. They're getting Jalen McDaniels from the Hornets.
So my hopes that Sacramento was a part of that deal that we're getting Plumlee is the Sixers are getting Jalen McDaniels. Okay.
It doesn't look like Plumlee's in the deal.
What's Portland giving up? That's what we don't know yet.
Is giving up stuff.
Dame.
Okay. And Ian Begley of reports for the Knicks, Nets, and the NBA back east. He's the one laying in on Derrick Rose. The Sacramento Kings checked up on former league MVP Derrick Rose. I really Mason Plumlee, Matisse Thybulle, but really Matisse Thybulle. Those were 2 names I was really hoping on the margins. You know, obviously it's not a KD move, but that would have been really good for the Kings to pick up.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the move last night that Portland made dealing Josh Hart. I was really curious about them because last year, once Dame got hurt and their season fell apart, they broke it up.
Yeah.
But then they tried to reinvent it this year, and it really hasn't worked very well.
Yeah.
So I thought they were a team to watch, but adding Thybulle's looking like they're trying to at least still make it work this year. But, I mean, they're a game below 500. They haven't cracked the code yet.
I mean, this has been a Portland team that when you talk about the Sacramento Kings being poor defensively for a long time, I mean, the Trailblazers haven't been a ton better. So I guess that addresses that.
It's just really strange because Portland right now, they're a half game ahead for the play-in.
The Hornets are getting multiple second-round picks in the deal, by the way.
You know, I could be wrong. I'm going to say it again, guys. The fact that we have so many deals happening that the Kings seemingly could very much afford. So I'm sorry. I know we got to go to break. What is the end up for Thybulle that Portland or Philly is getting?
So if I'm looking at this correctly, the Trailblazers are getting Thybulle.
Yeah.
The Sixers are getting Jalen McDaniels, and the Hornets are getting multiple second-round picks.
So the Kings could have afforded that. And again, I might be overthinking it, but I just find it impossible to believe that Monty and Wes, especially with everything going on right now, are just like, well, you know, meh. And the fact that we're seeing a lot of these deals that seemingly are in the price range for the Sacramento Kings and they're not happening tells me before I freak out, they may very well be working on something else right now. That's what that kind of hints to me, that we may end up liking more than all this stuff. All right, we got to take a break. Oh, look at this. The headline from tomorrow's Oregonian. Thybulle goes west.
You getting a fee for that coming up? Did you patent that?
I feel like I should have.
Yeah, I feel like you should have too.
We'll update you on everything. Obviously, trade deadline special. We will make sure you are caught up to date on everything breaking as it happens. Stick here on YouTube, on the app, on the radio. We've got you covered till 6 p.m. on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh, my, what an athletic move. That time by Malik Monk.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hey, what's up? We're joined by Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What are you doing for Chrysler's President's Day sale?
This month, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. Plus, you save thousands more with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Or you can save up to $10,500 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs.
And I assume as California's #1 Ram truck dealer, that's not it.
We also have up to $7,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 2500 Heavy Duty Crew Cab Bighorns. The work truck you've been looking for is at Hoblet, and with some great savings you won't find anywhere else. Plus, with hundreds available, we have NorCal's best selection, so you can find your perfect truck and take it home today.
Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period. 15,000 total net savings on 1,500 Bighorn Crew 4x2 after 9,500 factory rebates and 5,500 dealer discount. 10,500 total net savings on 1,500 Laramie Crew Cab 4x4 after 4,500 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discount. 7,000 total net savings on 2,500 Bighorns after 2,500 factory rebate and 4,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 on the job bonus cash. Must show proof of business ownership to qualify. 0% APR for 72 months and $2,000 rebate on approved credit. Free price for capital must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. $1,389 per thousand borrowed. Private net savings. See dealer for details.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
According to Dave Pells, most golfers don't allow for enough break on putts. During your next round, mark your scorecard, whether you missed putts above the hole with an A or below the hole with a B. If you have more Bs, add more break until you have an equal number of A and B misses, and you'll make more putts. Ernie L. says bombing the driver on a par 5 might not always be the best strategy. Rather, you should get yourself to your ideal shot distance to the green. So if that's 120 yards, then for a 500-yard hole, you need shots of 200 and 180 yards. There are lots of ways to play a hole. Bobby Jones said a leading difficulty with the average player is that they totally misunderstand what is meant by concentration. They may think they're concentrating when they are merely worrying. Jones and all the great players knew that the game is played in the 6 inches between your ears. If that's your golf to go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 57, has all the Super Bowl action. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can get in on the Super Bowl 57 excitement with DraftKings Happy Hour Super Boosts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code FSR. New customers can bet $5 on Super Bowl 57 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's code FSR. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 57. 21 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required for odds boost. Bet type and amount limits vary. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
All right, this is the part of the trade deadline where I need to be a composed veteran radio personality adult, because what happens is I see all these moves being made and I go, we really don't have a playable backup big. We need another wing/playmaker. The team is in the 3 seed. This is the first time the Kings have been relevant since people who are driving were born. And it seems like everybody else around us, even the Nuggets, who are the 1 seed, are getting better. And so far, the Kessler-Edwards era has started. And no offense to him, but that's not a needle mover. So I'm sitting here getting preemptively angry.
I asked Jason this before the show. I'll ask you. Did the Kessler-Edwards trade prompt all these other Western Conference teams to make these moves?
That's
they
why
saw the Kings striking
Kevin Durant.
first. Yeah.
We know that. And now we're sitting here in a very precarious position. It's not like we have a 7-game lead in the 1 seed. We're in a very precarious position where we could literally wake up in 2 weeks because of the All-Star break and be in the 8 seed. I refuse to believe that our front office is just going to be that they're playing Hogwarts Legacy. Like something's got to be. So I'm not going to get angry. They've earned our trust. But I will say this: if we're sitting here tomorrow and Kessler Edwards is the move,
all right. Well, can I just give you just a counter? Here's a counter.
Yeah,
I think sometimes because moves are made, it feels like they're active, right? They're literally a move has been made. Let's pretend, if we can, we're in a world where the Kings did what the Portland Trailblazers have done over the last 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So they've moved Josh Hart, and who did they move in the trade they just made? It's picks.
Yeah,
and they got Thibault and Cam Reddish. Is Portland better? They've got
Barely.
two different. Are they?
Here's what I would say.
But is it? Oh, look, they made trades.
I don't think there's.
What does that mean?
I don't think Portland's significantly better, but I think if you put those two players on the Kings,
okay,
I think the Kings improve by a higher factor than Portland because of what they have surrounded.
So that means you also think the Kings are a better team.
I do think the Kings are better.
So take that for consideration. They're the 3rd seed. Like, they have done good things to get there.
They absolutely have.
And it doesn't mean it's broken because other teams move. Remember, it's harder they got other teams have to make these adjustments. Mm-hmm. And by the All-Star break, the odds are still really strong the Kings are going to be the 3 seed.
But as Red Auerbach used to say, this is the NBA, which stands for no big assumptions.
Right.
That's what he used to say.
Right. When it comes to keeping your 3 seed.
Awesome. And we also have to remember a few things. Number one, these teams are going to go, like, do we know what Portland, Charlotte, like what those conversations looked like? Did they have specific pieces they were looking for? Number one. And like you said, the Kings could be working on a much bigger deal for all we know.
And
I wanted to point and I wanted to point that out mainly because last deadline, both moves made, there was zero indication those moves were being made.
Correct.
Zero indication.
100%. And I think as I said, I'm preemptively, I shouldn't say getting mad. I'm doing a pregame show right now for the pregame of getting mad. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not mad yet because, again, they have earned our trust. They have earned our respect. That front office has earned that ability. I'm fast forwarding to tomorrow. I sincerely hope that, like I said, everyone else around them is getting better. And I'm not saying the Kings should go all in for a championship. And somebody, I forget who it was on the text line, said, hey, you're making a big deal of it, Matisse Thybulle. That's not – no. I'm not saying Matisse Thybulle is going to bring them the championship. This is not about winning a championship to me. This is about holding on to the 3, 4, or 5 seed or being stuck in the mud. They're in that spot. And by the way, more often than not, when teams, especially that haven't been in the playoffs before, when they pick a little something up on the trade deadline, whether it's baseball or basketball, it's like a little kick in the butt in the locker room. People, they perk up a little bit. It's a nice shot in the arm. If for no other reason, there's also the mental aspect. If they do nothing and everyone else, the Dallases, the Phoenixes, which you could argue, at least in Phoenix's case, were already a better team, just hurt than Sacramento. Denver got some center help back with Thomas Bryant. You got to think Memphis is going to do something. All of this stuff, you can't just chill. In my opinion, you can't just chill. I'm not saying you have to do like crazy stuff,
right?
But
but you can't just chill.
Yeah, you can't just chill, man.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sactown Sports breaking news.
Not expecting this at the deadline, but we have a big extension to announce. Yu Darvish has been extended by the San Diego Padres for 6 years and $108 million.
Just so everybody knows, I saw that during the break, had the same thought, and I disciplined myself into not doing it.
Sorry that I'm a child.
Mm-hmm.
It is a big extension.
Would you have sent 5 second-rounders for Jay Crowder? That's kind of ridiculous. I get it, but
I'm not a big second-round pick guy, so I might have even
2-time defending MVP, probably 3-time MVP Nikola Jokic, second-round pick.
Yeah, let's go to the percentage of MVPs over the years that have got picked in the second round.
Hall of Famer Draymond Green, probably second-round pick. Who is it? Alex wants to know, does Simmons have a large contract? If you're talking about Ben Simmons, yes. If you're talking about
Richard,
probably not.
Well, it depends.
Yes, he has quite the large contract. So yeah, anyways, don't want the farm sold, but I will say Terrence Davis, Alex Len, Rashawn Holmes, your second-round picks, possibly a guy like Davion, who I know I sound like one of the people who's like, let's give all our, whatevers. But I'm talking about around the fringe moves. I'm looking at what the Lakers did. I'm looking at what Denver did for Thomas Bryant. I'm looking at what a lot of these teams, even Portland for Thibault, it adds up to the point where you look at the price that is paid and you look at what's in your bank account. You go, we could afford that.
Jason, can we have a friendly wager here? I have a feeling the Kings will make a move before noon.
Okay.
This is going to happen in the 10 o'clock hour because Dave's not here.
100%. Yeah. 100%.
And it's going to be like a move that's like worth talking about.
I think it's going to happen during the crossover.
So an hour from now or so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine because I will be just arriving home and I will be in front of Gus and Nacho and I will have a live show with them.
Okay.
Actually, guys, I'll tell you this much. If you want the Kings to make a move, here's something. And now, even though we're on for an extra hour, here's something. I should go straight home, have myself a snack, and take a nap. I could probably be in bed by 11 a.m., asleep by 11:15. That's when things are done, when I take naps. When I take naps, that's when
the world goes
you
to
also
work.
got one of those flying cars now. You can take a nap in there on your way
That's
home.
a great point right there. Lucky on the chat says, blow it up.
Agreed.
Kings aren't competing for a championship the next few years anyways. Get 10 first-round picks. As the captain of the tank machine, the tank commander himself, lay off the weed. Like, this is not a time to tank.
Yeah, but you get 10 first-round picks, which I believe the Kings have had over the last 15 years.
The Pacers are acquiring George Hill in a second-round pick.
Again?
How many times has he been a Pacer?
This is his
A
8th
lot.
go-round.
What are the Bucks getting?
Rid of George Hill.
Under the luxury
See,
tax.
now
I
the
don't even
Kings
know if
could have
they're
been
over.
involved in that.
Who was it?
To be fair, Jason, I do believe the George Hill era was cut short in Sacramento. We could have had a redemption tour.
What was the year when they got George Hill as a free agent, and what was the other move?
That was
Zebo.
2017, Zebo and Vince Carter.
Yeah.
Perspective.
De'Aaron Fox's rookie year, right?
You remember?
Second year.
Yes.
You remember me telling you that was the time when I, legit coincidentally sat next to Vlade on that Southwest flight back from LA, and the giddiness this man had, and I was with him. I was totally giddy with. We got George Hill. We got Zach Randolph.
They made a move.
We got Vince Carter. We've got veteran leadership. We're on our. He was so happy, and
All
I
you
was
wanted
too.
them to do was make a move.
To be fair, George Hill was coming off a career year.
He was.
Should have been a better King.
Agreed.
Had a better King 2 days ago.
Ooh,
What?
not
Too
okay.
soon?
Yeah.
I love you. All right, listen, Jason's going to take over. You got your trade deadline special all the way up to 11. Deuce and Mo, the crosstalk. They'll hand it off to Cattles and Rami. Thank you all. We'll, of course, have your coverage throughout the day. There is nowhere better than Sactown Sports for all your trade analysis, and we are right back.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's Carmichael Dave here telling you now is the time to replace your system. Get $2,500 off on a new HVAC whole home system installation with 0% financing and payment plan options available. There's no reason to keep putting off making your home a place of comfort for you and your family. Plus, get a free whole home air purification option on select systems. Limited time only. Call today, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Lots of dealers will say they'll stand behind their vehicles, but only one Kia dealer puts their money where their mouth is with an exclusive 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty on all new Kias at no additional cost to you. And that's Elk Grove Kia. Talk about peace of mind. Nothing to worry about for 20 years or 200,000 miles guaranteed. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone would do that? Elk Grove Kia is also the leader in best deals, like no dealer markup on the popular Kia Soul or the sporty Kia Forte. Best prices and best warranty in the land at Elk Grove Kia. Interested in Kia's EVs like the all-new Sportage Hybrid? We got them. The redesigned Sorento Hybrid? We got them. The most popular EV6? Yep, we got them. And don't worry about credit, low credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Elk Grove Kia says you're approved. If you've been holding off on buying a new car, now is the time. Check us out online at elkgrovekia.com. It's all going on at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall. Don't wait. Your new car is waiting for you here at Elk Grove Kia today.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never really thought about tools until I bought a house in the suburbs. It's like this weird homeowner test if I need a tool for a project and don't have it. And my neighbor Ted loves to give me that look when I ask to borrow a pole saw. A year ago, I didn't even know pole saws existed. And now I gotta borrow one from Ted? What is happening?
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
This year, the only app you need at your Super Bowl party is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Download FanDuel now. You can bet Super Bowl 57 with a no-sweat first bet. Join FanDuel today. Promo code HERD, H-E-R-D.
21 plus in select states. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable sportsbook bonus bets, which expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Mississippi, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona. 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming or visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Need new tires? The experts at Tire Rack have been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/Colin. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full lineup of Sumitomo tires, test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Also, fast free shipping, free road hazard protection. That's TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was not the prettiest of wins last night for Sacramento, but in the end, they go 4-3 on their 7-game road trip.
Here's the third one. He's got all three of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
On top of hitting the 3-game winning free throws, De'Aaron Fox finished with 31 points and 11 assists. The Kings are back in action tomorrow at the Golden One Center against the new-look Mavs and Kyrie Irving. There's been a ton of trades happening during the NBA trade deadline, but none bigger than the Brooklyn Nets sending forward Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns for Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected future first-round picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, and 2029, as well as a 2028 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Time for the 10 at 10 with Jason Ross.
It's the 10 at 10
10 hotly debated topics
on Sactown Sports.
All right, let's do it. Final hour. We're 2 hours away from the end of the NBA trade deadline, and lots of movement has happened over the last couple days, over the last couple of hours. And anything that happens this hour, we will keep you up to date on. Thank you to all of you that have taken the time to watch us on YouTube, certainly over the smart speakers, over the app, over the radio, however you've done it. We really appreciate it. Big day. And that because a lot of you care about the Kings. And, Jay, you know what? They're relevant.
What?
Yeah, they're the 3 seed. They've been playing
Did I hit
well.
the breaking news sounder?
And they're so relevant that people are upset that they haven't made any moves besides the move they made yesterday. But
well, we got 2 hours, friend.
We do, and a lot of times these moves can happen in these last 2 hours. So anything that happens, we'll keep you up to date, but let's do it. Let's give you the 10 at 10.
Number 1.
All right, we're going to fly through these today.
Yes.
Okay, now that Steph and Zion are officially out for the All-Star game, De'Aaron Fox is a lock, right?
I'm going with the word lock. Yes, 100%. He needs to be. He should be, and I hope we find that answer very soon. I'm going with lock.
Yeah, I'm going lock as well. I can't imagine there's anybody that gets in over him, especially with what the Kings have done. You saw it on display again last night. 13 points in the fourth quarter, hitting those clutch 3 free throws to go along with 31 points. De'Aaron Fox is definitely an all-star. If he's not, I'm not going to say we riot, but, we throw things.
Sure.
Number 2.
Kevin Durant is now a Phoenix Sun. Thoughts on the new look Suns?
Like the trade a lot for them. I mean, when you get a superstar, but it's an all-in trade. So it's one of these things, Jay. It's much like the Nets. So there's a lot of people that gave him a lot of love, and they should, when they had Kyrie and Kevin Durant, and then added Harden, and then switched that and added Simmons. You got to win a championship when you're adding a guy like Kevin Durant. That's the only reason you do it. And so the value, the immediacy is shock. Wow, last night I couldn't believe when I heard it. But then I went, all right, the clock is on. They've got to win a title with him there to be successful.
Yeah, no, I was kind of in the same boat when it comes to the timeline. Kevin Durant is 34. Chris Paul's 37, I believe, turns 38 at some point this season. So, again, those two are definitely on the clock. Man, that's a lot of shots to go around between Ayton, Paul, Booker, and now Durant. That's a lot of interesting personalities. But on paper, they're obviously, looking like the team to beat in the West. But, hey, man, they don't got a long time to get that chemistry sorted out. So it'll be very interesting to see how that works out.
Number 3.
Did the Kings have both their worst loss and strangest win of the season on the same road trip?
I think so. I mean, we get prisoners of the moment, but we all were just crushing the loss to the Pelicans. That was awful. Like the way they played, the way they didn't compete, how badly they lost, and what the Pelicans were missing and how they had been playing. So that felt like the worst loss of the season. Then last night, strangest win. I mean, I thought they stole it. I mean, there were different times where it looked like they might win. Then they were in complete trouble. And the last minute, I don't think a lot of teams can lose that way. The Rockets invented a way to lose.
Yeah, no, they literally invented a way to lose, and that's the only way the Kings won. I was watching that game last night, and it seemed like the Rockets kept, as much as the Kings would chip away, the Rockets stayed at like a 4-point lead. I felt like forever.
Yeah.
And it just felt like one of those games, and it was the first time this season in a close game. I'm like, the Kings don't have it tonight. Final game. They've been on the road for 2 weeks. They just don't have it tonight. But like you said, the Rockets gifted the Kings a win. Very strange win. And yeah, that Pelicans loss so far is still the worst one of the year.
Number 4.
What's been your favorite low-key trade so far of this NBA trade deadline?
All right. And to say low-key, I mean, you think about it because, I mean,
non-all-star trades.
Because if this trade deadline ends and people go, there wasn't a lot of action. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
We had 2 MVPs, former MVPs traded, and maybe 3 Hall of Famers, actually, in Westbrook, Kyrie, and Kevin Durant in different deals, and a lot of other moves. I'm actually going to put them inside those big moves, though, Jay. I really like TJ Warren as part of the Kevin Durant trade. Now, Kevin Durant's the headliner, and he should be. That's a nice move. Inside the Lakers move, a lot of eyes are on Vanderbilt. I think he's a good fit. I think Malik Beasley's really good. I like that fit for them. So sometimes it's those things, but I think it's still coming. I think there's, in these next 2 hours, there's one of those around the edges. Oh, wow, that was a good addition to that team. Crowder's a little bit there for me, but I'm still waiting to see all these moves.
The one that got me, and I loved it for New York, was acquiring Josh Hart for, Cam Reddish and compensation. I think Josh Hart's a really good player. Not a star, but he's a nice piece if you want it, as a rotation piece on a team. And, he was kind of the big attraction, so to speak, from a player standpoint in that trade last year for CJ McCollum. I was a little interested to see them give up on Hart for Reddish, who has not been able to crack 2 rotations now in both Atlanta and New York. And, I get Thibault. Thibault's a good pickup for them on the defensive side, but I don't know if losing Hart for Reddish and Thibault is necessarily a net win, but I like the move a lot for the Knicks. I thought giving a guy's not in your rotation and bringing a rotation piece like Hart, I thought it was really good.
Yeah, one more just while I'm thinking of it, based on value, Pirtle. That's a good move.
That is a good move, too.
Number 5.
By adding Hachimura, Vanderbilt, Beasley, and Russell, how concerned are you about the Los Angeles Lakers?
Not this year. I'm really not. We did this yesterday. I think you and I, Jay, we were talking about traditionally trade deadline moves are splash. It makes a lot of noise. But that final, let's say 25 to 30 games, it's harder to make that impact. But the Lakers going into next year, they didn't really kill any cap when they do have some room.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think the team is a little bit more appealing to still join LeBron, AD, and some of the pieces they have. So I think that group is going to really have to work to get into the top 10. I'm not talking championship, to get into the top 10, but next year I think they're better set up. I think all these teams are better set up.
I do. I think the Lakers did enough to make themselves at least a play-in team this year. I feel that way. I'm with you, though, to really gel and get the chemistry. And remember, that's assuming someone like AD doesn't get hurt again.
Right.
And
big assumption.
It's a big assumption because if AD or LeBron get hurt, none of this matters, right? Exactly. None of this matters for this year. I like the pieces they added. That team has much more depth. I think they're much more well-balanced. Do I see them as an NBA championship threat? No. Would I want to see them in the first round? No.
Right.
Yeah, again, they're better. They're not winning a title.
Yeah.
Number 6.
Speaking of the Lakers, they have seemingly made some good moves. Who do you believe is the architect of these deals?
No, I was hearing the 6 o'clock hour. You and Dave feel like there's a ghost GM involved.
I do. I don't. These made way too much sense for Rob Pelinka.
Poor Rob. He can't be given any credit, but it does seem odd. And I see a lot of this from Twitter and other people. Why are people helping the Lakers? Well, other teams thought they helped themselves too. I don't think anybody makes it a desire. Let's make the Lakers better. Usually in a trade, you think you made yourselves better too. Weird trade, odd trade in some of the elements. I think Minnesota, they caught the right team that's trying to make up for their past mistakes, and the Jazz are just trying to acquire assets. So
yeah, and they got one big one.
Yeah, and
they got a nice pick.
Yeah, and then now where does Westbrook land? So
yeah,
I don't know who's doing it. I'm going to go with Pelinka, but I don't know.
I feel like, especially because all the talk is that the Clippers are going to get off John Wall, whether it's trading him or releasing him. I think the Clippers still make the most sense for Russ at this point.
Yeah.
Number 7.
Mike Conley has had a really nice career. Would we have a higher opinion of him if it wasn't spent entirely in Memphis, Utah, and now Minnesota?
I know it's not to slight those markets, but I feel like Conley's been really good. It took him forever to get to the All-Star game, but he's been a really good point guard. But let's change that and say he was a Knick, a Miami Heat, and a Warrior. I think same career. We're thinking differently, aren't we?
No, exactly. It's the markets and the teams. A lot of those first years in Memphis weren't very good. And then when you think of the grit and grind Memphis Grizzlies, a lot of that for that team, the credit goes to Gasol and Randolph, although I thought Conley was just as instrumental in that.
Yeah.
And he was really good those first couple seasons in Utah. No, I agree. I think the markets, the teams that he's played for, had Mike Conley been playing for noted NBA Finals contenders, I think we're looking at like 3 or 4 All-Star appearances as opposed to 1.
Number 8.
Did the Brooklyn Nets get enough for Kyrie and KD?
I feel like no, but then you have to complete the whole deal, right? It's also those draft picks. Mm-hmm. And I think by nature, the funniest thing to me about draft picks, and we're doing this, and I'm guilty of it, of saying, look at Utah's future, look at OKC's future, look what San Antonio's trying to do. Those all sound great in theory, but the second you attach a name to that draft pick, oh, well, they drafted that player? Well, yeah, that's what we were bragging about, them having these draft assets. It's exciting. I would like to have that same kind of capital, but what do you turn that into? And Jay, we used to complain a little bit about Ainge in Boston. Yeah, you got all the assets. You got to turn that into something. So at some point, you got to get the net return on that.
I agree. I think I really like Mikal Bridges, and I know that was probably that was the big holdup initially with Phoenix. That's a headliner. That's a really good piece you picked up. I think Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith are fine, but when you look at Brooklyn now and you just look at the roster as a whole, I mean, they're competing for a play-in spot probably at this point. And so you got 5 unprotected first, but to your point, what do you do with them? If you repackage those and bring in another star, it's like, okay, great. But if you use the picks and they're just for guys that are kind of middling, put it this way, it's really hard to turn those first-round picks if you use them into the talents of Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You're likely not drafting guys of that ilk.
The one thing we'll find out about Bridges is if he can be a star. I think he's a really, really good complementary player. I don't know the answer to it. Maybe changes and becomes kind of the dude there. I don't know though.
No, I don't either.
Number 9.
Brock Purdy will have surgery on February 22nd, which reportedly will be a 6-month recovery. That puts him back in late August. The 49ers have to add another QB, right?
Yes, I think so. We don't know about Trey Lance. If Brock Purdy isn't ready till the end of August, that's basically no training camp time. That's hopefully on a generous scale. So I don't know that you could trust that he's ready for the season at all. Though I think if he was, he would be the starting quarterback. I really do.
Oh, for sure.
But so then it's Lance, who's an unknown, and not just, hey, we've got a third guy. We've got and apologies to Nate Sudfeld, but we've got a Nate Sudfeld. No, I think you need to go with someone that you know has been a quarterback in the NFL because you have a Super Bowl caliber team.
Right.
So you have to have a quality third quarterback there.
Yeah, and by quality, I look at, guys that have been, backups around the league. I think Andy Dalton is someone you probably roll the dice on. Jacoby Brissett. Guys that, again, when you put them in there, can run the offense. They can throw the ball. Yeah. That was the big thing with Josh Johnson going there. Literally can't throw the ball. But you get a guy like a Dalton or a Brissett. Again, those are good examples of guys that, do you want them being your number one? No. But if you have to have your quarterback miss a month, they're guys that can keep you, above water, so to speak.
Yep.
Number 10.
Will we have any more trades today that involve current or former All-Stars?
Yes, why not?
Think
current
so?
Or former? Yeah, this has been a great trade deadline. It really has. And I think what's great about the NBA is how many teams, this is the subtle thing that I think was reported on last year, and the Kings were living proof of it. By getting the play-in and the teams 9 and 10, more teams are involved, more teams are available. 3 teams last year were in that spot. The Pacers, the Kings, and the Pelicans were all out at the trade deadline of the top 10. They all went aggressive. Like the Pacers and the Kings make their trade. The Pelicans get aggressive and get CJ McCollum and think, can we get into the top 10? It didn't work for the Kings and the Pacers. It did for the Pelicans. And the fact that, Jay, I think right now as we speak, I would say the Spurs, Rockets, Pistons, and Hornets are out. That's it. There's 4 teams that are eliminated from the playoffs. 26 are eligible. But that also still means the Hornets, Pistons, Spurs, and Rockets could be dealing things off like Jakob Poeltl because they want to make sure they stay down. So I think this all opens up things. And now I'm looking at teams like Memphis that's watched this. Philadelphia Philadelphia did make a move. Cleveland that's been watching, that all think they have a good team. Miami, who's generally involved in this, they're all going to be aggressors here in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and you still got to get big names out there. Woj reporting there's still interest in moving John Collins out of Atlanta. OG Anunoby has been a guy whose name has popped up, I feel like for weeks now. Pascal Siakam, same thing. Fred VanVleet. These are really big names. I think Siakam might be the all-star that gets moved.
That's a big one. That really is. So when we come back, more on this NBA trade deadline. We'll continue to follow it, give you all the latest and the notes of what's going on, and certainly anything that happens with the Kings, we've got that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Tune into Carmichael, Dave, and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m., followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 57, has all the Super Bowl action. New customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can get in on the Super Bowl 57 excitement with DraftKings Happy Hour Super Boosts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code FSR. New customers can bet $5 on Super Bowl 57 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's code FSR. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 57. 21 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issued as bonus bets. Opt-in required for odds boost. Bet type and amount limits vary. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Live and local. Live and local.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Oh, are you tweeting with Woj? Texting with Woj?
Yeah, I'm getting some intel from him. Trying to get the very latest. Some teams I told him to keep our eye on. I don't remember if we finalized the George Hill to the Pacers.
Not over the air. We did off the air.
Yeah. The Bucks are sending Serge Ibaka to the Pacers as part of that deal as well.
Does his cooking show on YouTube come with it?
Don't know.
Well, find out. You're texting with Woj.
I know. We'll get the latest on that. So the trade deadline is here, and it's coming up, and a lot of activity as we continue to follow and monitor all of the latest moves. In your time as a Twitter follower, how many times would you say you've been taken by fake Woj, fake Sam Amick, fake Shams.
At least 10.
Yeah. That I hate that part. It's hopefully a little bit better, a little bit easier, but not always the case. Teams to keep your eye on, I would say, here over the next 2 hours. For multiple reasons, and there's been a lot of talk about this out there, Jay, about the Warriors. I mean, look, the Warriors are also in that group of teams that aren't just trying to get in. Hey, let's have fun and make the playoffs. They're trying to win another championship. They also have this luxury tax thing that hasn't really bothered Joe Lacob at all. But Wiseman, they could literally save just a boatload of money by moving him.
What's the
Like
number?
an
Was it
absurd
131 million or something like that?
Just by dealing him.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
So it
nine
makes too much
figures.
sense. But then it also goes, well, who wouldn't want a former number 2 lottery pick? I don't know if he could play. I really don't know if he could play. Some team might take that chance. So I'd keep an eye on the Golden State Warriors, not only with him, but a few other players.
And I would too. And here's another little wrinkle to that is Bob Myers doesn't have a new deal, their current GM. I said this back when they had that number 2 pick and back when they had the 2 picks the year after that in the lottery. Why the hell are you drafting?
Right.
Why are you drafting? You could have packaged those picks and put some more, veteran guys around your veteran team.
Right.
I know you won the title last year, but right now they are struggling and you got 3 roster spots. I mean, Kuminga could still be something.
Sure.
But right now he's not doing much. Moses Moody can barely, if he can, crack the rotation, and Wiseman just doesn't play.
Yeah.
He goes down to the G League. It's like, man, that's 3 lottery picks in 2 years that have kind of just not materialized. And it kind of was obvious that wasn't going to happen. Like, I don't think you can develop guys while trying to win an NBA title. I really don't believe that.
Yeah, that becomes a difficult part. They were trying, like you said, the double timeline is a difficult task. I don't know how many teams have done that. They got to worry about what they have now, the proven thing, the proven commodity.
That's what I mean. Just try to win titles while you got
Absolutely.
the squad. Or if you're going to use those picks, trade off Steph, Draymond, and Clay and get whatever capital you can get back. I've just never felt you can do 2. And right here is a classic example of that.
Yeah. We continue to see what's going on with the Sacramento Kings as of now. Nothing new. There was
Or
is there?
Well, I'm just saying, Woj is reporting that the Hawks are still trying to find a new home for John Collins.
Yes, which is
the Kings have been linked to John Collins for, I think, since Nam. And we're talking about bigger deals that the Kings could be looking at when some of these other trades have gone down. That to me would qualify as a bigger deal.
Yeah, I have not been the biggest proponent of him, but it just depends on what the return is. That's the whole thing about this. And some of these moves where I've seen what it's cost teams to get players and went, I'm glad the Kings aren't in that. Then there's been others I went, oh man, I feel like the Kings could have been involved in something like that. So some of the names, again, that we say have been linked to the Kings, Thibault now has been moved. Plumlee is still out there. I know there's a lot of desire for someone like that. I don't know if that's off the board for the Kings. I thought it was interesting when we had Sam Amick on last hour when I asked him about just what is the league-wide perception of a guy like Rashawn Holmes? And he said there really isn't one right now for him. So when you're looking at what the Kings could move, is there a way that Sacramento can make a move that you think makes them better without compromising what we would say or what I would say is their top 8? And I don't know if you could do that. And if it is, then what is the net win? If you go to the starting 5 or any of the top 3 off the bench, which in my mind are in any order Monk, Mitchell, and Lyles. I'm not saying they're off limits, but what is the net win if you compromise any of the 8?
So if let's look at the scenario where you don't compromise the 8, right? That means you're looking at a bunch of salary filler.
Right.
And my guess is if you're bringing anybody worth a damn, you are attaching a ton of picks. Now, I don't know how Monty's going to work that out with the protections currently on the Atlanta pick.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going that route, you are attaching some sort of draft compensation, like no doubt 100%. The other side of it is if you are compromising the top 8, who are to you, if you have to pick 2 or 3 players from that top 8 that you think if you're getting a significant return back, which is subjective, obviously, who are the ones you're comfortable? I know comfortable is probably not the right word there.
I know what you mean, because you have to part with something if you're getting something. I think the one that makes the most sense, but I'm very hesitant, is Harrison Barnes. And the only reason I say sense, that's strictly contract because he's expiring.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason.
And there's a lot of teams that I think would like Harrison on their roster.
Yeah, but I mean, for the Kings, for glue, for fit, for leadership, for what he does for the team consistently, he's good. I would not like to see him go.
Mm-hmm.
But I think of the pieces, I mean, I would say Fox and Sabonis are as close to untouchable. I would not like to give up on Keegan Murray so early. That's my opinion.
I don't think they will.
I don't think so either. Herter, Monk, Mitchell, I think you can't. But then I go logic. What makes sense and what, to give up something to get something? I feel like it's Barnes and any future potential pick, because you're going to have to just, let's say they don't make a move or they don't move Barnes. What are you doing with him in the offseason? Is he staying? Maybe, but maybe not. So I think that, can you get something for him now? I think he's the one that logically makes some sense. Do you have any others in your mind? Or
not advocating for this, obviously, but depending on what the return is, like we always say, I think Davion is a guy they wouldn't hesitate to get off of if they felt they were getting better right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see Monty McNair having any real. First of all, Monty McNair, I don't think has any true emotional connection to any of the guys in the sense that would hold him back from making a trade. But I could see Harrison being moved.
Yeah.
In the right package, I could see Kevin Herter being moved. I don't think they'll touch Keegan right now, just because I think in the coming years, Keegan will be even better, which will obviously up his trade value. So I think getting off of him now, unless you are getting something special back, which I don't think will be the case.
Right.
I don't think that makes any sense. So no, I could see it being Davion. I could see Herter. I could see Barnes. Maybe Malik Monk, but probably not.
Yeah.
And I don't think Trey Lyles, as much as we like him, has a ton of trade value in the league.
Yeah. And again, are we on? I mean, this is my belief, Jay. Tell me if you think differently. I think of needs for the team. Certainly, yes, you can add a star. Yeah. But I'm going like what this team currently has their set up as. I see backup big help, perimeter defense help.
Yep.
And an additional playmaker. You're not getting that in one player, but if you can address a couple of, that would make this team more complete.
Right.
They're good now, but they would make them more complete.
I think they absolutely need to address at least one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you hit two of those, you're feeling really good. If you hit three, it's, through the moon. But again, that's going to be really difficult given what you'd have to give up in those trades.
Yeah.
I still think a guy like Plumlee is very much in play just because I think,
he kind of helps in two parts.
He does. He helps in two parts, and I don't think he's going to cost you a ton.
Yeah, and the other thing is I really wonder about this. We're talking about defense, and there's no doubt they need to get better there. But what you're really good at is offense. What if you just went in and got, they're going to get another offensive playmaker, and just for this year and finish. Look, I see what Durant, I see what Lakers, I see what these teams did. We're going to have the best offense. And yeah, maybe it falls short, but that's what this team's going to be identified by. And then you
this
make your
year.
adjustment. Yeah.
You guys again, the offseason.
Then you
as we
gotta
see,
go, look.
Monty is an active GM, man.
Right.
This team could look completely different next year, but I agree with you.
Especially if it's a playoff appearance and a quick exit, then you go, okay, goal one, check. But now you're trying to elevate. To get better, they got to get a lot better defensively. All right, more on the trade deadline, more movement going on. We will update you on that as we continue here on Sactown Sports.
It's been 5 years, but the Sacramento Kings finally have an all-star. Sactown Sports congratulates Domantas Sabonis on receiving the nod for the all-star game February 19th in Salt Lake City.
Here's Sabonis inside. He scores again and he's fouled. Sabonis rebound, rips it back down with the left-hand spike. Sabonis with a swat and a block on Turner.
Get all your coverage of the Kings at All-Star Weekend on Sactown Sports, your exclusive home for Kings basketball.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777. The clock is ticking. Get off the bench and head down to Fasteners Tool Outlet, where you'll find the lowest prices on DeWalt power tools and so much more. Why pay more at a big box store? Get a triple-double at Fasteners Tool Outlet with weekly and monthly offers, including up to 50% off select hand tools, batteries, power tools, and fasteners. Whether you're looking for a Festool sander, a Saw's top table saw, or a DeWalt impact driver, Fasteners Tool Outlet has the tools you need to do the job. Make a slam dunk with Fasteners Tool Outlet, 6701 Powell Road, or on the web at fastenersinc.net.
Hey guys, if you have Peyronie's disease, West Coast Men's Health can help. Acoustic wave therapy can dissolve the knot that's causing the problem. No pill or cream will ever do that. And right now, we're offering a free treatment just for coming in. If you suffer from Peyronie's or ED, call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Sacramento and San Mateo, call 916-829-8273. That's 916-829-8273. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You don't have to look far to be inspired at Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. We take customer service to the next level. From our no-pressure sales and service to our great selection and financing options. Whether you're shopping online or in person, you'll see why our team is the #1 Honda dealer in Northern California.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claim based on 2022 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's own one report.
Hands up, hands up. Watch out for the screen. Okay, take 5. Hello, Sacramento and everyone out there in radio land, because I'm talking to you. Doug Christie here for the Good Feet store. Sound like I'm in a good mood? You bet I am. It's been a long time to turn things around, so excuse me if I savor the moment a bit. Meanwhile, I want to tell you about another turnaround that's just waiting to happen. It's that awful foot and foot-related pain in your feet, knees, hips, and back, even dreaded plantar fasciitis. Let me guess, you've probably tried drugstore remedies and even seen someone for it. I know I did, but nothing's working. The pain's not about to stop. So you get bummed and pretty much resigned to live with it. Well, speaking from experience, I can tell you that arch supports from the Good Feet store can help. Good Feet arch supports for back pain? Absolutely. We think it's time you felt good again. So come to the Good Feet store and get a free fitting and test walk. Good Feet in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville. Online, goodfeet.com.
God, I'm saying wow.
Basketball Signature Showcase. NBA All-Star brings the hype to Salt Lake City. And the NBA All-Star Draft presented by Jordan Brand.
This is going to be epic.
And the Inside Crew calling the game on TBS.
Here we go. This is how you put on a show.
NBA All-Star presented by Kia. Coverage begins February 19th on TNT.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. It was an ugly win last night for the Sacramento Kings, but they are now 4-3 as they finish up their 7-game road trip.
Here's the third one. He's got all 3 of them. 0.3 of a second for the Rockets. It's a 2-point Kings lead. Houston will have to throw it the length of the floor to get a shot. They let it bounce. Here's a desperation 65-foot heave that's nowhere near being successful. And the Kings have dodged a bullet. They get a win. They get a series sweep against Houston. And Houston fans and Rocket players are steaming right now.
On top of hitting those 3 game-winning free throws, De'Aaron Fox finished with 31 points and 11 assists. The Kings return home tomorrow night. They will take on Kyrie Irving and the new-look Mavericks at 7 p.m. It has been a wild NBA trade deadline, to say the least, but the most wild trade happened very early this morning as the Brooklyn Nets send 13-time All-Star Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns for a package that includes Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, and 4 unprotected first-round picks and 1 pick swap. Those are your headlines. Back to Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Well, we're down to the home stretch of our portion of the show. Coming up at 11, Deuce and Mo. Actually, they'll be here in our next segment, little crossover. They'll bring their energy to the show and to the station.
I feel like I need to pick me up, so that's... Dude, I told you I'm running out of gas.
Well, there's been a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, even stuff that you just go, wait, what? Bryn Forbes bought out? He's going to be out there? Well, you never know. Kick the tires on all possible things.
That's where we're at with the Kings' lack of moves. That's like Bryn Forbes.
Well,
Bryn Forbes is now available.
Again, I'm going to be of the stance, look, everybody, it reminds me a little bit, Jay, of a coach on the sideline that doesn't, to the appearance, doesn't yell, doesn't scream, that's standing there, or maybe even sitting on the bench. Look at that guy, he's not doing anything, versus the coach that gets up there, screams, yells, he's coaching. Okay, maybe. But does this team have to do anything? That's the thing. My answer is no. And I think the Kings have the luxury of being in a different position than they've been. I don't think you do anything personally to react to what everybody else has done. So you might go, wow, Phoenix did this. Again, I think they're on a different level than the Kings as far as what they want. They went all in for a championship. The Kings made their trade last year to change the course of the way the roster was built. They had 2 very good buildable guards in Fox and Halliburton, And that two just wasn't jiving, wasn't working. Personally, they liked each other,
sure,
but you weren't getting the best out of both. So you make a bold move, and then let's look at them as real life proof. They made the trade right before the deadline. And remember, they win the first game at home. Sabonis double-double. They beat Minnesota. Monty figured it out. And they kind of they were below 500 the rest of the way.
How many games did Domas play before he sat out the rest of the year? Wasn't very many, right? I think 9 or 10.
No, I think there's a little more than that, right?
Really? I don't know.
Let me go.
He didn't play a lot of games for the Kings last year.
Well, I don't think they had a lot of games with Fox and Sabonis. Remember?
I just mean overall, I don't think Domas.
I think there's more than you think, because I want to go. I was looking at that the other day as far as overall wins. I'll put it this way. I think
a lot of those either.
With the team now is about 7-8 games above 500. I think with Sabonis, since the trade, they were like 1 game above 500. So I'm going to get that exactly factual for you here, Jay. But I think the situation was, the point is, they didn't thrive as much as they thought of last year. But this year, they're obviously far better off. And so I think those are the kind of things that, can happen to a team. It takes a little bit of time to get all the adjustments, to get everything right. And I hope over time that this team continues to get better. Now, do they have to make a deal? I say no, but I know a lot of people out there are eager to see that happen, because it feels like your team is doing something if you made a trade that, again, when you make a trade, you assume you're going to make yourself better. So here I got it. Jay, when he came back, was game 48. They played Minnesota. In fact, they won their first 2 games. They beat Minnesota and they beat Washington to get a couple of wins in a row. And then after that, the Kings went 0-1, 0-2, 0-3, 0-4, 1-4, 1-5. Yeah, he played a bunch of games, played about 9 more in a row, missed 2, and then played 4 more and missed about the last 8.
So he played, 13-ish?
Something like
yeah,
that.
So not a ton, but I get what you're saying.
I think they went 5 and 9 with him.
This year's been better.
This year's been a lot better. So the whole thing is, these trades, they all have to fall into place. Like the Mavs won last night. They didn't have Kyrie and Luka. They had Kyrie. Good win in LA. I don't know. I want to see them together, which we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, well, possibly. We don't know
Right.
if Luka's playing, but I think he'll play on Saturday at the very least. I think you'll see the Kyrie-Luka tandem in Sacramento at some point this weekend. I agree with you when you say they don't need to make a trade, but I feel like we need to add context to that. You don't need to force a trade.
Right.
I think that's really what we're trying to say. You don't need to make a trade for the sake of making a trade, number one. And number two, Monty is not a reactionary GM.
Yeah.
He's going to make a trade because he feels like it makes his team better, not because, damn it, Phoenix made a huge move. The Lakers have been making huge moves. Denver makes a nice move by getting Thomas Bryant. Like, that is not going to affect whether or not he makes a trade.
Yeah. Did any moves that were made, were all the moves in the West that were made, think to you today that the Kings are going to miss the playoffs?
No.
Exactly. Now, it doesn't mean you go, they got it all figured out. You rest.
Yeah, they could fall back a few seeds. I think that's very plausible.
And I saw this yesterday when the Lakers made the moves. That's a team that just knocked the Kings out. I went, really?
Really?
So let's just do those two as an example. The Lakers are 25-30. They've got 27 games.
And remember, the Kings and Lakers have no more games. So the Lakers couldn't potentially beat the Kings 3 times and pick up 3 games on them.
Right. And the Kings have the tiebreaker. So today, right now, as we speak, the Kings are 6.5 games up, but it's technically 7.5 games ahead of the Lakers. That's a lot to make up for one team in 27 games.
Yeah.
So let's give the Lakers, what's an optimistic finish on 27 games for the Lakers?
Optimistic finish, I'll look at it from a seeding standpoint.
But like a win total in that 27 games.
I mean,
27
if I'm being like optimistic, like super optimistic, like they just figure it out, everybody stays healthy, it's 20-7, right? That is me being super optimistic.
Okay. So if they do that, if they go 20-7 for the Kings to stay ahead of the Lakers, they have to go 14-14.
Yeah, which we've seen. I don't think this team's going to have a problem playing.
Right.
Knock on wood about injuries. Going 500 the rest of the year? Come on.
But take a game off. Lakers 19-8.
Yep.
Now it's 13-15.
But that's what I'm saying. And I think
2 games, like it's getting easier as if they don't go
right
like at a historic rate.
Yes. And again, I think realistically, this team, them being the Lakers, this team, you're looking at probably 2, 3, 4 games, maybe over 500 over the last 27.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's fair.
Right.
I think they'll be an over 500 team. But to your point, then the Kings just have to, go into the crapper.
Right.
For them to overtake the Kings.
Which, of course, is possible. You look at just the 3 games before the All-Star break, and it feels like these suddenly ramped up on level of intrigue league-wide, certainly intrigue standing-wise. If somehow, Jay, the Kings can win 2 of these 3, Not only it's who they're playing, twice with Dallas and once with Phoenix, tiebreaker, standings, all that. That would feel really, really good going into the break. And if somehow they beat Dallas twice, somehow you'd have already won the tiebreaker. You'd have kind of knocked off their excitement of the immediacy of the trade that they just made. Now they could still make a crazy run in the second part of the season, but again, you'd have another team you have the tiebreaker on.
If you're the Kings these next 3 games, I feel like if you split Dallas and you win Phoenix, you are feeling
massive,
super good.
Yes,
super good going into the All-Star break.
No matter if they make a deal or not.
And by the way, I think that's very much on the table. I mean, Phoenix is still a good team with Devin Booker back, Paul and Ayton, but without Kevin Durant, you have to remember you take away some key pieces in Cam Johnson and Bridges. Obviously, Jerry Crowder didn't play this year, but he was good last year for them. It makes them a lot more beatable than they were before.
Yeah, this is fun. This is exciting. I was thinking about this too because I saw this post yesterday on social media where I think it was the LeBron game where he just broke the record for scoring points in the game. The average number of viewers on that game was the highest game TNT had, Jay, I want to say in like 6 years.
Yep.
Yet the flag football game at the Pro Bowl doubled that. So I'm thinking,
why do you have to bring the Pro Bowl into
what's
this?
so bizarre about this, it is Super Bowl week, and to me, nothing else is bigger than Kevin Durant getting traded, Kyrie getting traded, what the Kings are doing here locally. Like this.
I feel like what you're saying is the Eagles and the Chiefs should have made trades this week.
Right. I mean, but then we'll get to Sunday, and the Super Bowl will set all sorts of records. I get that, as it should. But even if the Niners were in this, I feel like the NBA right now this week has put up such high-profile news. It's crazy.
It is. And I also feel like we are in a very specific market where that NBA news is like, pardon the pun, king.
Right.
Because of what we deal with, especially right now with the Kings being good. I also think that really factors into it as well. But, we can go back and forth on that all day. At the end, the NBA trade deadline, especially if you are a social media user, like I always get those notifications every Sunday about my usage. Every year, without fail, it's the trade deadline, and when July 1st hits, although I think the dates change now for free agency, my screen time goes up like 43%.
You have used your phone, yeah, exactly. It's like, whoa, what was it? Oh yeah, trade deadline.
I think it just comes across now the push notification. You are not mentally healthy.
Exactly. Lay off the Twitter.
Take the phone away from yourself.
Man, well, it's exciting. It makes it fun. It makes it for a lot of us to follow. And then you go to the other part, the reality, the human side of it. I mean, these are players' lives that are changing. Some for the better, a lot for the worse. I mean, some of these guys don't want to be traded. And we've heard those stories where young players in the Kings organization maybe go into a little bit of a funk. It's not just the Kings, but
didn't want me.
Well, not even that, but it's like, why weren't they playing very? I've never been through a trade deadline. Like I was so nervous, and then I'm still here, and you just don't know.
Want me.
Boy, they didn't.
I was not a fan of that comment.
I was not a fan of
Shout
that
out
either.
Tyrese.
He just didn't realize it. But
hey,
you know what? It worked out okay for him. It worked, at least for his individual status. By the way, on then we said this in the break too, on the Pacers getting George Hill. What was the guards we had? Tyrese, George Hill,
all of them.
TJ McConnell, Andrew Nembhard, Buddy Hield, Chris Duarte, Benedict Mathurin.
First 5 guards starting 5 can be in Indiana. They have all the guards now.
And Miles Turner.
Yeah.
They kept him. I mean, they won't do it, I don't think, but I said this before. You could move Tyrese. You really could and get
There's
a lot.
no way they move Tyrese.
But at some point, I mean, they're going to move some of those other guys.
You know what he would say, right?
What?
They didn't want me.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we'll see how this goes. We've got more trade deadline to follow. Deuce and Mo will be in here. We'll recap all of this and keep you up to date on what is going on with the very latest with the trade deadline. That's next.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Still overpaying for a razor? In this economy? Gross. At Dollar Shave Club, you can get a top shelf shave at a regular shelf price. We've been hawking shaving products for years online, and we're excited to bring you the same great quality and low prices at a store near you. From high-quality stainless steel blades to super smooth shave creams, Dollar Shave Club's in the business of making your shave easier. Find Dollar Shave Club in the men's razor aisle. Getting your Dollar Shave Club razor wherever you want. Isn't that great?
We all know the game isn't over till it's over. You just got to keep driving towards the end zone. And when it's time to turn the game around, you need all the right parts to play together. So next time you need a part for your car, don't call it quits. Head to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts. So the road to victory is always in your favor. And you can keep driving well into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Dell Technologies President's Day event is here with deals to power all your passions. The savings start now on select sleek XPS laptops and more powered by 12th gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget, special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, plus free shipping on everything and monthly payment options with Dell Preferred Account. Just call 877-ASK-DELL for these limited time President's Day deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Samsung laundry set with extra large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 28 minutes, making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Get up to 25% off select appliances, including Samsung. Ends March 1st. Pricing valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. Gas Dry Extra US only. See store online for details.
Jason Ross, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
All right, the extravaganza continues here. Deuce and Mo in the house for the crossover. Of course, they're going to be all the way up through the trade deadline. You guys have any trades to report yet, Deuce or Mo? Everybody's waiting.
I live for this day. Do you understand? There are like 2 days a year I live for. 3. Can you turn on your mic? This is your first day here. My goodness.
Oh, wow.
Christmas Eve.
Okay.
Trade deadline. And the first day of free agency.
First day. The other days don't matter?
Nope. First day. I love it. As an NBA fan, these are the days I live for. And I can't wait to see. I'm getting a little antsy as we are an hour and 17 minutes away from the NBA's trade deadline. Did Monty set his alarm this morning? Are we good? I just want to make sure.
So they have to make a move. Otherwise, they fall apart.
Here, I'm going to tell you right now, they need to make some sort of move. I'm not saying it needs to be some
What if
crazy
it's a bad trade?
one.
What if it didn't help?
Don't make a bad trade. I just watched a team go to Houston and give up back-to-back games, 120 and 128.
Okay.
The West got
Are they doing
better.
that tomorrow?
And this is not – people are acting – I'm not asking for the Kings to make moves to become a championship team. They're not a championship team. All I know is they're trying to make the playoffs and stay in the top 6. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge if they don't make any moves.
Your girl Morgan has been saying this since the beginning of the year, and I'm going to keep putting that in everybody's face because everyone keeps putting it into my face that where the Kings are right now in the Western Conference, I wasn't expecting that. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that, but I was not expecting this to happen with the Kings. But what I kept saying to everyone before the season, I kept saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of moves being made in the Western Conference. There's no way these teams are going to stay like that. Some people laughed at me. Then other people, even in Vegas, were NBA people were saying, no, there's not going to be a lot of action going on. No one could have predicted this. But
only
this
3
is
Hall
a
of
lot
Famers have been dealt over the last few days.
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, this is historic.
It is.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, the Durant thing was
massive.
Yeah, and it was funny because I'm a nerd, and I was in our Discord after we finished a podcast last night. And we were talking about Durant. I'm like, I wonder if he gets moved tomorrow. And someone was like, no, it's too late. I'm like, I don't think it is, because they had the framework of these deals with other teams before the season. And so I'm not surprised it got done. It's a bold move by Phoenix. And I mean, I admire it big time. I mean, that new owner, first day on the job, he gets that deal done. That's a huge move for Phoenix.
My stance on those like that big trade, what Dallas attempted to do, and what the Lakers are trying to do, I think they all got a lot better next year, more so. Because if we look at the history of even the Kings last year, they got Sabonis, won the first 2 games, they figured it all out. Well, they didn't really. A lot of trade deadline moves in the short term, in the 25 games teams have, it doesn't push them over the top. But next year, and when you have an offseason to figure out what else is missing, I mean, the fact that Phoenix is going to go into the offseason with KD, Booker, Paul, and Ayton, and the Lakers are going into with that roster, or not.
Don't be surprised about the whole Phoenix tie-in here, because Chris Paul's deal is like a partial guarantee.
Yeah.
There could be a Kyrie KD reunion in Phoenix too. Either way, you're right. Like a lot could change next year. I still think Durant is good enough now to really. I mean, the Kings.
Well, it has to be a championship for them
for sure. The Kings play the Mavs and the Suns 6 times,
right, in the last 28 games.
Buckle up, buckle up. It's going to be interesting, and I'm just. I guess what I'm looking at, and look, there's still time to make deals. We're all paying attention, alerts on, glued to our phone to find out like what's next. But when you start seeing players that you thought the Kings could use, from Vanderbilt, Thibault, some Josh Hart, they're all on other teams.
Right. Yeah.
It's tough.
And then
It's
here was
tough.
the example I used, and let me ask you both this. So I know I'm eager to see a move too, but if they did go throughout without a move, and let's just say they were Portland, and they did, what was it, Cam Reddish and Thibault, and gave up Josh Hart. They made a move. Like I go, they're the same team. They're the same team.
I mean,
Sure. Like, what did that do?
I don't think the Kings are going to make
they made a move.
I mean, you don't make a move to just make a move. But if you trade Terrence Davis for just like another offensive player, that'd be weird.
Right.
I mean, to me, it's like, no, you need to trade to address some serious issues that we have seen this year. Perimeter defense being one of them. How can you help this year?
What I've been saying when everyone else was saying to not, no, I'm doing it.
This is so weird.
I don't care. When everyone else was saying, don't make a move, you don't want to ruin what we have.
Right.
Tweaks are so very important just for the future of what you want to do for your team. Even those moves that Portland made, that's not going to help this year move the needle, but what will that hopefully adjust even next year? Still not enough, but it still is something else to not remain the same team going into the next season. I think for the Kings, if they want to be that team that gets better and better every year, you have to be willing and wanting to make the tweaks down the roster to make sure that you can have that for the future.
What about a tweak this year to get even better offensively? Because that's what they're special at. They're not good defensively. And I don't know that they can get 1 to 2 players that you go, oh, they figured it out. This is a championship caliber team. But if you get even another playmaker, there was talk earlier about Derrick Rose, whatever, just another offensive type player. Like, I think that's what they're best at right now. And then offseason go, look, this got us to the first goal, which was the playoffs. Let's say it's a 1-round exit. Okay, now you're talking about upgrading.
Yeah, and maybe, a team like that would be the Spurs, because immediately what comes to mind is someone like Doug McDermott, who's got chemistry with Domantas Sabonis. He's a legit 3-point shooter, and he's going to be available. I think the Spurs are open for business. They also have Josh Richardson, who is not what you talk about offensively. I don't look at him as like a pure offensive talent, but defensively he gets after. I don't know. There's still time to make things happen. It's just going to be interesting to see what happens in the next hour and 11 minutes.
Well, we get into emoji season. We saw that Plumlee tweeted the prayer hands. What does that mean? I'm staying or I'm going? What does it mean?
I thought, didn't he just get hurt too? Is that like...
There are so many people in his reply saying, welcome to Sacramento, Mason, off of those prayer hands.
No.
Also, great. These players that were like, well, I didn't mean it like that. Dude, you were tweeting that in the middle of
NBA
chaos.
trade deadline. Correct.
We're all following everything, and you get that puts out there. What other, or is there I mean, I guess it's hard to ignore the Durant. That's such a massive deal.
Massive.
Yeah. And even getting TJ Warren. I mean, Durant's the headline.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I like that. And you think about Ayton, Booker, Paul, like they didn't compromise that well, Bridges is a nice piece, but they didn't compromise the Booker, Paul,
That's it.
Ayton part.
We were joking around yesterday talking about like, okay, well, if KD, we're talking about him almost on every single team, if that was going to be a trade, and talking about him with Sacramento, we kept going to, we would not want Kevin Durant because you'd have to give up Fox and Sabonis.
Right.
Like, why would you want to break it up? The Suns got Kevin Durant and didn't have to break it up.
Yeah, and it's still risky, though. Like, I mean, you gave up, and I would have done the deal if I'm Phoenix because you got a window here. Durant's one of the all-time greats. They gave up a lot of picks, and that 25 pick, that 27 first-round pick, 29 first-round pick, I know it's a long ways away. At the same time, KD's 34. Chris Paul, CP, I call him CP 1.5 now. He's not CP3. He's not the same guy anymore.
Half a man.
That's not.
My point is, they could be changing a lot where those picks could be very valuable in the future. The Nets did all right. I mean, to get all those picks and who knows what else they can do. That's a team I would be calling if I was Monty McNair. I know I just talked to him the other day for Kessler Edwards, but how many wings do they have on that team?
The Kessler Edwards move made it all possible.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the one.
How about the Laker move? I said I would have done it, what they did, but I don't think they figured it all out. That's a broken team.
It's a broken team, but Jason, you just said it before all of this, talking about what it's about. And it's about at least they're going to be better next year. Now, of course, you want to be better right now for LeBron James, but you've tried possibly from what we're from what we kind of know of what LeBron wanted, which was Kyrie, right? That would have been trying to make your team better this year.
Probably
right now.
got better indirectly by not getting Kyrie.
Absolutely. And so then now you look at all these pieces for the Lakers, still makes them a better team in the Western Conference. And so if you are a team like the Sacramento Kings, be worried.
Yeah, Pelinka killed it. I mean, and for a guy who's been criticized a lot, good pivot. I mean, I think what he did in that Westbrook deal, he didn't have to give up the first-round picks. That first-round pick is top 4 protected. Otherwise, it turns into like nothing pretty much. So not a lot of risk there. It's way better than the Buddy Hield-Turner trade they could have gotten. To get Vanderbilt, to get Malik Beasley and his shooting and Russell.
Well, and Russell will be gone. Oof. Like he doesn't compromise them next year. But they got to fight to get in the 10. They really do.
Oh, yeah.
This year. They're better off next year.
Absolutely.
Hachimura, too, adding him. Like, they'll be better next year. But they didn't figure it out this year.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a trade that people are saying in the chat. I'm waiting to see it myself. Woj is reporting it at this hour.
Ooh.
The Nuggets are trading Bones Highland to the Clippers. Of course, they've been... Well, their backup point guard spot has been a little different, right? Because of John Wall. It's been a mess. And then, of course...
that's what I thought.
Oh, we got another one.
What?
Oh,
the Thunder trading Darius Baisley to the Phoenix Suns for Saric and a second-round pick.
So Baisley is someone that was on the Kings' radar, according to people. So
yeah.
But for the Clippers, John Wall, they're moving on from him. They haven't been happy with Reggie Jackson. They go with Bones Highland. So
you guys want Wall? You want Westbrook? No.
Who?
I'm out.
No, I don't want either.
I'm out.
But you wanted to move.
No, I don't want Derrick Rose. I don't want.
Why not Rose?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So is Davion gone? We're just done with Davion?
No.
Where's Rose?
Davion doesn't play on the ball at all anymore. But like they play Malik Monk on the ball.
Playing?
Derrick Rose as well, another playmaker.
You can't play all these guys.
There's a lot.
Okay, I thought you guys wanted to make a move.
I do. Let's make a move now.
Just not those ones.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Jay Mars.
Oh, now it's clear.
All right.
Do some more next.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer.